Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 9 of What If Naruto Refused to Give Up Despite It All. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Yuno's Pav. Southern swamps of Erminsel, Terra. Yuno groaned pitifully as she rolled in what felt like a bed. Her throat was dry and seemed to ache, but tired as she was, she simply wanted to ignore it and get more rest. She rolled over again, burying her face into her soft pillows and comforter she laid on. Before her mind awoke enough to recognize, she wasn't at home. Yuno's eyes snapped open, and she realized she was in some strange blue bed. She attempted to throw the covers off herself but quickly realized she was still exhausted. The broken memories of the recent days slowly trickled into her mind as the last dregs of her sleep wore off. Yuno had been taken, and wolves instantly appeared around her and Choji. The two had been attacked and overwhelmed before being popped off. The exact details of what happened after were fuzzy. She remembered pain and her resistance. However, a strange jutsu had been used by something or someone. It made her compliant. It wasn't mind control per se. As a Uchiha, she knew a thing or two about such. It was more like well, she wasn't sure. Hypothetically, it was high-level genjutsu. But it had lasted after they left. As a genjutsu practitioner herself, Yuno knew such should be impossible. The illusions or manipulations of reality rely on chakra and would surely fade over time. This had seemed more or less permanent. Wait. The last thing she could remember was being mobilized by their captors against what seemed to be a particularly strong human. They hadn't known it was Naruto, but she and Kiba seemed even more keen on attacking him. She could remember bits and pieces of the fight, but could remember some of the things she said. Yuno may have been a flirt, but it was mostly play. She had been speaking toward the blonde lustfully. Perhaps it enhanced her libido to downright perversion. Though Yuno, during the fight, broke free, a mix of her willpower, a particularly strong memory Naruto had reminded her of, and her own genjutsu designed to force her asleep had managed to shatter their hold. So why was she here and alone? The thought of Naruto being defeated even by a buffed Kiba seemed unlikely, so, where had she been taken? By whom? Whoever or whatever had taken her obviously intended no immediate harm since she was alive and seemingly taken care of. As such, Yuno slowly crawled out of her bed with some level of confidence. She was still in her torn-up everyday outfit. Her supplies weren't all present, though her unique dagger still was strapped to her hilt on her waist. Knowing she was armed, inventory was done, and somewhat more confident she wasn't under danger and could at least somewhat defend herself, she decided to explore wherever she had found herself. She noticed the room she was in was simple, decorated with various blankets, quilts of blues and greens, and the bed as well as what seemed to be several mirrors. Oddly enough, the room seemed similar in structure and set up identical to the minka the Uchiha clan were fond of. Opening the sliding door of the room and marching out, she found the corridors lit comfortably but dimly by candlelight. The building was silent except for a mumbled discussion Yuno could hear but not quite discern. It sounded to be on the other side of the building. She stalked through the halls slowly and as silently as she could, heading toward the voices. The long hall and walk through it were uneventful, but as she drew closer to the entrance, she could tell one of the voices was Naruto. The other was unknown, but based on their tones, Yuno was confident they were no foe. Finally reaching the door, she slid it open, causing the two unseen voices to curse in surprise. When she opened it, the tired Yuno was facing a fresh-looking Naruto and what seemed to be a large green peacock. "Oh man, don't tell me you're still crazy," Naruto cried as he stumbled back, tripping over the peacock that had already hidden behind him. "I thought for sure you'd sleep it off. I told you we should have left this ruffian behind," Ichumi exclaimed as the bird cowered behind the blonde. "Defend me." Yuno scoffed at the two as she realized her dagger had been held threateningly. Sheathed, she smiled prettily. Yuno was so amused by their reaction she chuckled merrily at the two. "My apologies," Yuno said with mirth. "A woman has to be careful when she wakes up somewhere without knowing how they got there. I do hope you didn't take advantage, Naruto." "What? I would nay." "I know." Yuno interrupted his panic with a roll of her eyes. "Just teasing you, big guy. Where are we anyway? You both are honored to have been welcomed into the home of the Blechumi clan. I am Ichumi. I am the appointed leader of this great clan and an overall sophisticated bird," Ichumi explained. "And there are two things we must address immediately. Is this bird truly all that sophisticated?" Yuno thought to herself as the bird ranted endlessly to itself. She looked over to Naruto, who merely shook his head at the bird, showing he was over it as well. But wanting to be polite and more than thankful to be comfortable and safe, she didn't let her irritation show. "Okay then Ichumi, thanks for having us. What did we need to discuss again?" Yuno asked softly. She had always been able to charm most. "Save the thanks. You need serious bathing and wardrobing immediately," Ichumi snapped as if her current state were genuinely revolting. "Before we discuss events or celebrate, you must be clean and presentable. Dirty and messy is the state of the simple, after all." Yuno pulled back on her instinctive response with practiced ease. Sure, I wouldn't say no to a bath and some clean clothes, but. The bird seemed to seize as it flew up to reach her face. Kakaka ha. Yuno frowned as her hand drifted to her blade. Before Naruto grabbed her hand and shook his head with amusement. I get you're confused, tired, maybe even annoyed. Naruto interrupted with a small smile. But the guy won't calm down till you do so. A real stick in the mud he is. Probably easier to do as he asks. To use such crass language in reference to me. We're sorry. Yuno interrupted with a smile and bowed, forcing the sitting Naruto to bow his head as well. I will happily consent. You can guide me to somewhere to bathe and preferably some clean clothing. I'll be happy to do as you say. The bird fell to the ground and seemed to preen under her agreement. Well said. The blonde human had said you were sophisticated. Can't work with those who are not. The bird raised its head and made a quiet high-pitched squawk. Yuno ignored the fact that throwing a fit like that was anything but sophisticated. But based on Naruto subtly rolling his eyes to her, it was clear he felt the same. Immediately, the room Yuno was partially in was filled with a flock of peacocks who quickly moved. Some carried supplies, others weapons, and each immediately surrounded her and led her out of the room. Yuno's instincts flared, but when she looked at Naruto he was smiling and seemed perfectly fine with this. Blondie mind stepping in, feeling awfully like a sacrifice right now. You're fine you, Naruto said with a giant smirk. Don't call me that. They did the same to me, Naruto assured as she was escorted through the doorway. Seemingly the friendly Uzumaki had already befriended and had trust in the clan. Yuno sighed as the group led her to what she could only hope was a usable bath. She would play along. Besides, the birds seemed much weaker than her or Naruto. If things get messy, Blondie would likely single-handedly fight their way out. My servants will lead you to our bathhouse, while the others weave you a kimono. We are skilled designers, so fret not. A pale red would suit you best. Ikami. 2 red-skinned peacocks appeared and bowed to Ichumi. We will see to her cleaning and assure their safety, master, the two said in sync, seemingly twins. Yuno followed the small flock of birds with a small amount of concern and amusement in equal measure. They passed what seemed to be a modern kitchen filled with birds dressed as chefs making some sort of dough food, a large room full of odd-looking circular objects made of feathers and wood, another mass sleeping quarters full of resting birds and others cleaning or making their beds which consisted of a nest seemingly made out of cloth. The halls were constantly traveled by other birds who seemed to be rushing off the same direction as her, as well as servants who seemed determined to clean everything or serve everyone even during the chaos. Finally the oddball group seemed to be drawing close. They came to an exit from the large building they were in. As she emerged outside with the other birds, she saw the odd structure they were in. It was a large compound of traditional homes built into several treetops. The trees' leaves were a unique shimmering shade of several colors that shifted as the angle changed. The wood was a pale pink and seemed to shine as well. It was one of the most beautiful sights Yuno had ever seen, too. These trees are unique trees farmed by the Blechumi clan. They are a rare and useful species of tree. Farming it requires great skill and patience, which the Blechumi clan has in great measure. Such diligent care gives it the impressive display you see before you. The trees are also incredibly durable and produce cloth from its branches we use for much of our raw material. We of the Blechumi clan have used these trees as our home for years. Protecting us from predators allows us to live with the decadence we acquire. Ikamo explained, seeing Yuno's shock. However, the arrival and subsequent rule of the Krukuruk clan disturbed our peace and growth. Several smaller, weaker clans lived here, all under our control. With their compliance and our guidance we ruled these swamps justly and well. But those brutish beasts usurped us. They drove us from our home and slaughtered any clan that stood in their way. Ikami continued. Ichumi, our great leader, attempted to garner the other clans of the swamp as allies. They rejected such a proposal. However, the beasts of this world see cooperation between species as a weakness. Separated and outmatched by the Krukuruk clan, they soon dominated the entire swamplands, until your friends slayed them. Ikamo started. Now that they are gone, and with the male human assistance we have reclaimed our homeland. Soon the Blechumi clan will rise to their former glory. Both recited again. Interesting. Yuno had always been a curious woman. She loved learning about most things, though living beings often took the cake. History, psychologically, and even spiritually creatures, usually humans, but this land had shaken that a bit, simply fascinated her. She wished she could show this to her team or at least Sasuke or Hinata. It was also fascinating to learn of the world around them. It was a strange one, that she had mostly spent as a somewhat mindless slave. However, knowing that these animals lived similar but pointedly different from humans, managed to pique her interest in a way few things did. However, she was sore, dirty, and tired. Fully learning about this strange clan would have to wait. 3. Luckily, the troop of peacocks continued on where the majority of birds were going. They were all heading to a large building that seemed to be drafting mist. It was made of a white, seemingly smoother wood that shined in the moonlight of the night sky. At each corner of the building sat a small statue of Ichumi, each spitting water into a small moat that surrounded the building. Please tell me that's the bathing house. Yuno joked with the birds. Of course. A smaller, assumingly child peacock answered as it raced by. One must always be clean of body and heart before a meal. Civilized creatures such as SDO have a responsibility. Another offered as it walked by. This is our large-scale bathing house. It is a large building split into approximately 50 single creature baths. This will allow you to cleanse yourself in privacy. Another servant will leave you your kimono as well, so you may change after. Ikumi informed Yuno as they drew close to the building. Worry not for attacks, we have guards patrolling the Blekumi grounds. Necessary during these nighttime hours. Fret not over your safety. Ikumo finished the thought for the two. Yuno nodded and entered the building, opening the sizable ornate wood door. Inside was full of a grid set of rooms, each having a considerable single-person bath that allowed no vision for the inside. Various birds marched into the rooms individually or as duos. Yuno's eyes wandered around the all-too-white room before she settled on a small room for herself close to the entrance of the building. Knocking on the door of the particular bath to check for vacancy, Yuno walked into the small room. It was larger than her own bathroom, with a bench for resting and a mirror on the left side. A set of hooks holding large brushes on the right. Yuno activated her Sharingan and scanned the room for traps or interlopers. Once satisfied that her room was not set up or was being spied on, Yuno began slowly removing her clothes. Once fully undressed, she inspected herself in the mirror in case she had unknowingly been injured, but she seemed fine aside from aesthetic damage. Her time under the subjugation of the mysterious third party was a blur. She could remember some moments, but most of it was nothing. However, her dirtied, scratched up, and bruised skin made it clear it hadn't been pleasant. Yuno removed a brush from the right side of the bathroom and tested it in her hair. With a pleased hum, she discovered it worked well with her locks and used the now empty hook to hold her old, damaged clothes. Stretching lightly as she walked over to the main attraction of the room. The tub was a large and steamy porcelain one, not all that different from what she would see at home. Slinking into it, she sighed with contentment as the heat seeped into her sore body, relaxing muscles and finally allowing the sharp concern she had been wrecked with since awakening to relax fully. Yuno must have sat there for a full 10 minutes before she moved. With a happy laziness, she scrubbed herself with a pleased hum. Yuno was incredibly pleased Naruto had managed this. This was just what she needed right now, she would pay him back. Sasuke's POV, Northern Mountains of Erminsel, Terra. Sasuke and Murray walked through the odd encampment, studying their surroundings as they walked to meet with the leader of the bears. The encampment was a massive and roughly assembled structure. The ice wall seemed to be the only complex construction. The rest of it was a mix of beds constructed from the skins of prey, dug pits of water, pits filled with various carcasses of slain prey, and much more profound and by smell less than clean pits. There were roughly a dozen bears in the clan, 17 in total if Sasuke counted the children as well. While the two guard bears led them further into the encampment, the bears around them seemed to laze around. Some bathed, others feasted on meals, and some even fought. But almost none of them seemed concerned with their presence. They must be arrogant. As they entered deep within their camp, Sasuke saw what the back half of their camp was used for. A giant, rough-looking table made of ice sat in front of several large campfires to the left, a set of icy cages to the right, and a large throne of ice in the center. Even the chairs seemed made of ice, but the bears seated at the table seemed unbothered. The throne was a massive icy one, the back reaching well above the encampment, and the large armrests were nearly the size of the rest of the bears. It was decorated with various bones of various creatures, seemingly frozen into the throne itself. The bear sat in it, barely fitting it, yet lounged in it so comfortably that there was no question he belonged. Unlike the other bears, his fur was brilliant white, and his moonmark was marked by black fur in an inverse to the rest. Its eyes seemed to shine with blue light, like his own Sharingan at times. 4. As that human and a member of the Okama clan. My, it's a wonder you didn't slay and eat them yourselves. Are you attempting to court favor with me by bringing a tasty snack? I can sense these things. I am smarter than the average bear. The leader spoke with an almost amused smile. Sasuke stomped forward before their escorts could speak. We are no meal for you. Attempt to eat us, and I can promise you'll pay dearly. I am Sasuke Uchiha, my companion is Murray Okama. We have been searching the land of Terra for our allies and would like to ensure they are not present. Though I will candidly admit, I intend to find out either way. The arrogant prey always tastes the best. Guard, would you slay them so we may begin the meal? I, Fullius Moon, shall enjoy the meal. The bear arrogantly sang as he climbed from his throne. Sasuke's Sharingan activated with a whirl. He prepared to summon besmirched flambe before Murray grew into a giant raccoon form and stood between the two. Surely you'd at least hear us out first. We came bearing a gift. Murray quickly said, his panic evident to all. Sir, As much as I would personally enjoy seeing these lesser beings do have an interesting proposal for us. New Moon offered, stopping the tension for now. It is quite the surprise, sir, Tilda. New Moona agreed. Worthy of your time, Tilda. The room went silent as Fullius pondered over the news. Show me this surprise my underlings speak of. You may be spared if it is worthy of my time and attention. Sasuke felt irritation at his blunt and open consideration of their death. But all the same, they watched as two more bears joined them carrying the still tied up Spleen Eater. Fullius gasped in excited shock as the weasel writhed in its restraints. You haven't heard word of it yet, but your sworn enemies, the Bloodthirster clan, suffered an attack that cost them their leader. That was the work of Murray and I here. After clearing their home, we escaped with their leader. I figured a man in a war, like yourself, may appreciate such a thing. You also likely appreciate that nothing in this world is free. In exchange for Spleen Feaster here, the leader of your rivals, I'd like to ensure my allies are not being kept or slain here. As well as your word that you will not attempt to harm us. As well as lodging for the night. Murray added, bowing, trying to force Sasuke to bow. However, Sasuke would not bow, and he and the leader were locked into a staring contest. I must admit that is quite the gift indeed. The Bloodthirster clan has killed many of my men and troubled the Crescent Moon Bear clan for years now. Without their savage contention, we would have already gained control of these mountains. So, a part of me feels that a favor would only be fair. However, Fullius mused as he lazed back into his throne. Doing business would suggest we're equals. Frost breath. The king roared before spitting out a jet beam of ice. Murray barely scurried away. However, Sasuke was caught off guard and hit directly. As soon as the blast touched the Uchiha, his entire body quickly became ice-cased. As well as the space behind him. Sasuke! Murray cried in fear. The bears around them cheered at their master smiting the human. However, the mix of despair and joy was broken, as it sounded like the reality around them had shattered. It must have seemed as if they had blinked to them, and suddenly, Sasuke was no longer frozen. Instead, he was now standing in the lap of Fullius' besmirched flambe, who pointed at his neck. Genjutsu wasn't his preferred method of combat, but here it would serve well. That would suggest that we are equals. And just as you were suggesting, such is not true. I am much more of a threat to you than you are to me. In the second it took you to use your ice technique, I managed to trap you all in an illusion and come close enough to assassinate you. So we can do this violently, or you can recognize that I'm cutting you a break. Sasuke recited with dark malice. However, Fullius barely flinched. He laughed merrily even as Sasuke threatened his life. We of the Moon Clan are a sort that prefer to live as we please. We eat both the fruits of the world and the meat of those around us. However, for those who have proven themselves, we treat them as dear friends. I agree to your terms. Moon and Moona will escort you around our encampment until you're confident your allies are not here. Once that has been completed, you will join us for dinner, and I will have a cot made for the two of you. Acceptable human Sasuke Uchiha. He thought it over for a few seconds before Sasuke nodded, backflipped off the bear's lap and landed next to Murray. However, first we must deal with our last and most important guest. I curse your clan of foolish giants. Spleen Feaster spat as the two bears dragged him over to one of the ice cages Sasuke had noticed before. I have feasted on the meat, organs, and bones of countless of your clanmates. I enjoyed watching them die in grim glory. The much larger bears quickly forced him into the ice cage despite his writhing and struggling. As they did so, Fullius roared, an apparent signal that summoned the rest of the clan. They watched with joy as the icy cage was carried over to a large fire pit in front of the table and between the throne. An ice pole was erected in the center of the flames, and the cage was attached to the top of it, hanging the cursing and raving Spleen Feaster above the roar flames. My pack! Fullius roared as a third bear appeared carrying a torch. It is time for a delicacy among our clan. Tonight, we will prepare Weasel, Blood Weasel. There was wild applause from the crowd, a mix of roars and stomps as the audience made their joy obvious. Sasuke watched with a raised brow as Murray shrunk and climbed back on his shoulder, seemingly encaptured in morbid curiosity but upset by it all the same. But not any regular old member of the Bloodthirsters. But their infamous leader, Spleen Feaster. We shall engage in a pleasing meal and a suiting punishment for our dastardly foes tonight. He will suffer the fate of all condemned members of the Snow Crescent clan. The icy embrace of hell shall cook his flesh to perfection. Sasuke and Murray watched as the torch bear spat the torch into the fire pit. The pit must have been prepared sometime before, for the flames erupted once in contact, causing a roaring fire in earnest. The heat was so intense both Sasuke and Murray felt the heat. Spleen Feaster felt it as well, gasping in pain. The weasel writhed inside the cage, as the heat from fire made the air shimmer around the cage. Soon, screams sounded off from Spleen Feaster, matched with a disturbing sizzle and smell. It smelled like burnt fur and meat similar to pork. The screams went on and on. The two of them and the bears watched as Spleen Feaster suffered. The ice must have been unique, for it didn't melt as it heated up. Instead, it seemed more like metal, continuously rising in temp as the flames cooked the weasel that was helpless to escape. Even its impressive teeth could do little to ice. The sight of the weasel slowly being burned, the smell of burnt flesh and hair filling the air, and the begging for mercy and screaming in pain made for an assault on the senses. 5. However, the bears around them were infinitely less bothered, actively enjoying and even cheering on the harsh execution. They seemed to grow in mood as the pain for Spleen Feaster did. Joking about and even seeming to be hungry for Spleen Feaster's torture. This seems cruel, but rest assured it is deserved. These pests have not only hunted, killed, and captured us, but they often feed on their prey while still alive. This punishes the weasel responsible and sets a warning for our foes. Moon interjected during the torture. Besides, those weasels taste better when cooked alive anyway. Muna agreed. Though if you don't wish to watch, we can begin the inspection. Sasuke eyed the bear's revenge a little longer. Seeing the result and cruelty of vengeance was somewhat chilling, but the Uchiha could empathize. He had often dreamed of the revenge he'd get for his clan. With such being true, could he truly judge this cruelty? Though the senselessness of it all was so disgusting, Sasuke would not mind leaving. Besides, he didn't have time to waste. Lead the way. Sasuke agreed. The three began exploring the campsite. Muri's emphatic nature and Sasuke's meticulous attention ensured they explored every nook and cranny. The bears were patient, jovial, and seemingly happy to lead them around. As Sasuke examined a waste pit to ensure no human remained, Muri crawled back onto Sasuke, wrapping around his neck. The proximity allowed Sasuke to feel the raccoon shaking. As the group moved on, Sasuke whispered to his companion the bears leading from the front allowed them some privacy. Are you okay? Muri seemed to tremble even more as he answered. Are you? They are cruelly torturing a living being. Are you not disgusted? It is certainly tasteless, Sasuke agreed with a shrug. However, the two groups are in open war, and likely, there is a deep and bloody history at the heart of it all. It is unfair to judge a situation we know nothing about. That makes wanton cruelty, okay. Even if they had valid reasons, their actions are inexcusable. Muri snapped back. No, morally speaking, regardless of context, it is a depraved act. Furthermore, I would not mindlessly harm my enemies. Should I hate them so deeply, I would simply kill them. However, we don't know the situation, nor is it our business. Perhaps they have been wronged gravely. Humans or animals tend to be vengeful if wronged greatly. Even if they merely return a cruel act, it is reprehensible. The slaughtering of the enemy would make sense, and while it would be despicable, is understandable, but that. As I said, I don't support it, but I can understand it to some degree. In this world, or any world we may live in, there is always cause and effect. An action taken by a person or group will always have a consequence. People remember those who do wrong to them much better than those who treated them right. And when unforgivable sins and slights are had, they always weigh more heavily on those slighted. That resentment, that hatred, the cold-hearted thought of if they hadn't been there, hadn't done what they did. It is all fueled by the pain caused by that initial sin. Once someone has lost something, they become something else entirely. Motivated by vengeance and hate, blinded by it truly. They are willing to go to any lengths for their own justice, Sasuke lectured Muri. I understand it seems strange and wholly wrong to you, but it is the nature of life. Why is it affecting you so deeply? From what you described, this world is much more savage than ours. Certain members of the Okama clan are gifted with empathic abilities. Strong emotions for those who are distance-wise close to us are felt by us as if they were our own. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the effect. It makes me look at the world differently than others. When you realize just how similar all life is, it's hard to be cold-hearted. Muri trailed off as he trembled more. So the intense pain, fear, and despair from the torture would have a profound effect on you. Sasuke guessed. Yes, it did, Muri began. But to be frank, it was only part of the problem. What I found more disturbing than that is that you don't merely understand. In some way, you hold that same darkness inside of you. Sasuke grunted noncommittally. Though part of him did wonder just how much darkness Muri could see inside of him. 6. Kurobaki's paw of eastern forest of Erminsel, Terra. Kurobaki grunted as he carried his brother, leaping from branch to branch as he slowly tracked down his sister. Jabaki was soaked in his own blood, and it seemed by the minute he was getting weaker. The quick medical assistance he had provided Jabaki proved a waste. The pathetic cries of his sibling were slowly getting quieter as time went on. Kurobaki would have to find help for him soon. What a disaster that attack had been. That Aburame, Shino he had named himself, had been no mere chunin. To take them both on at once was impressive. Shortly after, he dismantled his Junin sibling even more so. It was shameful that they had not only failed but been driven off. Kurobaki, a former head of the great Kamizuru, had been matched in both unfair and one-on-one combat. By another woman of all things. It had been his decision to hunt them, not to seek out their sister. Jabaki would likely remember such a thing, which would cause Suzubaki's influence to grow. It was as if the past was repeating itself. Kurobaki froze as he landed on a branch. A bone-chilling howl sounded through the air. Pulsating his chakra to check for nearby threats, he felt his heart drop as he realized he was surrounded. There were nearly 30 shinobi around him. Had the leaf brought an entire platoon? Why? They clearly were no allies if they were sneaking around them. They seemed to be attempting to surround him. Racing off, he increased his speed, desperately seeking to gain distance from the unknown people surrounding him. He could hear and sense they were chasing. The group attempted to flank and box them in. The massive number of them surging to leave them nowhere to escape. This was bad. Kurobaki was certain he could fight off a few shinobi, maybe even more at peak performance, but doing so while protecting his brother would be nearly impossible. And the numbers he sensed would surely be too much to fight back against anyway. Worse yet, he could not use his whizzing missile technique. The battle and his fleeing had exhausted his chakra level. There was barely any chance to fight, barely any chance to flee. A whistling sounded through the air and set off his instincts. His experience saved the grisly man who dived off the branch he had landed on wildly. Looking back at the branch, the man saw something slam into it. The creature hissed and writhed at the branch, seemingly confused. Kurobaki wasn't certain what it was. It had pale skin that seemed stretched taut along its visible bones. It had 4 limbs, but oddly enough, each was an almost human-looking arm. It seemed to crawl on all 4s. Its eyes were milky white as it glared at him. It looked like a human who had been cursed into some kind of demon. Its odd skin, white eyes, and animalistic behavior betrayed its almost human-like appearance. However, Kurobaki flinched when he felt his sibling slip from his back. Eyes darting down, he saw the barely conscious Jabaki falling to the forest floor. With a grunt of frustration, Kurobaki dived after him, shielding him as the two collided with the forest floor. The fall was so massive that even Kurobaki was winded by the impact. Raw. Cut through the night air. The scramble and crunching of branches alerted Kurobaki to the fact that these beasts were closing in. Standing and facing his brother, it became clear that Jabaki did not have long. His legs had been shattered in the fall. His eyes seemed glazed. Perhaps he was dazed by pain. Kurobaki coughed as exhaustion began to set in for him. Could he truly escape with Jabaki right now? Was there even a point to it? Would he manage to escape even by himself? No, the beast was quick and closing in. Eventually, they would catch up to him, and without knowing their abilities, it would almost surely lead to his death. The beast seemed determined to feast on them. But if they were busy with another meal? Brother! Jabaki shrilly cried. We need to run. I don't have long, and we're being surrounded. Please, brother, save us. Jabaki, in many ways, was an annoyance to him. The fool only sided with him due to his hatred of Suzumbaki. He had always been the weaker of 3, the weak link. But Kurobaki had long ago found a way to fix this, hadn't he? Oh God, it hurts my arms. I can still feel the. Jabak was silenced by Kurobaki stomping on his chest. Do you remember the training trip I went on just before Suzumbaki had managed to take over? I had returned learning nothing new and soon was replaced as the clan head. But in truth, I lied. I had learned something that had the potential to not only surpass Suzumbaki, but the potential to finally redeem the Kamizuru clan, Kurobaki explained to Jabaki with a cruel smile. Brother, Jabaki pathetically whispered. Kurobaki began to weave signs. He had only seconds now, but the man formed at least 20 as his chakra began to truly go wild. Wasp style. Cannibalistic growth. He grunted in pain as his teeth fused together into a large pair of mandibles. His mouth became one of a wasp. Please, the food once known as his brother begged. But Kurobaki savagely lunged down and ripped out a bite of Jabaki's chest. Who choked and gasped in pain. He could see his ribs now and had to stop himself from feasting right now. Immediately, Kurobaki laughed as he felt his reserves fill before beginning to grow rapidly. The mandibles left as the man allowed wings to burst from his back before taking to the sky at impressive speed. He did not need Jabaki or Suzumbaki nor their foolish employers. He would be free to regain his role as he pleased. Jabaki could only watch his brother reach the sky as the pale beast surrounded him. They did not bite like his brother. Instead, each ripped handfuls of his body from him, immediately taking the bits of his body and cramming it down his own throat. Luckily, he could only feel pressure now, his life fading right as the cold hand of another beast gripped forcibly on his face. 7. Lee, Sakura's paw of eastern forest of Erminsel, Terra. Hinata lay behind him, seemingly frozen in pain and surprise. Shoji climbed to his feet in front of him with a crazed and alien hatred on his face. When the Okama clan warned Lee of the likelihood of his allies being here and in danger, he rushed over at top speed. His ninshu proved helpful in increasing his stamina in the gates, so he was able to arrive within minutes. However, he had yet to expect to see his allies fighting. Lee could not claim to know either well. But he first saw Choji's empathetic and protective nature during their fight with Mizuki. Hinata's meek and kind nature was well known to most people of the Leaf as the heir of the most prominent clan of their home. Neither could he imagine attacking another without proper provocation. However, when he arrived, it was clear that Choji had gotten the better of Hinata and, in fact, seemed to have been aiming to kill her. Whether it was a spar gone airy or an actual bout of combat, such was unacceptable. Lee would first detain Choji and then find out the full details later. Lee was concerned about how easy that would be. Choji had tanked several of his rampage blows with minimal damage, and though he knew the man could turn giant, he was uncertain he could uproot a tree or even half of one with pure strength or chakra manipulation regularly. It seemed he was stronger than Lee knew. First, you bastards look down on me, now you get in my way. I'll kill the lot of you and serve the master proud. Choji roared as he crouched down. Lee, however, was not fooled, flipping to land in a handstand. He began to spin as Choji launched himself forward with shocking speed. The portly man closed in and threw a wild swing. Lee's spin allowed him to dodge such a move and, with violent speed, counter with a spin kick to the face. Choji, however, merely grunted, catching Lee's foot and spinning to build up speed. Managing to entirely lift Lee off his feet. Lee did not fight against the grab or spin. Instead, he flicked his wrist, allowing his bandages to wrap around Choji as they spun. The Akamichi threw him with a cruel laugh, sending Lee flying at absurd speeds. But Lee did not flinch, even as his bandages became taut and managed to stop his flight. Choji gasped as Lee clutched both bundles of bandages from his end. I have never looked down at you, fried. In fact, I am certain that your regular self would have done better than this. Wild youth. Juvenile slingshot. Lee cried. With his considerable strength, he managed to launch himself back into Choji, smashing into his face with both feet. The tremendous blow sent Choji flying back. However, Lee grimly gripped them as the bandages once again acted as a tether, stopping his flight and allowing Lee to pull him back with another mighty heave. Wild youth. Juvenile leash. As the dazed Akamichi returned, Lee prepared for a decisive blow, preparing for hands for a double strike as Choji closed in. Do not worry, friend. This will neither kill nor grievously injure you. However, it will knock you out. Guy Sensei's advice was simple for those embedded in youth who have temporarily strayed from the path. Tough love. Unyouthful blow. Tough love. The strike was vicious. Choji spat up blood and flew back, smashing through a tree as the bandages finally let him go. Lee stared at the downed Choji, but other than twitching, it seemed the man was done. Hinata suddenly raced next to Lee. You didn't kill him, did you? She asked aggressively as she shook Lee. You don't use leth. Fret not, Tilda. I merely disabled him with a chest strike. Guy Sensei has taught me both lethal and non-lethal versions of that technique. I, of course, used the less lethal option. No need to harm our friend. I would not even think of such fair maiden. Lee informed her with a gleaming smile and thumbs up. 8. Hinata sighed in relief and released him, immediately dropping into a bow. Sorry for assuming the worst. The two of you began fighting before I could intervene or explain. Also, Hinata paused with a slight blush. Please don't refer to me so. It is merely the youthful truth. Lee assured with a nice guy pose. Before he stopped, he looked at Choji, who seemed to be attempting to crawl away to the tree line. Not sure why Choji was acting this way, Lee slowly followed, untying his bandages and intending to use them to detain Choji. Why did he seem so keen on killing you anyway? I have fought with Choji in combat before. He was not nearly so bloodthirsty last time. In fact, he was a most youthful soul. I cannot be certain of the full details. But from what Sakura says, he was captured and somehow brainwashed by, or with the help of, a clan of sentient wolves. Hinata explained. There is some odd chakra mixed in with his own. It seems to be controlling and empowering him. So his actions are not his own, Lee concluded with a small smile. Most excellent. I was concerned my initial impressions had been off. However, when he drew close, a massive wolf ripped through the trees before them. As it destructively charged through the forest, it stepped over Choji and attempted to swallow Lee whole. Lee was stunned. Such a large object closing in so quickly out of nowhere simply wasn't something Lee ever would have guessed would come. Lee barely managed to kick back its tongue and catch its jaws before it closed, his feet for the lower jaw and his hands with the upper. It took every ounce of strength he had to keep them from closing. It was wise of the masters to send me to check on you. As demeaning as it is for a boss like myself to be utilized for a fetch quest like this, it's now proven to be the best choice. The wolf struggled to say as it stared down Hinata and struggled to kill Lee. You cannot have this slave now, we have plans for them. The rest of you, too, I'll eat this one and bring you 2 other humans back. The masters would be most pleased. It concluded. Lee groaned as muscles seemed to spasm, nearly foregoing his grip and flexing. However, with his iron willpower, he did not allow a single muscle to fail. But he would not last long like this. Even with his considerable strength and the added strength of the gates and ninshu, no normal-sized human could hope to outstrength a massive being like this for long. Lee also did not enjoy the morbid viewing of red flaps of flesh, the feel of saliva soaking his clothes, and the indescribable smell of the inside of a wolf. However, to his joy, Lee heard several cries of air palms. The wolf cried out in pain, and Lee could feel its biting force reduce. Hinata was trying to fight it off. But Lee could not escape yet, and the beast stubbornly renewed its bite force. Determined to ignore the first human and kill the first. The air palms continued to rain with her matching calls. The flinching provided Lee with reprieves, but he was sure Hinata had already reached the same conclusion as him. He would not last much longer. Soon, the wolf's jaw would slam shut, crushing and shredding him in its teeth. Or worse yet, swallowing him alive, leaving him to drown, suffocate, or dissolve in stomach acid. Lee did not allow fear to take him. Sakura's pav. Sakura was exhausted. Surviving in this strange new place was difficult enough, especially at night. But she had been attacked by wolves, had to try to save Choji, failed to do so, and finally fought some strange and powerful wasp man. The experience was humbling, crushing, and seemingly never-ending. She had to quickly adapt to survive. Adapt she had. Her medical ninjutsu training, which she had been studying as a hobby, had proven invaluable in keeping herself healthy and even giving her a brand new weapon for combat. Despite this, however, she and Shino did not need to discuss their next move. The two worn-out shinobi immediately raced back to Hinata's position to ensure she was okay, though she was certain they both expected the Hyuga would be fine. Choji would surely struggle to fight off the spirited Hyuga. It was to both of their shock that when they arrived at the scene, they did the following. Choji was face down and seemingly unconscious. A massive gray wolf, easily the size of a building, was now present in the clearing. It seemed keen on eating Lee, and Hinata below the giant was sending volleys of long-range gentle fists, attempting to stop it seemingly for naught. This situation is grim. We are all worn out. We now have an injured comrade to look over, and what seems to be a clan boss is present. Even if we can beat it, it has our friends. Any destructive enough techniques would risk catching Lee in the crossfire, Shino summarized as they raced closer. His mind was racing. He even sent out several clouds of his infamous Pikachu. But from the furrowed face he displayed, it was clear he did not see a solution. Sakura was unsurprised. A massive creature like this would be difficult to harm in any substantial way. Sakura, however, was focused, racking her mind for anything she knew that may be able to change the tide. She needed to get Lee out of the clutches of the wolf and potentially disable it. Shino, can you throw me at it? Sakura snapped as an idea filled her mind. Why do you ask? No time. Can you or can you not? Sakura snapped again. Shino stopped and, without hesitation, snapped her legs out from under her. She could feel chakra in the air as Shino offered a rare yell as he twirled her. He doesn't understand my reasoning, but trust me to have a plan. He instantly found a way to do his part, likely using an absurd chakra level to enhance his muscles. A shinobi like himself trusted her. This would work. Sakura wouldn't fail anymore. Aim for its midsection. Shino launched Sakura through the air with a quiet grunt, collapsing as he did. Sakura flew towards the wolf headfirst, her mind whirling. I need a decisive strike but lack the power, but if I attack it from the inside, its massive size would ensure it wouldn't matter. But her chakra scalpel wouldn't cut it. She needed to use it to attack from within while simultaneously using chakra and good old kinetic force to increase her punch. Something she wasn't sure was possible, but she had to try. She wouldn't allow her teammate to die. She saw the beast tense, perhaps prepared to finally overwhelm Lee, but Sakura flew in, rearing back a fist as she did. She finally collided with the beast, landing her punch as she had done. To the shock of Sakura, the beast cried out and fell over from the blow. It fell, sending them all flying back, including Lee, who flew from its mouth from the impact, seemingly tired and soaked but okay. Sakura smiled as she fainted. She had finally been useful. 9. Lee's pav. Lee was shocked as the wolf spit him out and fell over. Even more so when he saw the culprit. The beautiful pinkett of their team, Sakura Haruno, had not only arrived but managed to land such a blow on a beast like this. Lee smiled as he flicked his wrist at Sakura again and managed to catch and reel her in with his bandages. Spinning in the air to face the ground with his feet, using both chakra and raw strength, Lee managed to tank the fall, cracking the ground beneath him as he landed. As he did, both Shino and Hinata arrived at their sides. The three of them watched as the wolf rolled over, seemingly slowly and with incredible difficulty. It snarled and choked as it stood, spitting a mix of saliva, bile, and blood. It faced them warily, checking out the four shinobi with a glare. Before the four could react, a pack of wolves arrived around it. They quickly surrounded and began to drag off Choi. Three of them attempted to move but stopped as the wolf blew a massive gust of breath, knocking them from their feet with ease, the tired shinobi much too worn out to stop such. I will not risk myself for this petty battle. Nor do I have the time to teach you not to mess with my clan. Know the master is coming and will pay you back for that blow. I swear on my name, Fenrir of the Runic Wolves. His threat, the wolf, shrinks before the pack races through the forest, escaping their view. Hinata stood and activated her Byakugan as she prepared to take off. However, she was stopped by Sakura and Shino. Why? They are gaining distance. We gotta let them go, Hinata, Sakura said with a deeply upset frown. We need to find somewhere safe for the night. Things will get worse if we don't by sundown. Trust me when I say we don't want to be stuck here during the night. Choji and I barely survived each night. I'm not sure what she means, but regardless, she speaks with wisdom. Shino agreed. We are all somewhat tired and injured. They intend to keep Choji alive, and it troubles me more than anyone to leave him. We would be risking ourselves unnecessarily. Especially when it seems they plan to find us themselves. Lee frowned, deeply bothered by such, but silently agreed with a nod. Guy-sensei always made it clear that reacting impulsively in these situations would lead to ruin. So where do we seek shelter then? We could stay with the Okamas, but it took me some time to get there. If my allies are correct, that is already in the works. It seems the Antony clan kept to their word. Shino assured the group. Lee watched in muted surprise as massive ants crawled into the clearing with impressive speed. The largest of which faced them and spoke with an extraordinary voice. You did as we asked. As agreed upon, we will shelter you and offer some aid, especially since the Okamas have clarified your status. Climb aboard my brothers and we will take you to our home. It will be safe during the nightfall. 10. Naruto's POV, Southern Swamps of Erminsel, Terra. Naruto, Yuno, Ichumi, and the peacock's wife Ikumu sat at a round table in the back of a sectioned-off section of the mess hall where the peacocks gathered to dine. Yuno had thoroughly enjoyed their shockingly nice baths and a kimono that fit disturbingly well, and now the entire Blechumi clan had gathered for dinner. The dining hall looked nearly identical to a human-run restaurant. Massive, ornate, circular tables perfectly placed, each painted with intricate peacock feathers designs. There was a stage where music was played, and dancing was done. Their particular section was roped off and raised to allow them to be seen and to see. Their table was more extensive and seemed to shine brighter than the rest. The tables were even arranged with silverware similar to their own, along with plates, bowls, chutes for wine, etc. Naruto was shocked at just how developed they were, especially for animals. He supposed the difference between humans and animals was smaller than he had thought. It was shocking how similar the behavior of the peacocks mimicked that of humans. The back of the mess hall was a walled-off kitchen with a massive ornate wood stove to cook their meals. Peacocks that were their chefs scrambled around, squawking orders and assembling a meal that smelled nothing less than delicious. Peacock servers walked around delivering wine to various birds with grace and efficiency. Others collected used dishes or simply offered help when needed. Even the peacocks dancing and singing on stage wore extravagant robes with shockingly brilliant colors. It was almost like the higher class back home. I cannot believe how beautiful this place is. Not to mention how interesting your culture is. Your societal setup is nearly identical to our own. Yuno gushed at Ichumi, who pridefully chuckled. It would only make sense, Ikumu explained, just as proud as her husband. There is a legend that inspired this lifestyle we live now. There were plenty of things Naruto wanted to cover. Where his friends were, whether they were alive, why they couldn't travel at night, who was the masters Kiba spoke of, and how they managed to control both Kiba and Yuno anyway. But Yuno had been grilling Ichumi for every conceivable detail possible. She was absolutely over the moon to learn about the friendly Blechumi clan. And while Naruto wasn't incredibly interested in their history, he figured it would only be polite to listen, and if Yuno wanted to spearhead it for him, he wouldn't be against it. However, a legendary tale did sound pretty interesting. The legend. What legend are you talking about? Naruto asked, his own interest now thoroughly piqued. You forgot to tell them, my love. Ikumu said, exasperated, with a sigh. It is only the most important story of the Blechumi clan. My apologies, my dearest. In my excitement to see humans again, it escaped my sophisticated mind. Yes, my dear, I guess there is a legendary tale passed down from each clan leader. It is the tale of our ascension. From classless, mindless beast, to the classy Blechumi clan we are today. The full story is too long to go into detail here, but I can give you an abridged version. Long ago, the Blechumi clan landed in the great swamps where we now stand. Back then, as absurd as it sounds, the swamps of Erminsel were even more violent and hostile than they are now. The seemingly endless war between clans made the lands dangerous and unfriendly. As such, we reflected such a state on ourselves. We fought and lived savagely, desperate to rise above our rivals and survive in this cruel world. But we were not nearly as strong as them. Peacocks are graceful creatures made to be beautiful and live as such. We never truly gained much ground in war, until his arrival. His full name was lost to time, but they called him Blechumi. His arrival had been an accident, and if I'm honest, I'm shocked he wasn't killed. The clan reacted defensively, intending to slay the potential threat until he offered a gift, wine. Ichumi described. Your clan was immediately pacified with wine. Naruto asked with a raised brow. He was more of a social drinker and never indeed the wine type. So, the idea of peace being made from it seemed odd to him. It may sound odd to you, Ichumi said with a shrug. However, back then, food and water were commodities in any amount. Not to mention, our ancestors had never encountered the drink, no one had. The birds of the soon-to-be Blechumi clan were quickly enthralled by the fruity liquid and its effect. Over time the man's seeming odd and useful behavior became popular in our clan. As such, they welcomed Blechumi not only as a guest, but an honored one. However, war was still a problem we faced. Blechumi stayed out of it for the most part. However, each and every blood-filled day, he would appeal to the former leadership to end it. To not fight and kill and waste life but to enjoy it to the fullest. But our ancestors did not heed his plea until Blechumi single-handedly ended the war in the swamp for years to come. The man somehow managed to convince each clan to settle for peace in the swamp. To live a more civilized life. The Blechumi clan, having been his sponsor, benefited, and soon our clan was chosen to run over the swamps. Our people were so grateful and enamored with the odd human that they used him as a role model. They began to speak and act like him and asked him to teach them his sophisticated ways. His lessons and guidance lead to the Blechumi clan you see before you. That makes perfect sense. You were all mentored by a human. Of course, you would mimic our societal ways. Yuno concluded with a smile. She then looked over to Naruto. You get all that, Blondie? Naruto rolled his eyes. Of course, it's interesting that someone hundreds of years ago came here. Wonder if that is connected to the masters or the disappearances. I doubt Blechumi would be involved in such, Ikumu said somewhat defensively. The legends always described him as a free spirit and kind soul. I doubt he would align with such tasteless ideals. Not to mention he died an incredible amount of years ago. 11. The timeline and the actions don't match. However, I do have to wonder who Blechumi was, how he arrived here, and, even more strangely, why he never returned to his own world. I agree, though it seems unlikely he or anyone associated with him would have a motivation to be the master. Yuno chimed in. But it does prove that, or prove Terra or at least Erminsel, has had multiple humans arrived before, they may have affected this world. Perhaps this master is a human, Naruto reasoned. Do you remember anything that could be useful from them? Barely anything at all. I remember me and Choji being attacked by wolves in the exams before suddenly I appeared in their home. Quickly, I was surged and overwhelmed. I think I remember a female voice, impossible to know whether it was a human or not. But she said something to me, and when I raised my head to look at her, it all went blank there. I remember bits and pieces but nothing particularly informative or helpful. Yuno apologized with a shrug. Well, we do have some info, Naruto sighed. Not like it's your fault. At the very least, we have a lead to follow now. We can assume the master is a woman or has a woman as their right-hand man, well woman in this case. We also know the wolves are either the clan responsible or working for an unknown third party, and they have at least Kiba. That's not all. We can also start to build a profile on this master. For one, we can assume this master isn't much of a combatant. At all points, they had sent either wolves or even our brainwashed friends to do his dirty work. Even when I was transported to their home, they counted on his underlings to subdue me with pure numbers. Not to mention, targeting shinobi not as summoners but as soldiers suggests a strength issue they are attempting to compensate for. Yuno explained with a smirk. And when it comes to brainwashing, it seems like there's ways around it. For one, it seems strong emotions allow some level of resistance, and if you're knocked out while under control. Ah, that is why you were down and out when I arrived. You had subdued her to free her from these mysterious foes' control. A simple but shockingly effective solution. As I said earlier, many of you are welcome to spend the night here to be safe and use this as a base. We of the Blechumi clan are not fighters, Ichumi declared before throwing back his glass of wine. Okay, so there's one last thing bothering me, though, Naruto interjected between a sip of wine, grimacing at its tart flavor before speaking. Why are you so worried about us traveling at night? My dear husband here tends to forget smaller details. Forgive him. Allow me to explain. I see there is a reason Erminsel is often described as the wildlands. For at night, the true wildlife comes out of hiding. None of the clans are certain of their origin, species, or wants, even if they are as sentient as you and I are. These creatures are truly savage and travel in wholly overwhelming numbers. They are somewhat visually similar to humans, though much more terrifying. These odd four-armed creatures hunt at night with reckless abandonment. Upon finding anything living and moving, they will surge around it, tearing it to pieces and eating it alive. They rule the night, and most that deem to travel at night never return, only scraps of their carcass ever being found. They first appeared nearly 100 years ago and have terrorized the lands of Erminsel since then. Their demonic behavior and strange crawling movement have led to them getting dubbed the crawling demons of the dark. Ikamu explained. When they first appeared, and it became clear they were a threat to us, all the summoned clans assembled a large platoon of strong animals to engage with the demons. However, even the mightiest and largest army in all of Terra was unable to stop them. It was a slaughter. Hundreds of warriors were lost, and the demons seemed mostly unaffected by their own losses. Since then, all clans have avoided the nighttime, hiding within their homes, where it's safe. Ichumi finished for his wife, the two looking grim. So we have a mysterious master who has it out for us with an army of wolves at their command. A land full of potentially dangerous and hostile clans. And also have to be careful not to be torn apart by literal demons. Yuno summarized with a smile. I'd call this interesting if it wasn't so concerning. How can you be so certain the demons won't find us? Shouldn't we be trying to lay low instead of partying if they are such a threat? Surely we're drawing attention to ourselves. I don't know. I'm kinda enjoying the music. Besides, everyone else seems unconcerned. It was impressive to Naruto how smooth and angelic peacocks could sound. They were indeed more talented than the average singer back home. It is not a true concern for us. The summoned clans recognized the chaos the demons would bring, and as such, the Okama clan created these odd symbols that seemed to repel the demons from each clan's home. So much so they rarely even attempt to bother us. They also seem to have some sort of sense of those who are isolated, which unfortunately aids as well. Such a selfless act from the Okamas earned the favor of most clans, and now we all live in relative peace, well, despite clan wars, but that depends on the clan in question. There will always be two groups who find a reason to go to war after all. Ichumi assured the two. Enough grim conversation for the night. You must wait to travel, and due to you returning us to our home, we must entertain you for the night. It's time for the play of the great gentleman Bletchumi. You all do plays? Yuno asked in joy. A play? Naruto said with a grimace. His mother had taken him to one, and while it had been shockingly lovely to spend time with her, he hadn't remembered enjoying the play. He had nearly fallen asleep. Sasuke's Pav, Northern Mountains of Erminsel, Terra. Sasuke was pleasantly surprised by the meal in front of him. While it looked rough and a bit like sludge, it was a surprisingly good-tasting meal, a deeply savory and fruity-tasting dish. While he ate, Murray seemed unwilling to. Instead, he sat beside the Uchiha, stiff and untrusting of their surroundings. The intense torture and execution of Spleen Eater had genuinely stuck with him. And he had been silent and obviously uncomfortable since. Sasuke felt for him to an extent, but also knew their previous conversation seemed to have only further disturbed the raccoon. As such, Sasuke knew he would be unable to comfort him for now. Hopefully, the creature would cheer up after he left in the morning. After they explored the clan's base, Sasuke was certain the Crescent Moon Bears had nothing to do with the others. While their actions towards Spleen Eater had been cruel, and they were effective killers based on the litany of pelts around them, the group seemed friendly and accepting of them now, and it was hard to imagine the raucous group would have thought of hiding the body. They cheered and celebrated in a way not all different from the people he would see in the bars or clubs Yuno would occasionally drag him to. It was an odd contrast, but one Sasuke could understand. Even the most simple of people could be cruel to those considered enemies and kind to those they considered friends. Sasuke had long ago learned the world wasn't black and white. And the bears seemed like a living example of such. A friendly and loving group who were more than willing to be peaceful should they decide to be. Not that Sasuke was pleased when he discovered why they had been warned to not travel at night. It seemed this strange and overly hostile world had yet another threat to add to the list. These mysterious demons they spoke of drove fear into the giant bears. Something that made Sasuke cautious was that the bears were giant and apparently able to use ice as a weapon, yet they were terrified of facing these demons. Sasuke couldn't risk facing an army directly and would have to trust his comrades, Hinata, Shino, and Yuno, to care for themselves. Besides, surely the blonde had somehow found some of them anyway. For now, they dined for the bears. But when sunrise came, Sasuke would have to leave to save time. He had a mission to complete. Murray seemed equally worried about Naruto himself, the raccoon somehow looking even more miserable as their meal went on. The bears at their table spoke boisterously and mostly ignored the two. Sasuke sighed before he spoke. Moral was important. Murray, you spoke of a darkness inside of me before. Does that intimidate you so greatly? Sasuke asked. The raccoon seemed to flinch and waited a while before it spoke. Not quite. Many humans and even animals carry darkness inside of them. But yours is one at a level I've rarely seen. I do not know much about you, yet I also sensed light and darkness within great qualities. For a human to carry both in equal measure is an oddity. My clan picks our summoner based on their personality, ideals, and moral compass. You, I can say bluntly, would have never been considered. Your decisiveness is alarming. You question yourself or your ideals shockingly little, your wrath is alarmingly present, and you harbor hatred for your own home. I suppose I mean to ask you a question. We Okamas often can be arrogant. It can be easy to assume you know someone when you have the insight some of us are granted. But I know it isn't the full picture. Can you tell me, Sasuke Uchiha, if you are a good person who is driven? Or a bad person who is obsessive over his goals? Murray spoke bluntly and tiredly. Something in his tone reminded Sasuke of the raccoon's summoner. The Uchiha looked to the sky as he debated his answer. I would say I'm neither, or rather a bit of both, I suppose. I would like to think I am a good man, one that my clan could be proud of, one that can redeem them. However, I admit I will go to great lengths to see such a thing happen. I cannot be certain what my path entails or who my enemies will be. There is a chance one day, I will learn the fall of the Uchiha was not a tragedy but a necessity. I cannot be certain, so I can also see my drive as an obsession. I don't believe that people can be good or bad. In my experience, people are often both bad and good in equal measure. It being purely being decided by the specific context of that scenario. Truly not reality or even one's actions that determine one's morality, but the legacy one leaves behind. They often say the victors write history, and they are certainly right. But it is the ones who lose who remember and wait for their. I doubt that answers your question, but it's the best way I can put it. Murray laughed, an odd, boisterous laugh that the bears around them soon joined in. Sasuke did not understand what was amusing, but he opened up a bit. Sasuke would admit to enjoying the less tense atmosphere and settling down a bit. He may have even laughed himself. Naruto's POV, southern swamps of Erminsel, Terra. Naruto sat at an unattended pathway between the branches of the massive trees of the Blechumi clan. Ichumi had said they were named spectrum wood trees before, which Naruto proposed was fitting. Their unique pink wood and gleaming leaves reflected in the moonlight made a sight even the energetic blonde could enjoy. Even in his homeland Naruto had never seen treetops so breathtaking. However, the beautiful sight and even the relaxed atmosphere of the Blechumi clan did little to settle his disturbed state. The play was a kindness, and the shelter and food they offered were acts that Naruto could and did appreciate. But extended plays had never been his forte, sitting and quietly enjoying something the blonde could respect but couldn't suffer himself. Luckily, a quick, seamless switch with a shadow clone allowed Naruto to show his appreciation to the clan without being subjected to the play directly. He had felt a little guilty leaving Yuno behind to experience it, but she had seemed really into it. Besides, he had something he had wanted to try. Besides, the blonde couldn't help but worry. Naruto now knew just how dangerous these lands were. While they had been lucky to discover the Blechumi clan, the knowledge of a third party with the ability to mind control and some weird monsters prowling the night. Naruto couldn't help but be worried about his friends. He had found Yuno and Kiba but had only managed to save Yuno. However, Kiba, Murray, Sasuke, Hinata, Shino, Lee, Choji, and Sakura were still missing. And likely to be in a fair bit of trouble. And here he was safe and sound. Naruto was no fool. He recognized that he needed to rest, and traveling in the dark with an unknown number of dangerous enemies all around him was nothing short of stupid. But he had come to rescue his friends. The fights with the late Krukuruk clan, Kiba, and Yuno had stalled him. But they were out there struggling while he relaxed. He peered into the dark forest below. His mind was betrayed by the knowledge of the danger his friends were left with. There was no movement out there. In fact, there was barely the cacophony Naruto was used to hearing from the forest. Which played into the idea of something being different. But all the same he yearned to continue his search through the night. Naruto flinched as several bouts of information flooded his mind. Grim visions and fates of what lies out there. But all the same, didn't that make the case of going out there to aid his friends all the more valid? Maybe he should. Ah, I was wondering where you wandered off to, Blondie. Yuno's voice chimed in, and the teasing smile of the female became visible as she walked over to the blonde. Resting against the rail beside him and relaxing as if fully comfortable around him. Kinda rude to wander off with a clone during the nice play the Blechumi clan has blessed us with. You missed the entire dramatic twist in the second act. Also, did you really think a Uchiha wouldn't notice your exit? Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Mostly it was meant to fool our host. Though I'll admit, I didn't expect you to notice with how into it you were. Not really into plays myself, much too long for my taste, more of a movie guy the first guess. Oh, so that's why you wandered off, Yuno said as she rolled her eyes. And here I thought you'd be debating heading out for the night to look for the others. 1. Naruto chuckled again. Yuno was similar to Ino in some ways. Both seemed to be able to read him so effortlessly. Caught red-handed. I'm guilty, I'll admit it. I feel bad relaxing and partying when our friends could be in trouble. Hell, we know for a fact Kiba is. Maybe, but you've been fighting all day, even you must be worn out. Hell, I'm exhausted as well. We won't be of any help to anyone if we're all worn out, and get in trouble ourselves. Yuno pointed out. Yeah, I know. Naruto agreed with a frown. He felt a small amount of shame in admitting even that. That's why I haven't run off yet. Even though I think I could keep going, I don't want to act impulsively. It's mostly because I'm a Jinchuriki. Recently I've realized just how different that makes me. Normal people like you need your rest now. But I could probably go for days, though I'll likely need your help for the rest of this mission. If today was a sign of how much resistance is out there, I could use the help. So I know I need to just wait it out for the night. You're human too, Naruto. Just because you're the host of the tailed beast doesn't change that fact. I appreciate you looking out for me, especially for not demeaning my skills while doing so, but you need rest just as badly as I do. Besides resting, we need to make sure you're at your very best. Something we may need to get out of this. However, let's be honest. We know you've done more since we arrived here. A man like you can't sit still. I wouldn't be surprised if you already have a plan in motion. Yuno said with a knowing smirk. Naruto flinched at her calling him out so quickly. She was just as sharp as his teammate but much more blunt. Caught onto that too. Are all Uchiha annoying know-it-alls? Naruto joked. But right you are. Call it dumb or risky. But sitting here partying while my friends might be in danger. Well, it doesn't sit right with me, ya know. So when I slipped away, I summoned more clones, 40 to be forthright. I split them into 4 teams of 10 and sent them out in each cardinal direction. Figure they could scout out for signs of our friends and check out those demons. Cammy Blondie, you really are just like him, Yuno said with a shake of her head. You've been gone for a while. Have any of them reported back? No, that stopped me from going out thus far, Naruto admitted. Shadow clones aren't like regular clones. When they perish, they send their memories back to me. It's why I knew it would be useful regardless of how it went. But most of them have already perished. Well, considering we knew the swamps at night are teeming with some sort of mysterious creatures, that doesn't seem strange to me. They are only clones after all, they're not as strong as you. Yuno pointed out. Fair, but they nearly are. Naruto countered. They have access to the same skills and techniques as me and copies of my tools. The only reason they can't stand toe-to-toe with people most often is twofold. 1. They aren't as durable. Due to my tough biology, I'm used to tanking hits or trading if necessary. My clones can't and, due to such, are slightly stylistically crippled. Not to mention, any lethal or solid shot is a kill shot. Secondly, they can't quite fight the same as me, either. They don't have as much chakra as me and certainly don't last as long as I can in battle. It's why I went for quantity, figured a team of 10 should be able to face most problems. Based on your melancholy mood, I suppose it hasn't gone well since. Yuno asked. Each group but one has been destroyed, within minutes of it starting. Like I said earlier, the clones send me their memories, experience, and mental toll. As such, I got the details of each of their deaths. Nearly all of them were killed by those so-called demons. The bastards are some scary and tough monsters. It looks like some demonic version of a human or something. But they're a lot tougher than they look, fast enough to keep us on our toes, strong enough to rip chunks out of us, and their numbers, Naruto started. The first 2 teams were taken out almost immediately. While the demons can't get in here, they are more than aware we are here. The south and western fronts were completely covered in them. Bastard mobbed the clones so fast and hard that they barely had the chance to fight back. Several clones escaped these ambushes and tried outrunning them. But eventually, they were all caught. So monstrous strength, speed, and numbers, paired with the shocking ability to outrun the Leaf's stamina freak. Just wonderful, Yuno said with a sarcastic tone. Is there any good news? Well, the second 2 groups didn't run into ambushes. The first group went for speed and tried to make some distance, and the second tried for stealth. The stealth group was detected immediately despite their efforts. In fact, based on their memories, it seems like these demons can track us. Naruto responded with a sigh. He fiddled with Riptide as he spoke, a habit he had recently developed when stressed. The repeated memories of his own death were distressing, as well as what it bodes for his allies. The group did manage to fight back. Their numbers weren't as thick as the ambushes had been. They attempted to make a stand using nearly every technique in my arsenal. It turns out these demons aren't immortal. The group suffered losses but managed to take out dozens of them. Whatever they are, they can also take a punch, and nothing less than a headshot keeps them down. One of my clones managed to bisect one of them, only for it to simply crawl up and behead him after. There's still hope for the last group. They haven't suffered a casualty yet, so they would have managed to make it, but I doubt it. These demons are no joke. Even if they do, Blondie, they won't last long. We should expect them to fall too. The main thing we've gathered from this scouting force is the strength, numbers, and weakness of these demons. You also managed to save me, and we have a lead on Kiba. This mission is going well. Yuno told the blonde, smiling softly at him and touching his shoulder. We need to rest for the night. We've done all we can, and now know we can't travel tonight. The others aren't helpless. I know their movements and weaknesses. With your sharing and my new experience, we may be able to cleave a path through them, Naruto tried. You really are just like Sasuke, Yuno responded, cutting through Naruto's words. The blonde could not stop his eyes from snapping at Yuno. He had never been compared to one Sasuke Uchiha. In fact, while Naruto does not know him well, he seems like the opposite of him. She thinks her arrogant, hateful, stick in the mud of a cousin is similar to me. Naruto thought to himself in disbelief. Yuno met his silent shock and indignation with a teasing smile. He gave me the same look when I said it to him too. Probably because he and I have nothing in common. Naruto snapped. Just hear me out, Yuno said with a placating smile, resting her head on his shoulder. I know the two of you seem to think of each other as competition, but I have always seen the two of you as cut from the same cloth. And by the time he and I finished our convo, he agreed as well. Bullshit. He did. And it only makes sense. The two of you are the most interesting people I've ever met. Yuno professed. The two of you are the kind of people who dream of reaching the hardest goals and have the gall to think it possible and the drive to endlessly pursue it. Sasuke and you are the type of people who would face the world if they had to. The two of you are the kind to win, too. I guess, Naruto said with a shake of his head. He recognized that Yuno was talking the two of them up, grouping compliments to build the idea up. But there was no way someone who came from some infamous clan who had lost his family was similar to Naruto, who barely had a clan or family in the first place. Naruto had never been the best student. He had worked tooth and nail to get even the easiest of basics down. Through his efforts, he became a chunin. There is no way some prodigal genius could ever be the same as him. Not when Naruto was certain he had worked harder. Think of it like Neji, Yuno continued, seemingly emboldened by Naruto's hesitation. He also comes from a major clan, is considered a prodigy genius, and is a bit of a dick. The two are similar in many ways, yet you see them as majorly different. But you have befriended Neji, and he treats you as an equal. It can be the same with Sasuke. You merely have to get through to him. Maybe, though that was after we beat the shit out of each other. But I still don't see your point. Even if Sasuke and I are similar, what does that have to do with this? Naruto surrendered. Sasuke right now would be pondering the same thing as you. Knowing my troublesome cousin, he likely has been marching around, invading clans, and inspecting each with care to ensure the others aren't there. Planning to leave no stone unturned as to not fail his loved ones. He'll likely be okay, but even if he is, hell he likely is with a clan tonight, but all the same. I imagine the idea of searching through the night despite the danger that could occur. Hopefully, if he's with someone, they think to stop him. The two of you are similar due to your inability to back down. You both are brave and determined, and you have the potential to back up the crazy ambition inside you. You two are the type of people who change the world around them. Two who are heralded as the greatest at whatever they pursue, but much too often, they die all the same, before their time, before their peak, and often, it's an avoidable death. One that mere acceptance or caution would have spared them from. I worry Sasuke's stubborn drive and ambition will lead him to doom, and now I know you might be the same. We should do all we can to help our friends, but we must also care for ourselves. We can't take care of others if we don't take care of ourselves. Naruto did not answer. However, as a burst of memories hit him, it seemed the clones had been trapped in a cave by the demons and attempted to fight them off, only for the battle to be interrupted by the arrival of a swarm of giant mosquitoes. It seemed in their rush to escape they had stumbled upon the home of the Mosquito clan. The clones had fought tirelessly and exhausted just about every trick he had at both groups. But still, the clones had eventually been overwhelmed. And both torn about and speared through in equal measure. Naruto dropped to one knee as the mentally exhausting and haunting images of his own death momentarily overwhelmed him. He recovered quickly, rising as if there had been nothing wrong. That was the last of your clones, wasn't it? Yuno asked knowingly. Naruto sighed and began marching back to the play to watch with the Blechumi clan. Yuno followed him, seeming pleased he had wisened up. Yep. Damn creepy demons. Fine, we'll rest, but we must find the others once we wake up. If we look for the wolves, we'll find Kiba, maybe even the rest of them. Naruto, Yuno said, her suddenly harsh and blunt tone made the blonde turn to face her. Gone was the often amused or focused look Yuno carried, and in its place was a look that spoke of a determination to speak her mind, one that was driven by desperation. Caught off guard by the sudden shift, Naruto stared back dumbly. I said all of that for a reason. I don't just worry that Sasuke will die, somehow, I'm sure of it. During the exams, it became clear how to avoid this potential future for him. He needs someone to balance it out, someone he'll consider a true equal, someone to count on when he needs it most. I wouldn't let the bastard die, and if he needed my help, I'd offer it willingly. I don't know if I would call him my friend, but he's my ally, I'd never turn my back on him. But I still disagree with us being the same. Sasuke seems angry as if he's determined to get back at something or someone. And if I was in his shoes, I'd probably be the same. But I'm not angry about my life. I'm just determined to live a better one and make it so others can have the same, Naruto assured. You're not even a little resentful about the recent treatment. Besides more than that, Sasuke is utterly convinced the only thing that will make him happy is redeeming our clan. But I'm certain it won't. I'm terrified one of my best friends will waste the best years of his life pursuing a massive goal. And once he achieves it, he'll realize he's wasted his life. Sasuke needs a friend. Not just anyone, but a friend like you. Naruto Uzumaki. Trailed off, hopefully. I'd gladly be his friend, but we seem pretty different. Hell, before the exams, he seemed to downright resent me. I'm not sure we could ever be all that close. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, I can swear to keep an eye on him. He's a friend of a friend anyway. I won't ignore you asking for help. I swear on my mother I'll watch for him. If he needs help, he'll have it. I'll even try getting closer to the emo, but there is one thing. Naruto answered, his face settling into a slight frown as he matched eyes with Yuno with his own intensity. As for convincing him to live life and not only pursue his dreams, well, for some people, that's all they really have. Naruto finished his reply and walked silently on. That's more than I could hope for. Thank you, Naruto, you are one of the most interesting people I know. Yuno replied mentally as she followed. However, Naruto could admit to being stunned himself. He had never seen Yuno smile so brightly. 3. Lifazu's Pav, Western River Plains of Erminsel, Terra. Lifazu rarely felt true enjoyment anymore. When you lived as long as she had, you learned to do things on autopilot. Time, exhaustion, pain, and even emotions would become more and more muted as you survived more and more decades. But the closest she ever came was in combat, and in lieu of that, blood-rushing, breathtaking, and insanely based training. It had been her who had discovered their potential foes. Ghastly things they had been. Lifazu had initially assumed it was some strange summon creatures. But it quickly became apparent they were something else entirely. 4. It had, unfortunately, proven Mishiro's skill in Fuijutsu, for her defense seals had held them at bay. In fact, they never had even tried to test it. The strange creatures seemed to be aware of the defensive barrier that Fuijutsu Mishiro had erected. For they stood roughly 2 feet from its limits. At least 50 shifted around their camps during the night, desperately seeking a potential weakness in their perimeter. Truthfully, Lifazu was confident she could have left them to it. But with her luck, the damned abominations would find a way in. And she liked her new body. She would be damned if she lost it to another one of Mishiro's fit. Lifazu followed them, deciding it wasn't worth waking the others but to keep an eye on them. Besides, the beast served as her only entertainment for the night. The creatures may pass for humans in the dark, but the firelight from the camp offered the occasional flicker of light on their twisted forms. Their skin looked like humans, but more of one's corpse than their living form. It was taunt but was a sickish pale color. Its muscles shifted wildly, almost randomly, as they moved violently around its visible bones. Their bodies were similar to humans but seemed to lack ears, indicators of sex, or even a single hair anywhere. Their eyes were a glowing milky white and seemed unfocused. Yet their stare and attention were undeniably locked onto her as they moved. It took her longer to notice with the creatures crawling on all fours. But their legs were off. They weren't actual legs, but arms instead seeming to be used for such, even ending in hands that one would expect for such. As Lifazu watched them, she realized 2 things. 1, they weren't growing in number. In fact, some had even left. It seemed they were intelligent enough to realize this prey was safe and beyond reach. Those who lost interest moved to search for other prey. It made Lifazu theorize perhaps the clans in the area had some sort of countermeasure to these beasts they were used to. Secondly, their physical ability seemed to be their actual threat. Their speed was impressive, even with the odd bunch of 4 arms and crawling. Even she would struggle to outrun these suckers. And because their steps cracked the earth beneath them at full speed, Lifazu was certain they were stronger than they seemed. With their high numbers as well, they were a valid threat. They may have been safe. With Mishiro's defenses in place, she was certain they wouldn't pierce them at all tonight. If they could do so, the hungry bastard looked like they would have. In fact, Lifazu was certain Mishiro would be interested in studying them. She was also sure Mishiro would be pissed if she woke her up so. It only made sense for her to kill some and collect them so that Mishiro could study their corpses. That was how Uzumaki stumbled upon the scene with Lifazu locked into combat with the beasts. Well, the ending of it, anyway. Lifazu had to admit these creatures were fearsome foes. He waited till closer to daylight to engage them. Once it was within the hour, she struck. Her initial attack proved effective against the creeps. It tore through a dozen of them within an instant. A simple chakra-enchanted slashes allowed her to slice a number of them into her slivers. Her follow-up surprise lunge with her lovely dual hatchets wasn't some fancy blade like Ekam's. But they still allowed her to behead 2 more in a single swipe. However, the foes had proven game from there, attacking her in mass, hoping to use such to overwhelm her. However, a tactic like that was doomed to fail against her. Lifazu used her newly granted flexibility to easily dodge their seemingly endless attacks. She flowed through the crowd and cut them down with precise counterattacks. Long seconds passed as their pathetic but overwhelming assault forced her on defense. only counter-attacking when it was sure to be effective, but slowly racking up a toll all the while. When the hired help arrived, it was down to 6, and the smiling Lifazu was surrounded by them and covered, head to toe in blood. The creatures slowly crawled in unison to close in at once. All around them were trees torn asunder with deep slices, gashes, and even chunks ripped out of them, along with the fallen bodies of the foes around them. Lifazu noticed Suzumbaki's arrival and her choice to not aid her. Her disloyalty was already known, but confirmation was appreciated. But she was foolish if she thought these pathetic creatures were a threat. It had taken her a while to notice their heads were their only weak point. A legion of the assumed defeated monsters cut into pieces had nearly caught Lifazu off guard. The crawling injured beast nearly managed to trip her up. But learned she did. She focused on beheading or destroying their heads from that point on. The best strategy when outnumbered was sudden offense. Strike the first hard and fast before they even realize they're on defense. Lifazu raced forward at full speed, lodging her blade through one of their skulls before it even reacted. Lifazu cackled wildly as she swung her other hatchet, a slash of chakra bursting from it and beheading another that had attempted to blindside her. The first strike in a group combat scenario was critical, but the second was even more so. Luckily it was deceptively simple. If the group wasn't hopeless, one or two would attempt a counterattack, which made your second strike a sure hit with such in mind. Hit that target hard and wildly, they'll attack your back, making where to aim deceptively simple. If both strikes were as they should be, lethal ones, this would strike fear into your foes, making them hesitate at the very least. Some may not be scared but will be cautious all the same. But it was best not to do the same charge again, but fake who the actual target was during this one. Lifazu wildly charged the remaining 4, who did the same. However, just before any of them were in striking range, Lifazu swung toward one before she jumped back and launched one of her hatchets into the skull of one of the middle 2. The 3 seemed undeterred. However, 2 lunged for him through the air, and the third chased after them. Lifazu continued her laughter. It became shriller as she became lost in the thrill of killing. She slashed with her remaining hatchet, beheading the 2 in the air as they drew close. The 2 corpses fell beyond her, allowing her to face the last one. It attacked wildly with 2 of its arms. However, Lifazu's hatchet returned suddenly, racing back as if thrown and removing one of the beast's limbs. Lifazu caught the other hand and winked at the beast that attempted to crush her hand. However, Lifazu was much more physically imposing in this body. She easily resisted it and, in fact, crushed its hand. Gripping the bloody mess, she ripped the beast from the ground and into the air. She matched eyes with Suzumbaki as she violently slammed it down headfirst. The sound of its skull cracking against the ground echoed through the area, the beast now merely a bloody mess from the head up. Lifazu watched as Suzumbaki watched on in awe, or disgust, knowing her probably both. Turns out there's a special kind of beast in this land that bumps at night. Lifazu said. 5. Dear Kami, Suzumbaki said, shocked. What the hell are they? There are so many bodies. Did you really kill all of them? Yep. It took a while, but I figured Mishiro would want to see them. Maybe I didn't need this many, but now I am in a good mood and got some extra training in. Lifazu explained. She stretched and shook off extra blood from the creatures as she marched over to one of the many rivers. Stopping to fully finish her stretching, she dived into the cold waters. Swimming in circles to wash off a bit, she marched out once she seemed clean enough to her standards. Hoping the sun would dry her off in time. She doubted it cleaned her thoroughly, but she cared little. You're a damn psychopath, Suzumbaki remarked, seemingly somewhat horrified by her. Now, that would be up to a therapist to decide. Self or peer diagnosing is harmful, you know. Lifazu said teasingly. Besides, I'm not mentally unwell. I know what I do, why I do it, what it means, and just what I am. I simply don't intend to change unlike some. I see one of you was busy last night. Mishiro's voice cut through the tension. The woman stood before them already looking prepared for the day and seemingly undisturbed by the scene in front of her. Lifazu, let's all discuss this over some tea. I also have some prevalent news of my own to share. The 2 women followed Mishiro as she led them into her personal large tent. The thing stood out in their campground. It was the tent Ikam and her shared when they traveled. A massive tent that Ikam had created to be temperature controlled, lit from within, and even more spacious on the inside. All due to the Fuijutsu genius that Ikam and Ashira wielded. Inside the spacious tent sat at the front a small sitting table with pads with seats where the 3 of them sat as Mishiro had Suzumbaki pour them tea. Off to the side sat another small desk where various sheets of diagrams, seals, and even sketches of the Okama sat. Lastly, a large, lavish bed looked alien in the tent. Mishiro, as always, seemed to sample the tea and add sugar as she deemed fit. Lifazu watched patiently, as did Suzumbaki, who seemingly had learned to let Mishiro have her tea. Lifazu, your news is more pressing. Were we attacked last night? My security seal was never alerted, nor were my defensive ones triggered. I saw some remains of the foes. Who, or seemingly more accurately, what, were they? Mishiro began. Lifuzu began recounting his tale, explaining their behavior, appearance, the apparent ability to sense fuijutsu, and his bout of combat with them. By the end, Mishiro's interest seemed piqued. So the land has a dominant and strange species of humanoids that hunt at night. Likely, the summoning clans are aware and have some sort of defense against them. It's good you left some mostly intact, I'm certain my love will enjoy looking over them. Mishiro thought out loud. Would almost have to. From what Lifuzu is describing, these things would wreak havoc against those clans. I encountered some of the Okama myself, and while interesting, they weren't all that powerful. I could have removed their outpost had it not been for the leaf. Suzumaki agreed. It seems my seals held them at bay, but avoiding travel at night would seem most wise. Mishiro mused. With any luck, they proved much more problematic to our foes. However, considering what I learned last night, it bodes poorly for us. It seems Suzumaki, one of your brothers, perished last night. I think his name was Jabaki. Jabaki died. Figures, Lifuzu said with a roll of her eyes. Indeed, the seal I placed on him alerted me as soon as his heart stopped beating. Considering the hour of the night, it seems likely he suffered at the hands of these creatures. Mishiro finished bluntly. Suzumaki slammed her hand so hard it split Mishiro's desk in two. But to Lifuzu's surprise, Mishiro barely reacted to it. I am sorry for his loss, Mishiro said simply. We were expendable to you from the start. Suzumaki accused. You brought us into this dangerous land with little preparation. His recent death indeed affects me little, Mishiro admitted. But I can empathize with the idea of losing someone you love. I don't really care but merely wish to offer that small kindness. More than what someone like you deserves, I'd say. It doesn't matter. Someone that weak was a burden to the Kamizuru clan. We are better off without him. Besides, Kurobaki didn't die according to your seal. 6. Rich coming from the lady who lost to a genin, but are we certain Kuro whoever is alive? They were surely together, and I find it hard to believe one would escape if the other didn't. Those creatures are savage and merciless, after all. Lifuzu chimed in. They came close to killing me several times. We should assume he is predisposed as well. Mishiro decided coldly. The bit of emotion she had shown had been crushed in an instant. From the years Lifuzu had known the woman, love was the only thing that moved her. Primarily, she loved Ikam, but she also seemed to enjoy others. An odd trait for a woman almost as sinful as her, but Lifuzu had learned to accept it. We cannot waste time looking for him, but this does make it clear we may need to rethink our strategy. We have plenty of threats with these beasts prowling the night and an unknown amount of enemies during the day, not to mention the clans. Even with the three of us, that is quite the handful. Perhaps we should seek a clan we could leverage aid from. I could use my unique technique, which I told you about earlier. It should be more than enough to control some animals, Suzumaki offered. It did so with the Okama, and I can do so to a fair bit of animals without difficulty. Oh yeah, let's offer the woman with shaky loyalty an army who's loyal only to her. That won't get us killed, Lifuzu snarked at the woman, remembering her waiting to see if she had died against those beasts earlier. A fair point. However, I see the logic in your idea, Suzumaki. However, Lifuzu is right to doubt you. For me to allow such a thing, a condition must be met. Which would be? Suzumaki answered cautiously. Oh, come on now, Kamizuru, isn't that obvious? We need a way to discourage you from setting that army at us. And how would we do such a thing? Perhaps something that could keep you in line remotely. Lifuzu said, her smile was just the wrong side of viscous. You damn Uzumaki and your fuijutsu. And if I refuse? You're fired, Mishiro answered simply. Which means I'll get to kill ya, Lifuzu added. Fine, just remember I'm on your side. I won't give you a reason to kill me. I can't die before I redeem the Kamizuru clan. Now, that would be just terrible, Lifuzu said mockingly. 7. Onoki's paw, fortress of scales, Iwagakure. Onoki often lamented his job. It was a time, effort, and joy-consuming one. He usually figured he would eventually hand it off to his son or some other prospect. Though admittedly, he had thought that time would come sooner. But no one had yet come close to the power and wisdom he wielded. So for now Onoki would serve. He was seated in an oversized, comfortable chair overlooking his most trusted minds as they discussed the recently learned news. The large room was dimly lit by crystal chandeliers. The desks were all dark wood. This room was inside the fortress Onoki called home. The large fortress was created many years ago from a challenging and rare mix of ores. Truthfully, Onoki often enjoyed lounging inside it. But today was not the day for such. He had called the meeting, and even after thinking it over, Onoki couldn't help but wonder if moving would be the correct move. As such, the assembled group was present to discuss it at length. Onoki would patiently listen in and make a decision based on all considerations. 8. The next move seems clear to me. We need to start rallying and condensing forces, ask our dynamo for his approval and support to begin financial pressure, and silently and effectively begin rooting out potential spies and informants in our own midst. Ren Kamazu, former head of the Kamazuru, spoke. Though they had lost much of their prestige, Ren had managed to hold his position with staunch service. I would argue speed would be more important than layered pressure here. The Leaf has lost their number one deterrent. They're missing the future generation. If we strike hard and fast now, it will weaken them for years. Diamondo, head of the Diamondo clan, countered. They were the clan responsible for the fort they sat in, and were the main defense force of Aiwa. Their unique style of earth ninjutsu made them a considerable boon for Aiwa. Perhaps a bit of both strategies. Begin pressuring as if preparing for a siege, but instead use it to distract them as we go for more of a blitz. If we move quickly, our men would have already been in position by the time they realize our intentions. Kitsuchi, an infamous veteran of the Junin forces, said. He had been a general of his forces during the last war and the closest the stone had to a cage candidate. However, he lacked wisdom and power. Both Onoki personally considered to be indispensable for a leader. Onoki listened to all three stone elders. Every generation had its own version. Once the previous three passed, three more were selected by the current cage. Usually, their roles were more advisors or admins, handling doubtless important affairs but affairs far too time-consuming or demeaning for Onoki. But during meetings like these, they were invaluable. Onoki had never been a man of haste. Decisions, patience, and consideration breed success and safety. A lesson his own sensei Mu had taught him. As such, Onoki had selected his elders to be strongly opinionated, and it was valuable to hear their counsel, even if they often disagreed with him. For they often seeked action and strategies Onoki may mistakenly discard. While your strategies are sound, they are somewhat unrealistic, Graphite said. He was the current head of their Anbu division, a cautious man who had been successful in his brief career, managing to save the Anbu division from its lowest point after the Third Great Shinobi War. It has been years, but we are still not at our former strength we were before the last war. Our Anbu and Junin are spread out right now, so much so that even with an order to return ASAP, we would likely be missing them for nearly a month before we could move out with a substantial force. Even then, moving towards the Leaf would put us at odds with Suna, whose relationship with us strained to say the least. Considering the last incident between us, it would lead to them joining the Leaf against us. We would struggle against the Leaf alone and buckle against them and the Sand combined. It seems clear to me we should appeal to the Cloud. If the two of us were to unite, we could crush both of our hated enemies at once. Suna would unlikely even involve themselves if we had their aid. Tsukio Muhaski now chimed in. He was the leader of the International Division of Intelligence. He was invaluable in meetings regarding other nations for his knowledge and sensibility. An appointment Onoki had seen to after Hiruzen's peace treaty had gone through. The problem is we can't trust those bastards. Kitsuchi sniped back. They are doubtlessly stronger than us at the present moment. They were less affected than the Leaf, Sand, and ourselves. With their leader being so openly aggressive, trusting them would be a toss-up. We're also closer to both enemies than the Cloud. Ren chimed in. This combat would surely be more costful to us, since we would be the easier target to strike. The Cloud would also likely take advantage after the fact. Besides, Unruly A is not a man who listens to someone else's plan. Dia agreed. To even let them know would be to let them dictate the pace of our plan. They would likely force the matter the second they were ready. So we try to mend our ties with the Sand. Tsukiomu tried again. The gripes we hold with them have aged, as has people's temper. Meanwhile, the people's hatred of the Leaf is new. If we manage to make the Sand amicable towards us, the people will forgive them for giving up the Leaf. But why would they? Ren asked. The idea is not as absurd as it sounds, Graphite added. With the recent behavior of their Jinchuriki, the Sand Village's economy has taken a hit. The buyer world has no need for aid that may well rampage after all. Furthermore, his attempted murder of the Leaf's Jinchuriki surely strained their alliance. If we were to offer a way out, perhaps even offer them some reward, I'm certain they could be swayed to stay out of it. Sir. A quiet whisper interrupted Onoki as he listened to the other debate on the topic. The old man looked over to see his faithful bodyguard had interrupted him. Akatsuchi was a relaxed man. If Onoki was frank, he was not sharp enough for this meeting. However, Onoki had met few as honest and loyal as the oaf. So, he made it a point to always hear his concerns. Go ahead. Is it truly the best move to seek war? I can't help but think we should wait it out. After all, they're only missing. At least some will surely come back. Akatsuchi pointed out. Speak to the group. Hearing all angles merely allows me to consider each possibility, Onoki ordered roughly. Akatsuchi seemed to debate staying quiet but went forward and addressed them all the same. But is this truly the opportunity we think it is? Even with the Jinchuriki gone, the Leaf still has Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya of the Sannin, Tsunade Senju of the Sannin, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, the Hyuga clan, and even more. They are not a weak threat. We will likely suffer greatly in a pitched battle. Akatsuchi pointed out. We cannot forgive those sick bastards. Ren raged back. Even if it is costly, it would be worth it to assure their doom. While emotionally driven, he is not incorrect. The leaf is a threat to us and our greatest enemy. If we leave this opportunity now, we will likely regret it. There will not be a better chance. If we truly wish to crush the leaf, we must move soon. Daya agreed. Enough, Onoki said as he levitated above the desk. In truth, he knew most of what was discussed and had considered it. But he always found it helpful to hear others' thoughts. Now, he knew the true scope of this decision. I've heard all sides and believe I have decided on our next move. Indeed, we may not have another chance to attack, but even more so, we cannot afford to fail in such a situation. With Suna and the Cloud being wildcards, we cannot be certain that an aggressive play would be the move. However, if we were to win over the Sand, it would work out nicely. The Cloud would be forced to join us or face a three-way war, and the Mist is a non-factor. We shall send some spies as dignitaries of alliance to Suna. They will secretly seek counsel and attempt to persuade Rasa to act in our favor. Should they offer it, we will begin preparations for war. If not, we will begin an information campaign on the Leaf and Sand. Does anyone have any complaints about my decision? 9. Onoki hadn't expected anyone to speak, and no one did. It was why he was still a Cage. The stone had yet to create any leaders or warriors of Cage caliber. But Onoki's strength and mind are still held. Besides, he couldn't move on Hiruzen unless it was a sure bet. Not with what he knew. Dismissed. 10. Shino's paw of Eastern Forest of Erminsel, Terra. Shino had been awake for a couple of hours now. The home of the Antony clan was somewhat what he had expected but deeply fascinating to him all the same. The ants themselves were not like humans. They lived by the code of pragmatic survival of the nest. They hunted, gathered, defended, bred, and repeated. Their home was barren, merely a gigantic series of small tunnels dug through the ground. Some led to large chambers where waste, food, or spawns were held. The ants inside seemed to be doing something, either bringing something in, resting, or leaving the tunnel system. The ants, perhaps recognizing them as burdens, offered them a lit-up tunnel out of the way of the central nest. This provided little amenities, but they made it somewhat comfortable with Hinata and his own supplies. The cool air of the tunnel made it slightly cold, but soon, the ants brought them rough fabric for laying and covering in. Shino could tell most of the others had not enjoyed the night, but it was a welcome break compared to their time thus far. Shino had awoken earlier than the others to search for supplies outside and discuss several matters with their host. However, he was surprised to see Sakura and Hinata wake up as early as him. The two decided to join him as they searched for their ant host. The tunnels had no markings or methods to help them deem where they were going, but an ant had been left nearby as their guide and help for their stay. The ant was smaller, much more akin to a giant rat in size than the larger ones from before. Hello humans, I am number 231. I have been designated as your host and/or escort inside the hive. I am a defensive specialist specializing in the area of effective defense. Should you all violate our trust or attempt to harm us in any way, I will explode and likely kill the majority of you. The survivors will be hunted down and feasted upon. So how can I aid you? Sakura seemed shocked by the blatant threat. Shino understood. However, once again, they were relative strangers now in their home. It only made sense they didn't trust them fully. As such, they elected to let their kind friend do the speaking. Hi, we were merely hoping to speak with a representative of the Antony clan. We intend to gather info and supplies. Hinata politely stated. Allow me to signal a general. The ant raised his behind and seemed to writhe a bit. The two women with Shino seemed confused. However, Shino recognized what it was doing. It's releasing a chemical to notify the other ants. It is common for ants to communicate almost purely through chemicals. Different chemicals have different meanings, and some even have utility. I imagine it is how this ant would explode if needed. Shino explained. Interesting. I've never read much about insects, Sakura admitted. It's fascinating to see it used. If humans could use such a technique, it would change the world. It wouldn't quite work with our biology, Shino objected. Without their unique bodies, most chemicals would be meaningless to us. Even then, we at Aburame have attempted to create the same system. But have failed to make one as reliable as the ants. It would require an absurd level of influence over long distances, basically impossible in our fractured world. A much more giant and tougher looking and covered in scars and massive spikes marched into the cave. It seemed to impatiently twitch at them. I am number 17 of the Antony clan. This will be quick. The nest is too busy for this, but we must aid you as per our agreement and alliance with the Okama. Firstly, a message from the Okama. We have reason to believe another party of shinobi is present within the lands of Erminsel. We are certain of this due to a recent finding through summoning clans. Summoning anyone or anything in or out of Erminsel and Terra at large at the present moment is impossible. This would only be possible if someone managed to control the chakra flux in the west of Erminsel. We have reason to believe this would be the work of Ikam's followers. A group we have reason to believe you Leaf Shinobi are aware of. With this in mind, interfering with such a thing would be in your best interest or remaining trapped here. With this message in mind, we have sent our smaller scouts to check on the flux in the west. Even more around Erminsel as a whole to search for your allies. As far as we can aid you, your actions from this point are your own. 11. Ikam. The man who appeared during the Chunin exams. Isn't he an S-rank criminal? Sakura asked, worried. No, it's unlikely he'd come himself. More than likely, he'd have either hired help or sent some trusted allies in his place. Shino reasoned. Though doubtless they will be formidable themselves. Furthermore, it seems they have their own goal here, which stands opposed to ours. We will at some point have to deal with them, Sakura chimed in. If he has stopped summoning as a whole, this Ikam has managed to weaken a massive number of shinobi, Hinata added. If he managed to leverage such to these Erminsel clans, he'd have an army of powerful followers, Sakura reasoned. More followers anyway. Do you think this is related to the taking of our friends? That or a coincidence? Considering, however, the fact that we know someone is actively hunting shinobi, it's our best bet. Shino concluded. We should wake the others. While the ants scout for us, we'll split up and search the northern part of Erminsel. Why there? Hinata asked. Well, if these ants are like normal insects, it would make sense. Sakura reasoned. If the northern area of Erminsel is like most, it will be significantly colder. Insects don't bear well with such. Indeed. Once the ants get back to us, we will. Their conversation was stopped dead in its tracks by the sound of a massive crash and the shaking of the tunnel they stood in. The ant seemed to writhe for a moment before it stood still and faced them. It seems our nest is under attack. Number 17 spoke. Several of our strongest workers and warriors are attempting to stop him but are being slaughtered. Based on his abilities displayed thus far, facing him on our own will be much too costly. The Queen has asked for your aid. If you will heed her call, follow me. I intend to burrow through our home to aid in combat. If not, then know that the survivors of the Antony clan will treat you as foes. The ant did not wait for a response. Instead, it used its massive mouthparts to carve through the stone and hard dirt, burrowing through the solid wall with remarkable speed. We have to help them, Hinata exclaimed. This could be them. Sakura agreed. Hinata, you wake the others and lead them to us. You're faster than the two of us and can easily find us. Sakura, you and I will follow the ants and attempt to aid them. However, should the threat be too great, we will retreat. Shino ordered. We can't, Hinata objected. We have to, Shino responded simply. We still have the others to find. We cannot afford to risk our lives. Besides, the nest of the Antony clan will recover regardless. We do have to keep ourselves safe to help others, Sakura admitted with a grimace. Then we will simply not be bested, Hinata retorted as she raced off to wake the others. Shino loosened the glove on his left hand, and Sakura's own seemed to glow. Let us aid our new allies, Sakura, Shino spoke as the two raced off after number 17. The cave was impressive but hastily constructed. At several points, the two had to stoop over and even crawl to make it through, but eventually, they arrived at the surface. When they did, they saw the attacker. The creature was near the main entrance of the cave and had already racked a bloody toll. Various torn about and partially consumed carcasses of ants lay around the entrance. Two smaller and two more giant ants fought in tandem to push the creature back, but it was clear the beast before them was too much. The cave entrance was massive and usually writhing with layers of ants of various sizes. It had been somewhat hidden in the middle of a thick patch of trees. But a battle had knocked most away. But now it had partially collapsed, burying half of it. The ants normally infesting it were now scarce. It seemed most had retreated within, deciding it safer to fight within their own turf. The beast nearby was nothing short of monstrous. It looked almost human-like in shape but was easily 8 feet tall. It bulged with muscles further enlarged by a thick, seamless, hard substance coating its entire body. It had 2 large orange glowing compound eyes and massive mandibles around its mouth. It seemed to hiss as it marched closer to the entrance. The remaining defenders reacted. The 2 smaller ants pointed their behinds at the beast and sprayed something that sizzled through the air. The blast of liquid nailed the beast. However, the burning liquid fell off its armor onto the ground below. The 2 larger ones surged forward with shocking speed. Their mandibles were primed to tear the threat apart. However, it merely did an odd mix of a hiss and laugh. Within an instant, an unseen tail lashed out and stabbed into the skull of one ant, killing it an instant and stopping it in its tracks. The second was caught by its hands and, with a lurch, lifted into the air. The beast spun before it slammed the second into the first in a burst of gore and limbs. It seemed to relish its victory before the 2 tiny ants appeared and latched onto a leg each. They seemed to swell before both burst into flames, covering the man in an explosion. Shino and Sakura positioned themselves before the entrance as they steeled their nerves. They were proven right to be cautious as the beast marched from the flames, seemingly unharmed. We play this safe, look for openings, and stall until the others arrive, Shino ordered as the two prepared for more combat. Murray's Pav, northern mountains of Erminsel, Terra. Murray slept incredibly poorly through the night. The Tanuki supposed it had known the horrors of combat and war, his training was supposed to prepare him for such. But feeling the boiling fury, the desperate agony, the blooming fear of Spleen Feaster had stayed with him. The cold indifference of Sasuke merely increased the bad vibes that poured through Murray's body. The tremors of negative emotions affected certain members of the Okama clan. Though as they grew in expertise, they would grow resistant to it, Murray had yet to do so himself. In fact, out of all of them, Okama Murray seemed especially vulnerable to waves of negative emotions. For the young Tanuki, the feelings caused physical fatigue, migraines, and even fainting fits. So with that, Murray had spent the night writhing in pain. This led to Murray being awake in the early dawn of the day. Sasuke had already been awake and had fetched them some fruit for the morning. The Uchiha explained he had memorized the look of the berries last night and, upon waking up, fetched them a fair bit for extra food. Such made Murray feel guilty, but the dark glimpse of the Uchiha had seen had left him fully unnerved. Murray had never liked humans in his short life. Unlike most animals, humans tended to have complex emotions, most shockingly negative. Thus, being around any one human for an extended period of time was draining for him, at least until the Tanuki met Naruto. When Murray first heard of the Okama clan gaining a new summoner for the first time in a while, he was shocked. With what most humans projected and their stern values regarding character, the idea of any human meeting seemed laughable. But upon meeting the blonde for their first training exercise, it became clear to Murray why. Naruto had darkness like all humans, he had resentment, envy, and wrath, yet he felt different. It was as if the blonde ignored his inner darkness as if he refused to let it surface. In fact, the blonde held a light within him that dwarfed most beings Murray had met. And he wasn't an arrogant jerk. If only all humans were like him, maybe his family wouldn't have spent all these years hiding. Even now, the thought of the blonde brought him comfort. Murray wished to have him here, his new friend had a way of making him confident. With that in mind, Murray had been reaching out to Naruto since he and Sasuke had arrived in the north. The Tanuki had been shocked to discover, however, that he could not sense the blonde. It was odd, considering he normally could track members of the Okama clan throughout Terra. But now there seemed to be some sort of interference, a static that made narrowing down the blonde difficult. Murray had not given up, however. And with Murray's lack of sleep, the Tanuki spent the night trying to find his summoner. His efforts had not been in vain, though. Murray had managed to feel a rough estimation of where the blonde was. He could even think that he was near another female human. Somewhere in more southward than them. If only he could lower the amount of interference, feeling stumped and even more despondent as they ate. Murray informed Sasuke of his recent findings. So you can somewhat tell where Naruto is, but there is some sort of interference with your detection. Originally, I hadn't intended to seek Uzumaki out. He is strong enough to care for himself, but a female could be Sasuke reasoned. Murray felt dread but wasn't surprised by such. Sasuke seemed like the type not to leave loose ends. With them not thoroughly ensuring the peaks did not hold the others, he was unlikely to feel comfortable going. Yes, but wouldn't we have heard something previously if one of the others were here? The bears had heard word of our scraps with the weasels. While you're likely stronger than most others, surely they would not have been overwhelmed without a fight. Murray reasoned. But it seems Naruto had already found one of them. It would be reasonable to assume he has a lead that we don't. A reasonable point, Sasuke said to himself. So you're suffering from interference as if there is some sort of static, mixing up your signal. Describe this process to me a bit. Well, using our natural connection to Terra and the residual chakra around us, we can send out a wave of emotionally charged chakra. Once we interact with someone we connect to, this chakra reacts in a way I can sense. This gives me a nearly precise location of that being. Murray explained. It doesn't sound dissimilar to radio waves, so does height increase its range? Sasuke asked. Well, the thought has never occurred to me. I am kinda new to this all after all. Tisk. Sasuke critiqued as he gently lifted Murray and placed him on his left shoulder. Let's find out. Sasuke then suddenly leapt straight up into the air. He kicked off the throne of the bears and quickly reached the top of the large ice walls. Sasuke seemed to scan the horizon for a second once they landed before nodding to himself and jumping off onto the snow. Racing through it with pure speed, the two quickly reached the top. Try it here. Murray did as Sasuke asked, closing his eyes and sending out his emotional wave with some effort. It took a few seconds to reach Erminsel and longer for Murray to ignore some of the responses. But soon, there, he felt much better than before, he could feel where he was. The southern swamps of Erminsel. He's there. So you found him, but that is problematic. Naruto is pretty far out, there's no telling how far we are from him. That also assumes that we won't be interrupted on our journey, Sasuke mused. I can fix that. I can transform into a large bird. Flying us there will save us tons of time. Murray was assured with a rush of inspiration. The idea of reuniting with his summoner soothed him. I'll be exhausted after, but with the two of you together, nothing could stand in our way. I suppose so, Sasuke concluded. Let's leave then. I feel no love for these bears. Naruto's POV, Southern Swamps of Erminsel, Terra. Okay. Originally I overlooked just how impressive this could be, but now, Naruto said as he and Yuno both marveled at their new outfits. A day full of combat for Naruto and an extended stay in the wild for Yuno had left both of their outfits rough and tattered. Something the blonde hadn't mind but Yuno did. Decidedly Ichumi had insisted he had new appropriate clothes for them. Naruto was clothed in what appeared to be a beige coat made of a thick smooth fabric, with hidden pockets stashed throughout that held both Riptide and his general supplies. His inside shirt was now a black one with an orange Uzumaki clan symbol on it. His pants were a dark brown, and his sandals had been replaced by boots. His blonde hair was somewhat contained within a black sun hat. Yuno was similarly clothed in a darker beige, with a more oversized tan sun hat and several hidden folds for her blade and weapons. She also spotted what seemed to be sunglasses for her eyes, though Naruto struggled to imagine how they had created such 1. utility that actually looks somewhat fashionable. Yuno noted with amusement. Shame I can't have the Blechumi around all the time. Definitely masters of their craft. Naruto acknowledged with a nod. Nice of them to make us some medical supplies as well. Mine, we're stretched thin treating you. They also gave us something for if we run into Kiba or any of the others who have been turned, Yuno said with a smirk. That being said, what is the plan for today, Blondie? We're gonna use today to be certain that the southern portion of Erminsel is clear. As well as check out and, if necessary, eliminate the Mosquito clan. Naruto said resolutely. Surprised you're prepared for that option, Yuno said with a raised brow. Encountered them myself and know for a fact they just mindlessly hunt. Stumbled upon my home and can't help but wonder if they manage to get any of us. We'll check, and more than likely, I'll take care of them if they seem like a valid threat. Naruto said with a nod of his head. I suppose that makes sense protectively, Yuno sighed. However, you're right to assume they're a threat. Even this mysterious master was wary of them. I'd like to deal with them now. Then potentially later. Though giant mosquitoes are gross. Only if we have to. I intend to try to work something out. Maybe I can work out some sort of truce agreement. Or at the very least intimidate them, taking them out as a last resort, Naruto said hesitantly. Thank you, Kami. I thought you really were Sasuke for a moment, Yuno said with mock relief. Alright, I'm game then Blondie. Perfect. But first, multiple shadow clone jutsu, Naruto yelled out. With a massive puff of smoke the branches of the trees just outside of the Blechumi clan were filled. 50 clones were assembled and immediately broke off into groups of 5. Alright, you all know the plan. We're gonna finish up in this area. We'll retrace my own steps southward. While we do so, you guys will split up and cover the rest. Try to avoid conflict if possible, but if something is outright aggressive, signal to another group and attempt to take it down. If it reaches nightfall and you find nothing, risk searching through the night. If you find something and die, I'll know I need to make a move. Remember, if a clan speaks to you cordially to bring up the Okama, while it may aggravate some, finding allies right now is invaluable. Naruto lectured the clones. It would also be a good idea for them to transform into the others except for Kiba. If they encounter the master and feign capture, they could be taken right to their home camp. Yuno pointed out. Damn, why didn't we think of that? Surrendering to a creep rubs me the wrong way. Wouldn't capturing and bringing them back be better? The clones sounded off. No, she has a point. The original blonde chimed in. With the smaller groups and the possibility of you failing and us losing a lead, it would be best to play it smart. Boo. Fuck that. Let's just kick their asses like usual. They seem so juvenile compared to you. Yuno pointed out, barely containing a giggle. I think it's due to lack of care due to their short lifespans, Naruto admitted. Though admittedly, I am often called juvenile. Hey, you damn clones, I'll start dispelling you rebellious bastards. Don't test me, Naruto roared. Yuno could merely balk. Before long, the duo watched as the clones roared and marched out. Quickly fanning out and disappearing within the thick swamps towards the north. Can you really afford to do that again? Yuno asked. It only tired me yesterday because I practically fought and traveled through the swamps on short notice. Today, I'm well rested, fed, and prepared. Besides, even if it did wear me out, it would be worth it. They'll cover way more ground than the two of us would even while flying. Provide a ton of info, and hey, if they stumble across someone or thing that needs help, all the better. Naruto assured her. Whatever you say, Blondie. So how are we searching anyway? Yuno asked. Even with the grounds this swamp area is massive. Climb aboard Air Uzumaki. Naruto cried out as he hunched over to allow her to climb on his back. Oh, so you want my chest against your back all day? Yuno purred. And here I thought you were immune to my charms. Well, if we're flying, it's probably the best way to do it. Besides, you are charming, but I know you're just teasing. Naruto said with a roll of his eyes. You can't know what even I don't tilde. Yuno sang as she hopped onto his back. Naruto felt a chill when he realized why she had mentioned her chest, especially when she seemed to intentionally lean in more. Ah, so tense tilde. I think today just may be fun tilde. Maybe we should just walk. But I'm still recovering. Yuno complained, suddenly sounding tired. Naruto was almost sure she was faking, but she looked so convincing that his guilt wouldn't allow him to call her bluff. Fine, but no weird business. Cup size is C, by the way. Yuno. You never fail to entertain Blondie tilde. 2. Sasuke's paw of northern mountains of Erminsel, Terra. Sasuke sat upon Murray's back, the irony of which was not lost to him. The small raccoon had managed to transform into a giant eagle, which they used to leave the northern mountains of Erminsel. The peaks looked so simple and tranquil. Yet Sasuke knew that they were similar to their own home full of hatred and violence. Within these peaks, Sasuke witnessed war and cruelty on a level he had yet to personally see. He had been curious whether these intelligent animals would differ from humans. Though it seemed all intelligent life was cursed to the darkness of their mind. A fitting if not cynical lesson to learn. The state of which affected Murray as well. Since the cruel torture and consuming of Spleen Feaster, he had been quiet still. More so once he had discovered Naruto's position. It seemed the strange creature sought its summoner for comfort. Sasuke could somewhat understand. He had suffered various traumas and had sought the comfort of others on the air occasion. But he had heard summoning creatures were powerful, intelligent, and experienced combatants. Over the years, this has proven an invaluable ally to shinobi worldwide. But Murray did not fit such. He was not decisive, seeming to be more of a support role than anything. He was intelligent but consistently came across as sheltered and naive. Sasuke himself would never ally himself with such. Even if the raccoon had grown on him, he was certain he could not use it. It made Naruto all the more confusing for the Uchiha. 3. Murray had told him Naruto was in the company of a female human. It could merely be Sakura or Hinata, but Sasuke felt in his gut it would be Yuno. There were very few people Sasuke counted as close, even fewer he could claim to have never felt burdened or infuriated. But Yuno was in that group, as were Hinata and Shino to lesser degrees. She had proven caring and supportive. She was the only other Uchiha who ever seemed in something of agreement of his goals. She also was not ignorant or weak, which Sasuke found intolerable and as such the perfect person for him. Yet if she was there, then Sasuke felt conflicted. He could not trust Naruto Uzumaki with her. He held no discontent for the Uzumaki. He had proven his loyalty and bravery towards his friends by now, proven an impressive level of strength, and even had raised with Sasuke to the rank of Chunin. Despite all that, however, Sasuke could not admit to feeling any love for Naruto all the same. He constantly came across as if he was impulsive and ignorant. He had been an idiot throughout the years of the academy and had the heart and strength to fight for what he believed in. However, Naruto was never willing to do whatever he needed to win. Someone like that would never truly succeed. It was a reasonable flaw but, in Sasuke's opinion, a damned one. Though if he did save Yuno, perhaps he was wrong, at least some sort of thanks would be in order. But more than anything, Sasuke felt a mounting pressure building within him. He had not found Hinata, Shino, Choji, Lee, Kiba, Sakura, or even Yuno. One of those three females was with Naruto, but even then, it had been a full day, and they still had 6 more allies to find. And with the night demons and Kami knowing what else roaming the forest, it was unacceptable. Naruto would be helpful to have around, and since Sasuke was sure the north was cleared, he was confident the blonde would have at least started exploring the south. They could cover massive grounds with 4 of them and deal with any threat. If only Murray could go faster. A massive shadow covered the two as 2 brown blurs flew past them from above. Murray, I thought you could sense things approaching. Sasuke barked as the 2 blurs flew around them at absurd speeds. I'm struggling here. Transforming and maintaining form for travel is strenuous and kinda dominates the mind. Murray complained. They're too fast to outrun. Should we fight? I don't think that will be a choice. Sasuke trailed off as he watched the hawks with wary eyes. The blurs now flew lower, stopping well before the flying Murray. They flew around each other in a tight rotation with such speed they became one solid blur. Suddenly, feathers shout out from the blur in mass, each speeding through the air towards them. More enemies. Very well then. Sasuke thought as he blinked, his Sharingan activated as he did so. His now boosted vision could see the feathers full of chakra, their impressive speed, and just where they would hit the 2 of them. Murray to transform for about 3 seconds. What? Just do it unless you wish to die. Sasuke barked as the feather drew within mere feet of them. Murray, Perhaps realizing Sasuke had a plan, did so, Sasuke quickly clutching onto the now small raccoon as he pulled out a kunai. Sasuke willed his chakra and used Ash stepped a few feet forward, bypassing the first wave of feathers. Within an instant of arriving, Sasuke twirled his body away from several more as his kunai flew through the air, deflecting many feathers with each stroke of his blade. 1. Sasuke thought as he continued to evade and deflect feathers as he drew closer to the blurs. A wall of feathers stood between the two, but Sasuke merely chucked Murray above the wall of death and drew a second kunai. With a twirl, Sasuke dual-wielded kunai and deflected feathers with ease. 2. Finally reaching the end of the volley right as the strange creatures prepared another one. Sasuke did not flinch, however, merely chucking a kunai with an explosive note at both. It exploded just before them. The explosion knocked both blurs out of the air, free falling to the distant ground below. Sasuke observed as he caught Murray also falling. 3. Murray poofed back into the giant eagle and continued their path. Sasuke, are you okay? I wasn't sure you could survive that. Murray asked worriedly. Just fine, Sasuke informed me with a calm nod. Wonder why they attacked. It's strange indeed, other than hunting smaller creatures they keep to themselves. They are not a clan to be trifled with. That is good, a chirpy, high-pitched voice called. Murray and Sasuke looked down below them to see the blurs now floating below them. The two blurs from below now stood still, allowing the two of them to see who had impeded them. It was two hawks, easily more prominent than the form of Murray, each roughly the size of a carriage. They were covered in feathers of various shades of brown. Their beaks were yellow, sharp, and menacing. Their eyes were shades of yellow, and their beady black irises focused on them intently. If you had perished from such a light attack, we would have sought you out for nothing. Of course, he would prove worthy. The similarly high-pitched voice of the second chimed in. We sought him out specifically due to his lineage. The crows seemed to speak of their summoner well after all. Sasuke calculated the risk of engaging with the birds. It was clear they were fast, and their attacks proved to be wide-ranging. However, he was somewhat interested and confident he could slay the two if less than honest. If you wish to speak to me, you must do so as we travel. Sasuke bluntly explained. I have places to be and no time to waste. The hawks seemed to discuss this amongst themselves. Anything you know of the hawks, Murray? Sasuke asked as they did so. A powerful nomadic clan currently residing throughout the Erminsel biomes. They're not allied with us or much else but have a tentative alliance with the crows. They also rarely interact with other clans anyway, besides hunting, of course. They are a small but well-respected and feared clan. Murray explained. I see, Sasuke said with a nod. That will work for us human. The left hawk exclaimed. Let us go to ask you what we came for. Let's, Murray, continue on. Be prepared to move to safety if they try anything, Sasuke loudly declared as the four raced through the sky. So, you have heard of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, our brethren, the crows speak of their own summoner being a fine summoner. We seek the same in you. The hawk explained as they flew through the sky. Crows, didn't Itachi have a summoning contract with them? I wonder if they have information about him. If they do, they could confirm whether or not he's truly dead. Assuming he isn't, I have my first real lead toward the Uchiha co-op. But if he is, I still have a lead. Their words suggested the summoner was still alive, Sasuke inwardly reasoned. Why should I ally with you? Sasuke asked as he continued to ponder the information revealed. Brother, you haven't left my mind since your disappearance. Are you alive? If so, why not let me know? If not, why would someone have your summoning contract? No, I must focus on the here and now. These birds may contain a clue, but I can't sign for them just for that. Our little surprise attack already showed our speed and power. We offer the best travel available, access to unique jutsu at our disposal, and the ability to call us and our leaders as you prove yourself. However, we will require your services as a summoner as well. The same hawk replied. It was the leader of the two. You attacked with the advantage of home turf and ambush and barely managed to trouble, let alone harm me, Sasuke replied with a raised brow. However, all four were silenced as a loud buzz sounded. The group looked ahead to notice a swarm of giant mosquitoes approaching. Sasuke smiled. The opportunity to test his new potential allies had just shown itself. If you wish to earn me as a summoner, I'm not opposed, however, you must safely escort my ally and me to our destination. The hawks eyed the mosquitoes hungrily. Fine with me, I was feeling peckish anyway. They cried in unison, flying forward to the swarm. Hawk swoop. Both cried as they shot off, causing a massive gust of wind. They were covered in visible air as they began to smash through the hive bodily. The mosquitoes could scarcely react as the living missiles easily carved through the swarm. Impressive, but they'll begin to rally if they don't take out more soon. Sasuke lamented. Interesting to see if they can think of a counter. The hawks suddenly stopped in the swarm's center and began to spin again as they had earlier. However, instead of mere feathers flying out, blades of wind did. each slicing through the swarm in each direction, nearly killing 2/3 of it with the attack. However, the remaining mosquitoes finally caught on. The last ones are launching toward the blur of Hawk's proboscis first. But the hawks continued to move, launching another volley of feathers and wind blades, which left some of the survivors cut to pieces, and the others were left littered with deeply embedded feathers in their corpses. It'll do, Sasuke decided as he watched with piqued interest. Everywhere you go, you leave carnage, Murray remarked as the four left behind the corpses of mosquitoes to fall into the snowy peaks below. Can we at least ride them so I can get a break? Sure, Sasuke agreed when the hawks arrived. Murray transformed as Sasuke carried both others to the back of the others. Alright, I'll become your summoner, Hawks. First, I'll need your name and the clan name. However, we'll do the official signing tomorrow. Today, we shall arrive with my other allies, and we can hash out the exact details. Sounds fair. I am Crushing Talons, the leader of the two answered. I am Scanning Eyes, the other answered as well. Once we do settle things, you will become the summoner of the Taka clan. Crushing Talons cried as the four flew off into the sky, quickly leaving the snowy lands of North Erminsel behind. 4. Suzumbaki's Pav, Western River Plains of Erminsel, Terra. Suzumaki wasn't often one free from the burden of stress. In fact, in her supposedly thus far short life, she had been one that seemed to live in stress. The stone village wasn't in the most fantastic position, and worse yet, in their fall, the Kamizuru had fallen as well. Which led to the negative spirit that lingered around the stone. Resentment, regret, hatred, despair, it clung to the very air. It affected the shinobi the worst, however, for those who hoped to serve and defend it filled them with shame and anger. It had been the desire to redeem their clan and the home village that she had gone on her training trip. Mastered the new style she used, and grew her skill to ensure she was the beast. Her grind had been rewarded, it had revealed to her the use of kinjutsu of her clan, one that allowed her to surpass her limits. To be a threat to any living being. It had been straightforward to her that she needed to step up once she arrived home. In her somewhat long trip, the village had suffered even more, her clan even greater still with the abandonment of their own former leader. The very man who had made Kamizuru what they had formerly been. Ren Kamizuru left the clan once it became clear it was set to crumble. The Kamizuru needed a new leader, one with the ambition and power to do what was needed. So the first thing she did was challenge her brother to a public spar for the position of leader of the clan. An old tradition would give her the influence to usurp him, and the desperate Kamizuru members would cling to a new hope. It had worked as she predicted when she had bested him with ease. It was known to her that the idea of usurping one's own brother was considered cold. That one's blood was one of the few things that were sacred. But they had never truly been close. In fact, Kurobaki had always seemed to despise her, something she was sure was only due to the fact that she was a woman. Which helped negate the guilt of crushing and betraying her older brother. She could remember the cold stony fury his eyes held when she bested him. Jabaki, the runt of the three, had openly sneered as well. It seemed Kurobaki had won him over fully. But soon their hatred mattered little. She was elected the new clan head. Suzumaki had been overjoyed, she just knew things were set to turn around. Though to her lament, it had only further exposed the deeply ingrained problems of her home. Despite their new leader and her newly earned status of elite Junin, the Kamizuru clan was still considered besmirched. And with the lack of warfare present, she had little chance to truly prove herself. Even succeeding on the most difficult missions did little. And the stone was not healing but stagnating. It became clear to Suzumaki something drastic was needed. It nearly drove her mad when an odd letter was sent to their clan home. A letter written by an international criminal under the name of Ikam Uzumaki. She had heard of his deeds during the exams, including the apparent assassination of an iron higher-up. But all the same, the man had not struck at the stone, and his proposal had been enjoyable. With the possible ability to gain not just a better summoning contract but multiple, her choice had been clear. The Kamizuru would arise and save the stone. She would see to it personally. All of that had led her to now. Suzumaki regretted ever meeting with the man. They had been prepared for difficulties, a foreign land could cause all sorts of dangers. But Erminsel had proved not only dangerous but filled with one of their most hated enemies, the Leaf. Suzumaki had even fought one and nearly damaged a target and killed a Leaf genin. Only to be embarrassed and saved by her employers. She had already lost a stronger member of her clan in Jabaki. While an idiot and certainly not the most exceptional shinobi, with morale at an all-time low, he was the best they had to offer. It seemed Kurobaki had gone rogue, been kidnapped, or was lost. Somehow his tracking seal was somehow removed. Which Mishiro had thought all but impossible for anyone other than a Fuijutsu master. This mission was going terribly thus far. But all the same, Suzumaki was confident things would work out nicely. While she hated the Uzumakis, they were powerful, and despite their wanted status seemed to move fearlessly. If she just managed to win them over and get what she was promised, she knew it would lead to good things. Today that bitch Mishiro had decided to move forward with their decided plan. They needed extra manpower with the loss of Jabaki and Kurobaki and the unexpected presence of shinobi. They needed the insurance. And since they had planned to control nearby valuable clans anyways, it was best to kill two birds with one stone. The increased presence of opposition insisted they accelerate the plan all the same. With that, Mishiro's plan had been deceptively simple. They would use one clan to garner the others. Suzumaki still had her contract with the Wasp clan. They could use them to detain other creatures for their own use. The only problem Suzumaki could see was the attitude of the clan she was contracted to. They had only served her with a mutually beneficial relationship in mind and usually only offered their most diminutive soldiers for combat. They likely would not agree to risk their own just to aid her on short notice. She just couldn't see how they would get them on board. Even if Suzumaki was to try to force them, they were immune to the sting technique unlike herself. But Mishiro was unconcerned and demanded she summon the clan leader regardless, promising they would be able to soothe them. And she would be able to convince them with ease. Her confidence eventually won over Suzumaki. Alright, I'll be pretty exhausted after summoning the queen. She's chakra costly and may very well decide to attack us if particularly offended by my sudden use of her. The two of you may very well need to defend yourselves. But do not hurt the queen. If you do, I promise I will kill you both. Suzumaki explained. 5. It won't be of any true concern, both the queen and your threat. Lifuzu said casually, though Suzumaki couldn't help but notice she was directly behind her. Did the psycho woman intend to use her as a human shield? Just summon the queen, Mishiro impatiently snapped. Even if the bug acts out, it is well within my power to bring it to heal. And I obviously need its help. Harming would doubtless be ineffective towards such. It's not a bug. Wasps are apex predators capable of hunting down an absurd number of prey per wasp. Furthermore, you are not to hurt her. Even if we find a replacement clan, I intend to keep ties with the wasp personally. They are invaluable to both me and the Kamizuru clan. Suzumaki snapped at the two of them. Come now, little girl, there is no need to fret. Mishiro chided with narrowed eyes. We need her alive, I don't gain anything from killing her. Besides, do you truly wish to earn my ire? Suzumaki and Mishiro locked eyes in a subtle battle of wills. However, Suzumaki was surprised by how easily Mishiro overwhelmed her. The woman's eyes seemed awfully vast and cold as if they were portals to the deep, dark depths of the ocean. Suzumaki swallowed her shame as she moved her gaze on. Fine, give me space, it'll take roughly a minute to set up the matrix. Be ready, the queen is dangerous and shockingly quick. Suzumaki felt a small part of her wishing the queen would manage to kill the two of them. Initially, the offer had been more than fine for the mission. Now, it was clear this mission was one that was much more dangerous than they had thought. It had even cost her kin, even if they weren't, particularly the ones she was fond of. If the queen had managed to kill the two of them, Suzumaki would have been free from their mighty grasp. It would allow her to simply either retreat or gain something and then do so. A shame for certain considering the possibilities, but a shame she could live with. With that in mind, dutifully, she marched away from camp and pulled and unfurled a scroll from her robes. With a flourish, she unrolled it with ease, instantly causing a writhing line of fuijutsu to slowly form a matrix around the scroll. A massive hexagon of kanji that seemed to be burned into the ground to be created. This was a more complex and dull process than normal summoning. But no one in the Kamizuru could summon the queen without it. It was only through years of study they had created a summoning matrix that gave the necessary chakra and control to manage such. Summoning jutsu. Sacred Queen of the Wasp. Suzumaki roared as she pulled a kunai out and slashed her palm. She allowed the blood to flow into the scroll, the kanji and blood glowing bright red. A DNA sample was required as well, and a decent one. It became hard to look at as it shined brighter still, but soon poofed into a massive cloud of smoke. A large creature's shadow was visible within. Suzumaki, Lifuzu, and Mishiro leapt back as the massive wasp appeared from the cloud of smoke. Suzumaki knew the queen was not quite as large as other clan bosses, but its fearsome presence made up for it. And it still was larger than any insect was meant to be. It looked like the wasp she had summoned against Lee, but larger and with bolder colors. Its massive black eyes shifted around wildly. Tufts of thick hair stood up throughout its body, twitching with its breaths. Its mandibles audibly clicked as it scanned its surroundings. The giant wasp began to hover slowly, its enormous wings sending wind throughout the area. Suzumaki Kamizuru, the current head of the allied Kamizuru clan. As per our agreement, you may summon me once yearly if needed. Though I must warn you, if you summon me for naught or for peril, I will feast on you and your friends, the queen warned as it focused on Suzumaki. Actually, you're speaking to the wrong person. Mishiro haughtily intervened, shoving Suzumaki back as she faced the wasp directly. Lifuzu, if you would. Suzumaki flinched as she felt a presence behind her. Slender arms snaked under hers. They were small yet seemed to easily force both arms above her head. She struggled, but the grip was ironclad, Lifuzu seemingly unaffected by her struggle. Are you sure your clan is the professionals you claimed? Lifazu teasingly whispered into her ear. Summoning one of your best assets at our behest when you know you can't trust us, yet alone stop us. We didn't just ask for reinforcements, we also intended to gain further leverage. Step out of line, and it won't be only you but your whole clan that suffers. You said you wouldn't harm her. Suzumaki roared as they thrashed wildly, attempting to escape Lifazu's grip. Harm. So you truly did set me up, human. Once I finish killing all of you, I will sever our contract with the Wasp and Kamizuru. The queen spoke. First, the one arrogant enough to face me directly. Suzumaki was sure she had never seen the queen strike so fast. It was sure she was furious and, unlike its size would suggest, it moved with the insane speed and grace wasps were capable of. In a mere second, it thrust its massive stinger at Mishiro. A blow that even the Junin would perish from. But the woman did not even flinch, she merely managed to draw her blade instantly and deflected the stinger with a mere stroke. The queen roared in fury as the mere parry sent it careening in a spiral. Uzumaki style. Deflecting draw. She then calmly sheathed her blade and extended her arms out as if meaning to embrace the wasps. With a burst of chakra, Suzumaki watched in awe as a litany of chains burst from her back. They were massive and glowed a deep dark red. They seemed to writhe in the air, seemingly with a mind of their own. Uzumaki style. Scarlet restraint. 6. Her next jutsu activated while Mishiro stood completely still. She remained still as the chains grew in both numbers and quickly wrapped around the stunned queen. Covering her face, wings, legs, each part of her in an impossible grip. She roared in fury and pain as the chains wrapped promptly around it in multiple layers. Restraining the queen an instant and grounding with a mighty crash. You bitch. Suzumaki roared. I can't betray you anyway. Leave the damn queen alone, you were supposed to convince her. She used her flexibility to kick backward into Lifazu. But she couldn't manage to garner enough force with her position. Lifazu merely laughed as she somehow managed to lift her from her feet. How strong was this woman? Now, I am doing just that, Mishiro chided. I just want her to sit still. The Uzumaki marched forward, snapping her fingers. The chains moved at such and dragged the queen so it faced her directly. I will never bend to your will. My hive will die before I allow such. The queen hatefully spat at her. Mishiro ignored the wasp as she removed a blank scroll from her robe. She quickly managed to create a seal by hand with great precision. And once she did so, she managed to engrave it onto her palm as she drew close. All of which occurred as Suzumaki watched on in horror. The wasps remained before the queen could finish, Mishiro placed her palm upon the head of the clan boss. Once again Mishiro ensnared the wasp, this time with glowing kanji. The newly created seal began to glow and sizzle upon the wasp, which shrieked and writhed in pain. Silence, minion. Mishiro spat at the creature. This seal I have given you will give you this same pain you feel now if you ever defy me. Within minutes, it will kill you, but only after it shatters your mind. It only makes sense. All intelligent life suffers from knowing what pain truly means. It continued to scream in pain, seemingly heedless of anything else. Suzumaki roared in fury but was helpless to do anything. If she had chakra, she could have forced the psycho to let her go, but the summoning left her nearly empty. 6. It finally quit as the seal stopped glowing, though the kanji remained visible throughout its body. The creature pitifully whined as it ceased resisting against the chains. It seems you understand, Mishiro said simply. Suzumaki, I hope you do as well. This contracted mission of ours won't end here. I intend to use you and your clan to its fullest potential. Lifazu released her as she watched on in horror as Mishiro withdrew the chains. The queen did not even attempt to rise, Suzumaki did the same. Both realized there was no out for them. It seems I was wrong earlier, Suzumaki. Harming it was efficient after all. Now my newest soldier, call your kin to me. I have a new task for your clan, Mishiro whispered darkly. The queen did not hesitate, crying out and raising its body back into the air. Its screech echoed in the air around them. Suzumaki watched in shock as its cry was visibly answered. The sky darkened as a dark cloud of buzzing wasps arrived. They were varying in sizes and powers, but they led around their queen all the same. These wasps will detain and bring back any summoning creature they can. Even humans are on the lists. Mishiro cited with a giant smile. We have other matters to attend to while they do. Sakura's paw of eastern forest of Erminsel, Terra. As the remaining ants saw them, they retreated into the cave. Sakura and Shino racing forward to intercept this new threat themselves. Even as he sprinted forward, Shino allowed dozens of his allies into the air, most of which were racing toward the beast. To both of their shock, however, the beast, with a mere lunge, closed the distance between them. It hissed as it attempted to smash them both with its muscular arms. Sakura barely slid under the blow, while Shino only managed to raise his guard before being swatted into stone. Luckily, it revealed it was an insect clone. The insects quickly raced forward and completely covered the creature. However, it merely twitched as several tendrils burst from its body and whipped through the air with speed, managing to smash the insects near instantly, almost fully freeing the creature from Shino's attack. Sakura spun with momentum of her slide, launching two explosive tag kunai at the beast, which exploded with a small controlled explosion, managing to stumble the beast. Shino appeared behind it, now ungloved, and quickly launched a barrage of left-handed jabs before leaping back as the tendrils lashed at him. The two stood united as the beast rose and stared them down. That thing shrugs off explosives like nothing. Why'd you think your punches would be any different? Sakura asked as she activated her chakra scalpels again. Shino merely raised his dark purple hand. I recently gained a gift from a relative of mine. Someone I had long thought dead. The gift in question is a microscopic parasitic insect that deletes living tissue on a cellular level. This fight has already. Shino did not finish as the beast lashed with its tendrils, sending a literal wall of stingers flying toward them. Sakura flinched. Luckily, Shino, with a hand sign and stomp, raised a wall of earth to tank the attack. Parasitic insects that consume on a cellular level. Sakura asked, why does everyone have such absurd abilities? Because we're cool, Shino answered smugly. However, the impact from the stingers shook the ground and shattered the wall, showering them both in debris. There was no time to recover as the giant suddenly appeared and swatted them both away with a single strike. 7. Sakura cried out in pain as she and Shino flew through the air, a tangled mess of limbs. Both desperately had to keep their hands away from each other during the flight and, as such, prepared no landing strategy and impacted the ground roughly. Sakura quickly kicked Shino off and out of the way of danger. The beast narrowly missed them as it crashed and landed where they had been standing. The creature roared at her and raised a massive fist to smash her. Luckily, the ground broke beneath it, causing the blow to miss. Sakura, get some distance, Shino cried, having landed, and immediately used a basic earth jutsu to save her. However, Sakura had a different plan. Flooding her muscles with chakra, she raced forward and grabbed an arm of the creature. Stunned, its tendrils couldn't quite reach her as she managed to lift it above her head. Sakura roared as she flung it away from her into a tree, breaking it in half. Earth style. Stone launch pad. Shino cried. The ground beneath the creature became a flat plate, which launched it across the clearing and through several trees. Surely even it would at least be hurt by that. Sakura gasped as she caught her breath. The blow earlier fractured a rib. With a glow, she began using medical chakra to heal quickly. Another blow would undoubtedly break it, but she would be good to keep fighting for now. Shino, next to her, also looked somewhat worn. A cut on his forehead had blood flowing down the left side of his face, and the right lens for his sunglasses was cracked, revealing one eye. 8. It's fast, powerful, and difficult to predict, Sakura said with a grimace. How long before the insects take effect? They should have already, Shino answered with a frown. The fact that it didn't suggest its armor is somehow resistant. Is it not living tissue? An animal with non-living armor. That's not exactly the norm, unless it is human. Aburame. The creature roared with a double-layered, broken, and harsh voice. Kill Aburame. It was still a distance away but was clearly racing back to them. Can it speak? Sakura cried out in shock. Wait, that voice, is that the man from before? It matters little. We must assume it's immune to my technique, Shino said while putting back on his glove for his left hand. Do you think your chakra scalpels can pierce it? Safe to assume, living or non-living, they cut through materials regardless of their durability. With its size, it'll probably take a couple of hits. If that's not enough, my new technique will surely do it. Sakura explained as she prepared herself. Can you make an opening? Yes, my allies are working on draining him, though it's only a small number due to its tendrils. And my earth style should allow me to control the battle. Hit and run. I'll cover you, Shino assured the group as he prepared to unleash more earthly style. The creature came back into the clearing to the home of the Antony clan, roaring in mindless anger, but it did not seem hurt from its flight. Shino answered its rage with calm indifference. Earth style. Gia's cannon. A large clump of stone shot from the ground and smashed into the creature's head, making it stumble back. Sakura didn't bother answering herself, merely racing forward, throwing several kunai as she did. As expected, the beast's tendrils deflected each with ease, but it left them dealt with as Sakura moved close. She raced past the extended ones as the beast roared and swung wildly with another punch. Now prepared for its shocking speed, she managed to weave past it again and slashed with her chakra scalpel at its shoulder. It screamed in pain as Sakura leapt above its head. The beast's tendrils writhed as they prepared to spear her, but suddenly, a box made of stone formed around it, trapping it for a moment. Though a mere flex from the beast shattered its constraint, it allowed Sakura the opening to slash both shoulders with both of her hands. Sakura landed on its chest as it cried out and used it to launch herself back, narrowly avoiding a beheading bite from its mandibles. Sakura deactivated one chakra scalpel, landing with a roll, drawing a kunai and racing forward yet again, determined to stay on offense and maintain her advantage. The tendrils shot off more stingers, but Sakura skillfully weaved and deflected her way through, managing to slice off 2 tendrils as she did. The beast, however, suddenly kicked her back. The blow caused Sakura to spit out blood and slide back, but with a determined grimace, she raced forward all the same. Luckily, a short burst of earth rising via Shino tripped the beast, knocking it to the ground as Sakura closed in. Earth style. Piercing formation. Shino cried out, and a sudden barrage of spikes stabbed through its tendrils, tearing them asunder before quickly crumbling away so Sakura could strike the now defenseless Kurobaki. Sakura did not waste the moment sliding along the creature. Her chakra scalpel cut into its back mercilessly with several strikes, and Sakura finished the barrage with a slash at its ankles as well. Before she leapt away, Kurobaki tried to stand before a spike of earth formed and stabbed into its chest, knocking it flat on its back. The creature rolled over and attempted to stand but fell to its knees, crying in pain all the while. Sakura and Shino regrouped and prepared to go back in, but both were shocked as 2 giant ants raced from the cave, seeking to take advantage of Kurobaki's moment of weakness. Both used their massive mandibles to attempt to crush the beast. But both of their mandibles shattered against its armor in a gory display. The beast struck out with its hand, clutching both by the face and smashing them into each other in front of it. With a desperate and greedy lunge, it bit into both, quickly and savagely, tearing chunks from the 2 ants and swallowing them. The 2 watched in stunned shock as it quickly feasted upon the ants, merely managing to wholly consume their heads by the time it was done. This is strange, Shino concluded as the 2 felt a burst of chakra race from the creature as its chakra nearly doubled. Its tendrils burst from its back yet again. If this is Kurobaki, he wasn't nearly so formidable nor monstrous. And he seems to gain power from his victims. It's like he's becoming some sort of insect hybrid, Sakura said in horror. They had been whispers of a technique that allowed the user to become a beast, Shino said worriedly. I suppose this is proof of such. Though it seemed to have regained health and chakra by eating, I'll have my allies warn the ants to let us handle it. Shino said. Sakura, you mentioned a technique earlier. Would it be capable of doing enough damage to put it down at once? It should be. It managed to scare off a summon boss, but I'm still perfecting it. To use it safely, I'll need time to channel it. Furthermore, it takes a lot of my focus. I'll need time and an opening. Can you give me about 30 seconds and a chance? Sakura asked hesitantly. Indeed. Shino agreed before charging the beast fearlessly. Sakura could only watch as she flexed and melded her chakra into her right hand. Shino charged forward, weaving hand signs for a jutsu. Earth style. Earth gauntlet. Quickly, 2 massive fist-shaped gauntlets covered both his hands. Kill Aburame. Kurobaki roared in fury, his intelligence seeming to break free through hatred. 9. Shino offered a simple, merely aiming a gauntlet at its face and uttering. Earth projectile. The gauntlet flew into Kurobaki's face, managing to shatter but stun him. Shino raced in, but Kurobaki managed to launch his tendrils at him even when stunned. But Shino merely used his gauntlet of chakra-hardened earth to swat them aside with ease. He spun with the momentum and smashed the gauntlet into Kurobaki's face. He heard the sick sound of his gauntlet crushing Kurobaki's eye. Blood flew as the somewhat human man stumbled back. Shino offered no rest for him. However, as an explosive tag struck its face ignited, the small explosion did no damage but made him stumble back into a newly created earth wall. 30 seconds have passed. This battle is over, Shino said calmly. Sakura arrived just in time, her fist glowing as she flew through the air. She smashed through the wall bodily using her momentary strength. Nerve impact. Sakura cried as she smashed into the back of Kurobaki's head. Headless of the armor, her fist smashed through, sending pain racing down her arm. All the same, Sakura could feel her chakra invading his body and attacking his nervous system directly. She had managed to perfect her technique. A blow, nothing should be able to survive. Suffer, you sexist dick. Sakura roared as Kurobaki was sent flying across the clearing and skidding violently across the ground. Before becoming at a rest at the edge of clearing, bloodied, but still moving. Kurobaki cried out in anguish, bleeding from the wound on his head and crushed eye. It pitifully climbed to its feet, clearly somewhat drained and injured. It roared in fury, however, and as it did so its chakra level grew and it seemed to stand straighter. But with a burst of chakra, blurred forward, appearing before the off-guard and tired Sakura and Shino. They were wide open. Wild Youth Rampage. Air Palm Volley. The barrage of air-based chakra blows sent Kurobaki flying back and careening to the ground. A fresh Lee and Hintada appeared and stood with their allies. It seems this foe is quite the unyouthful one. Lee decided with a frown. To attack and kill these fine ants for no reason is unforgivable. Harming my friends is even more so. I'm sorry we arrived late. It seems this foe has given you some problems. Hinata said as her Byakugan focused on the now standing Kurobaki. As that thing human. Its body is similar to ours, but it seems to be the same Kurobaki Kamizuru that attacked me earlier. He has used some sort of technique to transform. One that, based on what it consumes, gains strengths and unique biological traits. Shino explained. 10. He also can seemingly heal now and can take quite the beating. His nervous system is in disarray, he's down an eye. And now has quite the chest wound. The pain alone should drive him unconscious. Seems to have only made it angrier somehow. What's the strategy then? Hinata asked as the four dropped into combat stances as the creature prepared to charge them. Attack it as one. Keep assaults quick and noncommittal. Try to breach its armor with pure force as much as possible. Sakura and Hinata, you two engage directly with my support, Lee. If you have an opening, can you break its armor? Preferably around the chest where it seems densest. My assumption is his organs are still vulnerable considering Sakura's attacks and the need for thick armor at all. Shino commanded the group grimly. Yosh. If only used for a moment, I can open another gate. It should allow me the power necessary to shatter its armor. My youth will leave it defenseless. Lee answered. Excellent. Once he does so, I can finish it off if fails to. Shino agreed. Lee kicked back to charge chakra as Sakura and Hinata raced forward to meet Kurobaki's charge. Kurobaki launched another mass of stingers. However, Hinata was fearless and cartwheeled towards them. Hibunraiso. She cried as chakra formed around her and smashed through the stingers, Sakura racing behind Hinata to escape the attack as well. Kurobaki attempted to block using his new tendrils, but Hinata cut through them with ease, allowing her to smash into and send the creature flying back. Sakura chased after it wildly, slashing with her chakra scalpels. She knew from before only overwhelming offense could keep it suppressed. However, Kurobaki roared in pain as he managed to snag her arm and whip her up into the air, preparing to slam her down. Sakura flinched before an earth spike stabbed into Kurobaki's arm, failing to pierce it but forcing him to release her. Sakura landed and backtracked as Hinata dashed close in and cried out again, Kaden. Quickly the chakra dome of the Hyuga appeared and smashed the creature back. I'm ready. Lee cried out as his body seemed to burst with chakra, his own rivaling Kurobaki in potency. Third gate open. Youthful aura. Life awakening. Lee's skin turned red, and an aura of chakra opened around him. His pupils even disappeared, and veins bulged on his skin as he prepared his assault. Lee did not race to the fight in this new form. It was as if he had instantly appeared in front of Kurobaki. The monstrous man not even having time to flinch as Lee threw his attack. Youthful blow. Dragon Fang. Lee cried as through a punch the others could scarcely see. His entire arm was coated in blue chakra, and he looked almost like it was its giant fang. He launched the blow into Kurobaki's midsection, shattering the armor with ease, crushing bones, and even splitting the skin. The powerful blow was aimed downwards, driving the partial beast man into the ground, and embedding it with ease. The ground crumbled around them as it somewhat shattered under the force of the blow. Lee, Sakura said in shock. He was always strong, but this. If this Lee had been in the exams, Hinata trailed off. They may have gone very differently. He may be as strong as Naruto or Sasuke. Hinata agreed. It seems this is over. Hinata was cut off, however, as the beast suddenly stood and grabbed Lee by the throat. Lee reacted striking with powerful blows that cracked its armor. But Kurobaki did not flinch as he strangled Lee. A lethal amount of blood flowed from the wound, but despite it, Kurobaki stood firm. Before either could race to help Lee, he managed to kick the arm and finally free himself. Lee walked backwards to dodge a sluggish blow from the dying man. But before he could struggle in earnest, Shino appeared at ease with the intense combat. He dodged a slow blow and calmly placed his now exposed and lethal left hand on the exposed inner skin of Kurobaki. As soon as Shino made contact with the abomination, he froze. Perhaps whatever remained of his humanity had broken through when faced with this foe and his all too familiar lethal technique. Damned Aburame. It cursed bitterly. Once again you seek to destroy the Kamizuru clan. I have failed. Our combat before was just. Our homes battling to destroy each other, our clashes and the blood spilled were expected. It was merely two clans doing their expected duty. I know Aburame never specifically wished to destroy the Kamizuru. Nor do I suspect you clan intended specifically to destroy my clan back then. But we had no wish to crush you specifically. Our techniques in battle merely led to such. Shino lectured as the beast and him stared eye to eye. Wanted revenge. But now I will die, Kurobaki bitterly said. His voice had become lighter and his movements more random. It seemed the shock had settled in from his state. Shino coldly agreed. Without that pesky armor, my allies can finally feast. They will burrow throughout your body, consuming your organs and even bones. Not even a single cell will survive their gluttony. For attempting to harm me and my friends, you will suffer a painful but quick death. Shino spat. I had no hopes to crush you a lot, but you learned not from the past. We Aburame are no hatred-filled killers, but when pushed, we will do what is necessary. Kurobaki offered no response as he nearly folded in two as his midsection had already been mostly consumed. Sakura, Hinata, and Lee averted their eyes from the gruesome sight. But, ever practical and careful, Shino merely watched as Kurobaki died, as if ready for him to rise again. But Kurobaki did not. The man died as he lived, a gruesome monster. I'm sorry that happened too roughly. Shino apologized to the others once it was over. I needed to be certain he would stay down. We need to get our wounds treated and prepare to search for the day. No way. Sakura objected fiercely. I am injured and barely at half my reserves. You are also, and the gates are famed for their impact on the human body. We will rest for the day and continue tomorrow. We may very well need us at our best. Hinata glanced around before hesitantly nodding and agreeing with Sakura. I do not like it either, but after this fight we are not at full strength. Actually, my new ninshu helps with such. I will merely be in crippling pain for the next 12 hours. Lee assured with a nice guy pose. Sakura merely rolled her eyes before walking over and poking Lee. The man cried out in pain and collapsed. See my point? Sakura asked Shino with a raised brow. The one person on your side can barely stand. Shino sighed in frustration. He did not like being unable to find Shoji or Yuno, but his father had taught him to keep his head even in peril. I suppose so. As he finished speaking, the ants flowed from the cave, quickly checking out Kurobaki's corpse and dragging it into the cave. Others grabbed dead ants, and a couple of seemingly more important clan members came to them. Shino and others walked to meet them. At the very least another threat had been dealt with. Ren Kamizuru's POV, outskirts of the Land of Wind. Dignitary work wasn't new to Ren. In his long career, he had often been used as such. He was a unique case. A veteran shinobi who had leveraged his influence to become a led politician of the stone. With the merits of both he had quickly climbed the ladder of the stone. But all the same, Ren was not pleased to be used this way. It was risky and demeaning work, and, not to mention, his travel was less than stellar in his growing age. His gray and brown hair was matted with sweat, and while the two Anbu with him were fresh, they had to go at his speed. All the same, the trio had managed to arrive outside of the Land of Wind in a mere 12 hours. Ren only suffered this mission to ensure his credibility did not take a hit. Besides, he wanted to ensure Onoki made the right choice. The group was now taking a break and resting, Ren, in particular, going over his plan in his head. He supposed that Onoki, the old fool, had been correct, if not heartless to send him. They needed to position themselves as strong even while asking for help. As the former leader of a failing clan, Ren had experience with that very task. Combine that with his considerable power, and he had been an ideal candidate. One that even if he did die would not cost them greatly. Their plan had been decided by him, of course. It never was truly as simple to meet with a cage. The Anbu, while certainly wise and knowledgeable, indeed weren't more so than him and knew to listen to his word. Ren doubted their ability to infiltrate and meet with Rasa that way. So, it became clear the move would be an upfront approach. Ren planned to arrive in the desert near Suna and signal to get the attention of a scouting group of the Sand. Then Ren would use his silver tongue to convince them to give them an audience. Though likely, they wouldn't dare ignore a message from a rival. It was full proof. The Anbu signaled for them to continue much to Ren's chagrin, but he continued on. He wanted to get this over with and return home with more glory for his name. The idea of finally crushing the leaf amused Ren to no end. He could scarcely think for the excitement. They marched through the desert in the middle of a blasted sandstorm. The wind harshly whipped the sand into their skin, and it seemed to actively crawl into Ren's clothes. He swore he would ensure the destruction of Suna in the future if for nothing else than the blasted land they called home. Finally, the group drew close to Suna, but as they did, the storm seemed to intensify. Soon, the group could barely walk as they marched through it all. Their vision of the distance in front of them disappeared, as sand was all they could see. But soon, three shapes stood out from the sand. They seemed human and were watching them from deep within the storm. Ren attempted to call out but would not risk opening his mouth. But soon, his wish was acknowledged as the figure in the center of the three waved his hand. In an instant, the storm stopped. Sand froze in place before splitting up into two groups on either side of the three stone men. Soon, they formed two massive dunes of sand on their right and left, somehow ending the storm. The three were from the sand and seemed to be three Chunin. They were floating upon a platform of sand, and they were unmistakable to Ren, someone who had been in this game so long. Gaara, Tamari, and Konkuro of the Sand. The famed Sand Trio and supposed future aces of your homeland. I have heard many tales of you three, Ren started. I am honored to stand before you. The two older siblings did not speak. They watched as Gaara focused on Ren. Two Anbu and Junin from the Land of Stone, Gaara said with a small smile. Quite the party to find creeping around our borders. We are here on important business, Ren answered honestly. We seek an audience with the Cage, if not him, at least the Junin commander Baki of the Sand. Both of which you happen to have a connection to Gaara. Why do you seek the Council of the Sand? Tamari chimed in. We've never been all that close to our neighbors. You won't like how things go if we don't like your answer. Kankuro agreed with a grim nod. Ren frowned at the questions. It would be risky to tell them his intention. He needed to speak to Rasa or Baki directly. The more people heard, the more likely the intention of this mission would be to leak. I cannot just tell you, I'm afraid. This information is of a sensitive nature. I'm sure you understand. I do not, Gaara answered simply. You seek an audience with my father and expect me not to know why. I am the son of Rasa of the Sand and future Cage of the Sand. I will have an answer, or else I will turn you away myself. Ren growled to himself as the Anbu tensed, prepared to defend themselves. But he had seen the exams with his own eyes. Gaara of the Sand may be near Chunin, but even most Junin would be helpless. Taking him was possible with two Anbu and himself, but it would be detrimental to their mission. He would have to risk telling him. But the son of the Cage would surely be discreet. Furthermore, if he managed to gain his support, it would undoubtedly increase their favor with the Cage. It would have to be a risk to be taken. Fair enough, son, my name is Ren Kamizuru of the Stone. I have been sent by Onoki of the Scales, the Tsuchikage of our home. He has sent me here to seek the aid of the Sand for a potential mutually beneficial endeavor. Of the Kamizuru, you say? Gaara asked innocently. Brother, isn't the clan shamed during the last war? One in the same, Kankuro said with a smirk. We're smacked around by the Aburame. A weak clan. Tamari agreed, sounding pleased to snipe at the man before them. Ren bit back on his anger and laughed out as if amused. Yes, my family has fallen quite a bit over the years, but that has nothing to do with our proposal. You'll want to hear us out. I suppose so, Gaara agreed with a shrug. My father did ask me to scout the border, so it's only fitting that I screen who enters my home. As I said, we are here for an offer of not only an alliance but an endeavor from which we would benefit greatly. Ren began. See, we have gained information regarding the leaf. Their Jinchuriki one, Naruto Uzumaki, is missing. Furthermore, after your impressive battle with him, they have seen a boon of business, while your rampage has been the opposite. But if the leaf is missing its greatest weapon, a solution for both our villages has shown itself. See if we were to move against the leaf. So Naruto Uzumaki is missing. Gaara said, amused with a raised brow. I am certain he is not dead, but I see why that would lead to this proposal. As soon as Gaara finished his words, Ren flinched as sand suddenly surrounded him and restrained him, his body stuck in a sand ball with only his head stuck out. The Anbu attempted to react, but one suddenly froze as if stuck in place, and the other was sent flying by a gust of wind. Before either could counter or recover, they were detained by sand. All three float up into the air to face Gaara and his siblings. The older sister smiled cruelly as she stood on a giant fan, the older brother chuckling openly at them. What is the meaning of this? Ren roared. We came in peace, and now you attack us. We came seeking a relationship, but make no mistake, the stone will not forgive this. Stop yapping, insect, Gaara replied murderously, and Ren and the Anbu cried out in sync as their orbs tightened. I recognize what I am doing and the consequences it may bring. But do not heedlessly threaten me, the stone is weak. They wouldn't have bothered trying to turn the leaf's ally if they were not. I imagine the cloud was your first option, but they've been less than friendly to the other great villages since its inception. Figured the sand might be willing, and to be fair, knowing my father, he very well may be. Then free us. This will benefit your homeland as it does ours. You are a soldier. Your father would not condone this. Ren roared. That he would not. Unfortunately for your lot, I care little. See, Naruto Uzumaki is a friend of mine, and I am certain he will return. That matters because I owe him something of a favor you'll be helping me repay, Gaara assured the man. You insolent monster. Ren roared, but Gaara cut him off roughly, grabbing his face. This insolent monster's opinion is the only one that matters, Gaara told Ren. Now die. Sand coffin. The three siblings watched as the balls condensed, crushing and killing the men instantly, the discarded sand, blood, and viscera raining to the ground below. I know we need Naruto on our side for our plans, Kankuro exclaimed after a moment. But is it really wise to do something like this? Poor bastard wasn't wrong. If Daddy Dearest hears of this, there will be hell to pay. It is just as I said, I care little about it myself. But as a friend of Naruto Uzumaki, I cannot allow his homeland to be destroyed, not yet. Gaara answered. Besides, a war at this moment would greatly cost our plans. So we needed to nip that in the bud. Tamari agreed. But the stone may very well react to this. They cannot, sister, Gaara assured. Think carefully. Humans are cautious and cowardly by nature. Without alerting the other villages, they cannot raise a problem with these deaths. They'll merely cut their losses and likely abandon their current plan. Is this to finally win over Naruto? Tamari asks. Not really, Gaara flippantly answered. This will undoubtedly help, but he will eventually come around alone. With the world we live in and the being who is, he'll have no other choice. Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara whispered to himself. You showed me the folly of my ways. But soon you will see your own. 11. Naruto, Sasuke's POV, Southern Swamps of Erminsel, Terra. Naruto and Yuno marched up the trees of the Blechumi clan, exhausted, filthy, and more than a little done with the day. Naruto was seemingly coated in blood, his shirt was barely clamped by thin straps around his shoulders, and his usually bright eyes seemed dull. Yuno was less bloody and damaged but just as exhausted. As they marched up the tree, the sun was slowly falling, the light of day dimming and damning them to another night of rest. Without the swamps teeming with demons, his clones had managed to go much farther. In fact, they had covered the entirety of the southern swamps, encountered and either aided or impeded various clans and had been thorough in their search. With so many copies of himself branching out to search, Naruto decided they would deal with the mosquitoes. His interaction with them had been short and brutal, the creatures seemingly just mindlessly hunted for food and feasted upon anything they could overwhelm. Ichumi explained that both the Mosquito and Krukaruk clans had kept the swamp oppressed and the population of all clans low. After meeting Murray and the Blechumi clan, the idea made his blood boil. With Ichumi explaining they hunted the entirety of not only Erminsel but Terra as a whole, the decision became finalized. Naruto and Yuno had gone out to either scare off or eliminate the clan of bloodsuckers. However, it had been a challenging task. For one, the pure amount the nest contained was enough for Naruto to go all out. And more than enough to discover Yuno had a crippling fear of mosquitoes. Most bugs were no problem for her. However, the flying parasites were an exception. Which left Naruto to deal with the hive and protect her. Worse yet, many decided to hide inside the cave next. This left Naruto and a hesitant Yuno to lead a clone army to siege the cave system, which was full of foes. It had been dark, disturbing with the raw amount of blood and corpses, and taken quite a while to complete. Even the fearful Yuno eventually had to chip in for them to escape alive, though having managed to destroy the hive and scare off the survivors. Naruto had been tired at that point. Once the clones had all either willfully or not expelled, however, he felt half dead. His mind was also exhausted. He felt ashamed he hadn't found anyone else or signs of the Wolf clan. Knowing his friends would spend yet another day without his help made Naruto feel sick. But he was too tired to deal with the demons tonight. Based on Yuno's equally exhausted look, she felt the same. As such, the dejected two walked up the tree, the definition of melancholy in spirit. Sasuke's POV. Since the encounter with the mosquitoes, Sasuke and Murray's journey had been relatively smooth sailing. The Hawk's speed and apparent reputation remained unbothered as they traveled. Sasuke had taken the opportunity to scout the lands before him using his Sharingan. In the east, he saw several human-like camps that looked like they held homes of various clans and more in the west. This was worthy of note to Sasuke. These clans were more likely to hold his friends. They would need shelter, food, and water for guests or to keep them. When they reunited with Naruto, he would use this knowledge and whatever knowledge Naruto had gathered to figure out their next move. But the most interesting thing he saw lay in the west. A giant orb of glowing chakra surrounded by a scarlet barrier. Murray had explained it was the chakra anchor, a natural construct of chakra that sat upon the link of Terra and Earth. Apparently, it also fueled and directed the summoning technique the clans used to aid and gain aid from humans, though he had been confused and concerned about the barrier around it. Certainly worthy of note, Sasuke's gut told him it would be important. But locating his allies came first, something Murray reluctantly agreed with. Soon, they arrived within the swamps of southern Erminsel. The speed of the Hawks allowed them to quickly close in on Naruto. They spotted some unique trees that Murray recognized. Apparently, they were the famed trees of the clan of peacocks. As soon as Sasuke heard they liked humans, he was certain Naruto would be there. Arriving with a boom of air, Sasuke and Murray looked down on the clan of frightened peacocks. Suddenly, a blur appeared in front of them, revealing a floating, exhausted, and irritated Naruto in front of them. God damn it, you scared me, emo. Naruto cried angrily. Suddenly, his face froze before a goofy smile bloomed. Murray, you're okay, little buddy. Naruto. Murray cried happily, jumping off Sasuke and wrapping his short arms around Naruto's neck. Spinning in circles happily, the raccoon co-ed happily. The goofy blonde was more than equal in his joy, petting his summon and laughing heartily all the while. Sasuke felt a small amount of satisfaction but stomped it down as he prepared to ask who was here with him. Sasuke. Yuno's voice cut through his plan. Sasuke turned and saw his cousin looking similarly exhausted as the blonde. All the same, Yuno burst out in a giant smile and, similarly to Raccoon, wrapped him up in a hug. Thank Kami, you're okay. She whispered as she held him. Sasuke rolled his eyes but allowed it. He was sure she had been through much. There were giant scary mosquitoes, Sasuke. They almost drained me dry. She cried dramatically, hanging from Sasuke like a child. Sasuke sighed. She always did this when stressed around him. I'm sure you handled yourself well, Sasuke said. Besides, I'm sure the idiot managed to protect you at least. It was terrible, cousin. Yuno continued to cry. With my partner in crime, I'm ready to face whatever Erminsel has to offer. Naruto cried. Believe it. Murray agreed joyfully, forming into a giant raccoon to fist bump the blonde. Giant mosquitoes. Yuno further dramatized it. To think Sasuke had been impatient to find his friends. Naruto's POV, southern swamps of Erminsel, Terra, traveling. Morning. Naruto had quite a crazy sight in the last few days, yet there was no doubt in his mind that the sight before him was the craziest yet. Sasuke's having gained his own summoning clan had been annoying and surprising, but he could accept that. Murray's professing to find Sasuke disturbing was unpleasant but unsurprising as such, not a true problem. But what he saw before him baffled him. Sasuke Uchiha was showing a warmer side. Naruto and Murray flew through the air with impressive speed. The Taka clan had proven useful thus far, and the duo of Scanning Eyes and Crushing Talons had proven loyal to their new summoner, faithfully carrying the four of them through the air. However, they seemed to detest Naruto for some odd reason. He swore Scanning Eyes, who had begrudgingly agreed to carry them for travel, was flying rougher than his clan mate. Naruto clung to it tightly, barely holding on in some instances. The turbulence was so great Murray had turned into his scarf form to adhere to Naruto all the better. Yet Sasuke and Yuno seemed relaxed and comfortable as they rode Crushing Talons. 1. All the same, Naruto was shocked by how lovingly Yuno hugged Sasuke. Almost like she was his sister, her smug smile spoke of some enjoyment. Naruto could understand loving one's family but was surprised that all the same Sasuke had allowed it. The male Uchiha was obviously not enjoying it, a frown etched on his face. But all the same, he didn't shrug her off. Bastard has a heart after all, Naruto thought to himself. The team of four were traveling to the western river plains of Erminsel. A night of celebration with the Blechumi had hosted their reunion, and the group had information pooled before they went to bed. During this time, they established the northern mountains of Erminsel and the southern swamps of Erminsel, which were likely clear of the master, or their friends. With that in mind, it had limited their search to the eastern forest and western river plains. Both had been unsearched, but with Naruto and Yuno's knowledge of the wolf clan's involvement with the master, combined with Murray's hunch that they lived in the west and their sight of the barrier around the chakra anchor in the west, they had quickly decided to head there. They would search the east after combing and checking on the chakra anchor. They would check out and deal with the barrier if it was a problem. Murray was confident he could destroy it given some time. Afterward, they would search out the wolves and their allies in equal measure. Naruto stooped over to whisper toward the head of the Scanning Eyes. Hey, this is kinda a bumpy ride. Anyway, can you smooth it out? Naruto tried diplomatically. But as a silence stretched out, Naruto felt his temper flare. Surely your ears aren't near your head. If they were, you wouldn't ignore me. You are not one of our humans, be grateful I do not consume you. Scanning Eyes spoke gruffly. Sasuke tilde. Scanning Eyes is being mean to Naruto-kun tilde. Yuno called out dramatically. Stop the act, Sasuke replied with a roll of the eyes and a smirk. Simultaneously, he signaled for Crushing Talons to come closer to his clanmate so they could all speak. Scanning Eyes, treat my allies as you would me. Your behavior shames us both, remedy that if you would be so kind. Scanning Eyes offered no reply, but their flight evened out the same way. Thanks Yuno. You too Emo, Naruto trailed with a roll of his eyes. While Sasuke had accommodated him, he couldn't help but notice he waited, and that smirk. Why do you insist on calling me that? Sasuke asked with a scoff. You're antisocial, emotional, and prone to being stubborn. It's not that far off. Yuno chimed in, though she wilted to a fierce glare from Sasuke. Thanks, Yuno, Naruto snarked with a shit-eating grin. But yeah, if the shoe fits. It does not, Sasuke replied plainly. Emo people are self-harming, troubled people crushed by their woes. I feel empathy and pity for them in that order. I do not wish to harm myself nor see things as nearly so grim and helpless. I am pessimistic due to the things I've seen and experienced, not due to some perceived flaw in myself or the world. For a shinobi, such is commonplace. I find people like the two of you, Yuno, and you Naruto, to be much stranger. We are soldiers and merchants of death living by the order of the few. Your clan was slaughtered in the previous war and my crushed in a supposed co-op. The fact you two can act so carefree is nothing less than incredible to me. Well said, cousin, Yuno said with a hum. Thinking of a response. Well, Kakashi-sensei told me something about that. Naruto countered. Something about Sasuke had always subtly rubbed him the wrong way. Originally, Naruto had been jealous of Sasuke in their few classes. Now, he found his negative attitude simply grating. That may be why he felt like challenging everything he said. Naruto kept his cool but went with his gut as he replied. He said the strongest and most promising are often some of the most eccentric or aloof. The burden of becoming strong and skilled strains both the body and soul. Acting out is simply a way of relieving tension. The same way as acting stuck up helps you, Naruto attempted to bite back the insult, but it slipped through all the same. Hey, Sasuke responded with a simple chuckle. Naruto was shocked again, having expected to fight the Uchiha for the smallest of slights. Let me speak the unique language of male Uchihas. Yuno chimed in. They often communicate silently, with pointed glares, short grunts, or even outright silence. Sounds like Neji. Shut up, Blondie. Sasuke replied with ease. Old Sasuke likes to bite back, probably pleasantly surprised he had the chance to. He definitely didn't think you'd offer much verbal sparring. Yuno explained with a smile. Stop demeaning me, Yuno. If he couldn't understand that much, it's not worth explaining. Sasuke sniped back at his family. Weird, Naruto trailed off with an awkward smile. Says the Jinchuriki, Sasuke replied with his own smaller smile. It shifted to his regular cold expression as he switched the topic. Either way, the river plains will be our newest search location. We need to be prepared for heavy resistance. Likely, this master will have affected the chakra anchor Murray spoke of. The chakra anchor somehow influences all summoning techniques throughout Terra and Earth, Yuno added. Murray had said the Okama clan claimed if someone ever managed to control it, they would, in theory, be able to control all summons. Naruto flinched as his golden scarf formed into an elongated raccoon form, keeping himself wrapped around his neck. We should likely expect the master to be present, but more than that, the barrier is to seal in the chakra anchor. This master must have chosen to do that instead of dealing with the nature golems. That would explain their goal. More than likely the chakra anchor was their intended target from the start. Somehow the allies they've taken from us must be aiding them somehow. Nature golems? Naruto asked with a raised brow. Being made of hardened minerals and living chakra, Murray informed. Roughly a dozen of them patrol the canyon where the anchor lies. No one knows where they came from, but they defend it relentlessly without rest or food. Whole clans have perished attempting to fight past them. This master likely realized this and erected the barrier to escape from dealing with them directly. Should the barrier come down, we must avoid facing them. Even the four of us would struggle to survive. From what Murray had told me yesterday, it will be necessary to free the chakra anchor to escape this place once we recover all of our allies. Furthermore, his clan seemingly is vested in ensuring its safety. We'll deal with this barrier and any foes we may guard it. Sasuke finished for Naruto's summon. We of the Okama clan are quite the Fuijutsu experts. Given time, I should be able to create a counter seal and dispel it. Once we do so, we can simply leave the golems to guard it. Murray explained. 2. Assuming time is on our side after, we'll search the entirety of the western river plains. With the Taka clan's flight and eyesight, we should be able to cover major ground. Though we need to be careful about night, Naruto trailed off as the problem occurred to him. That will be no issue. Scanning eyes chimed in. We of the Taka clan are somewhat nomadic. We have several nests in areas not even the crawling demons can reach. Should our search take us into the night, we will rest at the nearest one. So everything is all planned out nicely, then, Yuno concluded. They rode in silence at that point. Murray seemed cold and snuggled into his neck, and Naruto felt the need to question his summon about something that was bothering him. Hey Murray, Naruto whispered to his friend. As he did, he listened as Sasuke ran through a barrage of scenarios for the upcoming battles. What Sasuke told us about the Bloodthirster clan and the Moon clan. Is that true? An endless war so brutal that casually torturing and eating each other is seen as acceptable. Murray's small face poked out at his frowning. One thing my friend, I can communicate with you mentally when we're close like this. It's only due to our close bond and my empathic abilities. As for your question, it's not as abnormal as you might think. Things aren't the same all throughout Terra. Most of it is owned by the various summoning clans and ruled by the major ones. But here in Erminsel, there is no such structure. The clans are not summoning clans and, as such, lack the influence and access to convergence points that allow them to live outside of Erminsel. Due to such, they are often clashing over territories, supplies, or even access to convergence points or random scrolls. Stopping any chance for true growth or cooperation. 3. Naruto frowned. It was odd to mentally communicate. With that strain put on them all, working together would seem almost pointless. Do the ruling clans not interfere? Surely with their power and sway they could restore some order. We, the Okama, maintain some level of influence within Erminsel and occasionally manage to buffer peace between clans. But we are not as united we'd like to be. Nearly every clan looks out for themselves, much like all living life does. The general culture of Terra is survival of the fittest, an idea even present within the Okama. While the pure brutality between the two shocked me, it shouldn't have. Erminsel has always been a blot on the world of Terra. These wild lands hold the blood and scars from years of violence. So much so true peace here may very well be impossible, Murray explained sadly, pouting as he rested his chin on Naruto's shoulder. It's not right. If we weren't in such a situation, I'd do something about it all. Naruto thought glumly. Such is why the Okama chose you. Peaceful unity of all of Terra is the ultimate goal of the Okama. And we signed you intending for you to aid in that someday. But for now, we cannot afford to worry about this. Besides, we've spent centuries attempting such. I'm not sure you could do anything, my friend. That sort of attitude led to this in the first place. Naruto complained. Don't worry about it. After I save my friends, I'll come back one day and help out. Like I said, it's appreciated, but we're talking about nearly 100 different clans, Murray assured. I'm a man of my word though. I intend to become Hokage one day, but I won't be the type that ignores the suffering of others. I could never be a leader, let alone Hokage if I did. Naruto assured Murray, patting his head. One day we'll fix this, Murray, and together make Earth and Terra a better place. Murray seemed shocked, but Naruto merely offered him a cheeky smile. Oh, apparently, Blondie thought of something stupid again. Sasuke joked, having caught Naruto smiling. Oh fuck you, Sasuke. Naruto roared indignantly. Guys, below. Yuno cried out, interrupting the two men before they could argue. The group all started below and noticed gray blurs racing through the river plains with shocking speed. Are those? My eyes do not lie. Scanning eyes chimed in. That is indeed the ravenous wolf clan below us. Seems like a smaller group, perhaps for scouting. Master, should crushing talon and I slay and eat them? We must check out the chakra anchor. Murray disagreed. We don't have time for this. But Murray, we've been looking for those mutts. Naruto countered. We can't let them get away. It's not a debate anyway, Sasuke agreed. We had your word, Murray, we could ensure the fate of the allies before we tended to the welfare of Erminsel. Murray's silence was enough. It's decided then, Naruto said with a menacing grin, glad to finally have a tangible lead. New plan, we follow these mangy mutts and kick this, master's, ass. Go, team, Yuno cried as the hawks followed after the wolves, far from detection so high above them. Hinata's Pav, eastern forest of Erminsel, Terra, traveling. Morning. They had left their Antony clan allies early the following morning. They had been friendly, and Lee and Sakura had felt guilty about leaving them so soon after the chaotic attack, but they wanted to move quickly. Shino had been particularly insistent, even staying up late to bury the mutilated body of Kurobaki. Something Hinata could not claim to understand but respected the honor of it all the same. With them all well rested and fed, the trip to the Okama outpost Lee had come from went relatively quickly. The group of 4 shinobi went relatively unmolested as they traveled and quickly discovered the grouping of tree houses Lee had discussed. The tree houses of Okama seeming to sheen in the wild. If Hinata had not known better, she would assume they're human homes. It seemed the clans of Terra were all different in unique ways. But before they could enter and reunite with Naruto's allies, they realized something. They were being attacked by a dozen wasps. The Okama. Hinata cried out in shock. She couldn't help but boost her speed with chakra as she raced forward. They need our help. She was caught off guard as Lee was with her with ease. No one will harm my new friends while I'm here, he cried. The two did not wait to see if Sakura and Shino were following and instead sprinted up to the nearest tree house, leaping into the chaotic battle with no fear or hesitation. Hinata activated her Byakugan as they drew close and gasped in horror at what she saw. She could see nearly the entire outpost within an instant. She noticed several wasps at the edge of her vision carrying off alive and struggling raccoons. She saw several race around as large transformed birds attempting to chase off the speedy wasps. She saw one wasp bite the head off a running raccoon only to be crushed by a giant clay fist controlled by several more. 2 larger and 1 smaller raccoons fought in tandem to defend a crowd of seemingly defenseless raccoons. The larger ones attempted to swat the foes, while the smaller ones skillfully kicked them away. But they were greatly outnumbered and would surely soon be overwhelmed. Lee there, Hinata called. Without hesitation, Lee listened, blitzing toward that particular fight. He jumped forward, landing on his hands, and with absurd skill and strength, launched himself through the air off them. Dynamic entry. Lee called as the missile kicked one wasp away, about to sting one of the larger Okama. The wasp screeched as it flew through the air and crashed through a wall of one of the homes. Using the force of the blow, he flew back, spun through the air, and called out again. Leaf Hurricane. With a powerful spin kick, he kicked another into the ground with a crunch. The last 2 remaining wasps turned to him, but this allowed the Okama to strike. The smaller one launched a barrage of punches that tore the one wasp apart, while the other 2 large ones crushed the last with a double clap. Hinata was not idle herself. Using her near omnivision, she activated an air palm with a thrust of her hand. The air blow sniped the wings off a wasp attempting to chase a running Okama, leaving the insect to fall to its death to the ground below. Hinata spun on her heels, seeing another wasp attempt to sneak attack her, a sting to her spine from behind. Managing to turn in time, she smacked away the sting with 2 fingertips with one hand. She thrusted her other hand into its face, grimly blasting enough chakra inside its head to liquefy its brain. She continued her spin, blasting away another 2 wasps with a casual cadence. She flicked 2 more kunai as she finished her spin. The kunai pierced the skull of 2 more wasps, Hinata decimating several with ease. She turned to see 1 more wasp being dragged to the ground by several transformed birds, Okama, and soon being torn to shreds by their beaks and talons. Another got caught with the same giant clay fist from earlier. With a crushing grip, it was instantly killed. But the last 2 sought to escape, having managed to grab 2 unconscious Okama during the fight. The rest of the Okama were either fending off the last of wasps or recovering. Lee, can you save them if I kill the wasps? Hinata snapped, her mind whirling as she prepared a double-peaked air palm. She had to save them if they were able. Yosh, trust my youth. Lee called out. Hinata did just that, shooting off the 2 air palms with shocking accuracy. Both smashed the wasps carrying the Okama without harming them, leaving both wasps turned apart and the Okama flying down to the ground below. Before Hinata could worry, Lee flicked his arms, and his bandages shot out and wrapped around the Okama. With a grunt of effort, Lee whipped them back. Sakura and Shino arrived in time to safely catch and put them back down with Hinata and Lee. It seems you two managed to fight off the foes on your lonesome. Shino complimented the two as he landed. Strange to see the Okama being attacked. I thought the biggest clans were respected and feared in equal measure. That we are, an older voice said. An old human man was escorted by the smaller raccoon defending the others. The old man had a long, ratty beard and wore a simple robe decorated with splotches of dried clay. I cannot remember the last time a clan bothered to attack us directly. They'll pay for this. We have been steadfast allies for nearly every clan, including them. They'll see just how fearsome of foes the Okama can be. The smaller raccoon promised. Mooney, you have healed well. I saw your combat. You were battling most youthfully. Lee cried happily. The raccoon seemed to smile at their strange comrade. Saved again by a human, my honor is stained. All the same, I thank you for defending Okama yet again. In fact, we thank you all. Hinata smiled, glad to have met another friendly clan. It was our honor, Okama-sama. The old man smiled warmly at them. A shame our summoner is not with you. All the same, we are blessed you arrived when you did. By the time I arrived, the damage would have been tenfold. For that, you have my sincere gratitude. My name is Mono of the Okama clan, and I am one of the esteemed elders. Indeed, Shino agreed with ease. This is concerning. We intend to cooperate with you, so if you have some sort of rival or enemy, we need to be aware of it. He does not mean to be rude, Sakura said, elbowing Shino. But it is a good question all the same. Are the wasps rival of the Okama, or perhaps they are tied to the Okama? Hinata hummed as she considered it. She hesitated to speak but did so nonetheless, recognizing that now was no time for her to be shy. That can't be the case. The motive and methodology seem entirely different. The target is also markedly different. Sakura continued Hinata's thought that the master had only used wolves and seemingly targeted humans. Why start kidnapping animals now? The wasp in question was a species of parasitic aquatic wasps. Shino further elaborated. While they seemed to have evolved to be very different, their behavior was still strange. Those species tend to prey on water species, particularly weaker solitary ones. Attacking a larger group would be foolish if they were merely hunting for food or engaging in battle. Especially when the group in question has influence. We have been gathering info about this, Master. Mono chimed in. We have similarly determined this individual is tied to the Savage Wolf clan. And seem focused on gathering notable shinobi. This seems to be a third party, one we believe to know the location and identity of. Interesting, though I must admit if that is the case, it complicates matters, Shino concluded. We don't have time to deal with them with our allies still in danger, Sakura agreed hesitantly. We came here to aid the Okama as well for Naruto. Hinata reminded the two. If they are in danger, our allies could be in danger similarly. Besides, their motive is similar. This suggests a relation to the master. A matter we cannot ignore. Indeed, I understand Murray, our newest summon, has promised you the chance to save your allies before aiding us with the master. However, this third party has managed to control the chakra anchor, and cutting it off from the convergence points has affected all summoning. Even if you did find your allies, you might be unable to save them without dealing with the master or at the very least dealing with the chakra anchor. 4. Somehow they have compromised the chakra anchor. Lee asked curiously. The method they used is barrier ninjutsu, even among Junin or Anbu, such knowledge is a rarity. We believe this may be related to the party of Ikam Uzumaki, a criminal we believe you're aware of. He recently launched an attack on our clan. We believe he intends to somehow gain the aid of multiple if not all the clans. With the chakra anchor under his control, nearly every clan would be forced to either oppose or join him. Mono explained. That's more than simply problematic. Ikam is an A- ranked criminal easily suspected of being high Junin in level. Shino said worriedly. Furthermore, I'm not sure we can disrupt a barrier ninjutsu, Hinata admitted. We lack an expert ourselves. Such is why I came. Mooney and I will come with you to help deal with this barrier and the threats surrounding it. In exchange, the Okama clan will offer its full resources to find the Wolf clan and, by proxy, the Master. So it seems, Mono, you are withholding information from us, your allies. Hinata politely pointed out Mono's hypocrisy. But all the same, your logic is infallible. We're fine with checking out the chakra anchor first. Hinata pointed out. Yosh, let us aid our friends with the full power of our youth. Lee agreed. We do need to find the master anyway, Sakura decided as well. I suppose if it's a transaction, that is more than fair. Shino agreed last after a pause. Thank you for your cooperation, Mono said humbly. Allow me to rest my weary bones for an hour or two, and we shall be off. One thing before you do, Elder. Mooney chimed in. We got one alive, and it wants to negotiate. Onoki's POV Cage's training ground, Iwagakure. Midday. Onoki flew through a litany of concrete and stone pillars. So great was his speed that his mere gust from his flight caused a wave of dust. With casual ease, he twirled around several boulders, which nearly crushed him. With a flick of his hand, a massive hand of earth batted 3 more from the sky. Onoki raised a brow as a massive wall of stone suddenly erected from the ground, blocking his path. He glanced back as another wall formed behind him, and both slid toward him at great speeds. Unimaginative, Onoki critiqued as he formed a hand sign and tapped himself. Earth style. Heavy iron. He did not alter his path as he smashed into the wall with a massive crash. However, as if Onoki was built out of steel, he broke through the wall. He twirled to face his opponent in time to see another even more massive path of earthy fly through the air. So enormous was the stone it darkened the sky, momentarily blocking out the sun. Better. Earth style. Lightweight steel. Onoki raised the same hand sign and raised a hand as if to catch the stone. The massive stone smashed into and pushed him back but suddenly halted. Onoki, with a grunt and one arm, lifted the massive stone over his head and aimed at his foe. Try something else, rookie. He hurled the enormous stone with ease. To his foe's credit, they did not flinch as the massive death approached. Similar to Onoki, they raced forward into the stone. However, the meaty sound of earth and flesh did not ring. Onoki raised a brow as the stone flew on, crashing into and destroying many pillars. However, just as it did, Onoki flipped through the air, narrowly avoiding a stone-covered man who burst from the ground below. The man cried out in effort as he raced forward and swung his fist for a mighty blow. Onoki did not bother to react, however, as 2 massive stone golems burst from the ground behind them and met the blow with their own enormous fist. The man was blown away by their blow and cried out in pain as he flew back. Onoki hummed, bored, as he aimed his technique. Dust style. Atomic disassembly. A massive cube of light formed around the airborne man, stopping his flight. The man froze, seemingly aware that Onoki had won their fight. Akatsuchi, how long do you intend to fight so straightforwardly? Innovation is the only strategy when faced with a stronger opponent. I cannot afford to have my shield lost so easily. Akatsuchi laughed, seemingly unbothered by his loss or Onoki's harsh judgment. What the man lacked in skill or intelligence, he made up for it with his calm and rational mind. I am sorry to disappoint you, sir. As your shield, it brings me great shame. Though you are considered the strongest Tsuchikage we've had. I understand, but I need a standout recruit. You are the most trusted man besides my own daughter. If only you could surpass your current limits in battle and mind, you'd make a fine replacement. Onoki snarked at the man. Not fit to be a leader, sir. Besides, no one else could run the village like you do. Akatsuchi said happily. Don't I know it? Onoki inwardly complained. How about news regarding the Kamizuru clan or Ren Kamizuru? Sir, the Kamizuru have yet to return due to a perceived failure on our part, according to the Kamizuru clan. This was negatively received by the other clans, which escalated the tension. Now, they are rioting and threatening separation from the village. Daya and Kuretsuchi are leading an ambush squad as you ask to forcibly stop such. With the weak status of the clan, such will be easy. 5. The Kamizuru may have fallen from the status they once had. However, they are still one of the founding clans of Iwa, and their lack of support will surely lower morale. A true nightmare. Onoki concluded grimly. Please tell me you received word from Ren Kamizuru or the Anbu escorts. No, sir. Unfortunately, there has been radio silence. Information has concluded this to be bad news. Even if they took their time leisurely, 2 days should be enough to reach the sand and send word back, Akatsuchi grimly said. So we have civil unrest in the streets, and one of my most experienced men is missing. There's no doubt about it, that little upstart Rasa not only rejected our proposal but killed our men, Onoki said with a sigh. They must be closer to the leaf than we thought. It is good we postponed our initial plans. Good indeed. However, this cements my final choice. The most recent Chunin exams have clearly shown the Leaf and Sand's next generation will be just as troublesome as always. So much so we must weaken them ourselves. We're changing our plans, Onoki mused. Sir. We will give it 1 week for word of a sighting of the Leaf's Jinchuriki. At this point, we will use our spies to confirm his status, and assuming he's out of the way, we'll reach out to the cloud. I thought you considered them much too risky to work with. Akatsuchi asked curiously. That unruly truly is. However, a power imbalance seems to be forming. The Leaf has always produced notable shinobi, yet Gaara of the Sand proved just as noteworthy. My gut tells me this is only the start, however. I believe soon, the Leaf and Sand will balloon in power, and with the mist and us weaker than ever, we need the cloud on board with us for the future. The only thing to decide now is when. So I guess this Naruto Uzumaki Chunin will be the linchpin. If he shows up missing, it could be the spark to set off the inferno. Tamaki's Pav, Western River Plains of Erminsel, Terra. Midday. A giant tree trunk lay on its side, its bark was covered on every square inch with scratches and doodles. The leaves of the tree had been sewn together to form into a soft roof for the tree. The inside had been completely hollowed out and the inside looked like a bar. The bar had been beautifully carved from the wood in the tree along with the stools. The entire place had beautiful and extravagant art of peacocks and cats. Working the bar were 2 cats in tuxedos and a woman dressed in an orange sundress worked behind them as well. Her brown hair and eyes gave her a homely look only further enforced as she scrubbed a cup spotless. 6. Something was off today. We normally have to deal with at least 1 mosquito attack. A gruff voice of a black cut covered in scars spoke. It wore a trench coat which covered its body as well as a black and white bandana wrapped around its face. Complaining about peace is an awful thing. Tamaki chided her companion. Master wouldn't be happy to hear such. Still, what a boring day for Ninja Kitty. A female cat wearing a purple bodysuit with an eye patch added on. I was hoping the master would give us someone to use as a scratch toy. Personally, I'm happy for the odd peaceful day of Erminsel. A bartender answered. I do detest violence so much. Tamaki smiled with ease. Even if there were troubles you all could not handle, I wouldn't let any harm come to you. And I know the master cares for you all. Tamaki was a woman who had spent most of her life with the Nico clan. The clan of shinobi kittens had found her outside their home as an infant. The elder of the cats had said it was due to her being uniquely in tune with nature. But personally she found it to be fate. A small part of her had always wondered what life had been away from the clan. During her teenage years she had been incredibly lonely, being the only human among shinobi cats had left her the odd one out. The cats had never been cruel to her and treated her as their own. But she had always yearned for companionship. Then the master had arrived. A human male that had arrived to the shinobi cats during a war between them and the blood-seeking mosquito tribe. Using his wisdom and considerable power he had fought them off with the Nico clan was so enthused with their new ally he soon became their leader. The master had led their clan to their current home and apparently seeing a kindred soul in her had taken Tamaki under his wing. With the wisdom and nurturing nature of the master Tamaki had grown much as a person and shinobi. So much so Tamaki was dedicated to her master protecting his home in his absence. Which explained the sinking feeling in her stomach when the loud sound of beating wings filled the air. In an instant the tranquil bar setting was destroyed. A loud bell sounded to alert the Nico shinobi of an intruder. The patrons and even the bartenders immediately launched into action dashing out to engage this unknown threat. As they did, Tamaki pulled out her whip with a grimace and leapt over the bar to join them. Bursting out from their tree home she saw utter chaos. Roughly a dozen wasps flew through the air dive-bombing cats. Tamaki watched in horror as several were dragged away fighting. Several of the cats armed with shuriken let loose bursts of them. But so high up the wasps few met their mark, and even fewer were lethal. On the roof of their home the patrons of the bar and staff fought in a group against several wasps. Trusting them to be able to handle themselves Tamaki instead dived into the actions below. She rolled under a diving wasp as she flicked her whip catching a wasp around the neck. With a grunt she slammed the wasp into another, the two falling in a bundle. Tamaki twirled as she bisected the two at once, trusting her to be noticed now she dived randomly to her left avoiding an overzealous dive bomb which had the wasp smash into the ground with a crunch. Tamaki scanned and saw a cat already dead being feasted on by 2 wasps. With a flick of shuriken she killed the wasps and ran forward knowing the cat was beyond saving. She flinched however as she was knocked down to the ground on her face. She managed to turn just as a wasp was about to skewer her with its large stinger. However the wasp was cut in 2 as the katana-wielding cats saved her. Tamaki offered a nod as both ran off to help the others. She scanned the roof and was happy to see the roof battle had gone their way with no casualties. The last of the wasps on the ground were being finished off, and while they had lost several kitties and more were kidnapped they were okay. Tamaki flinched however as her senses screamed in alert. Her head whipped up and she flinched as she saw another dozen wasp incoming. They had barely fought off the first wave, a second would be their doom. Oh how detestable, the wasp clan decided to visit, a silky smooth and refined voice called out. A man with long hair braided with feathers in and painted blue-purple eyes marched past the violence of it all, everything alive there watching him. He wore an open full-body coat covered in blue and green beautiful feathers. Around his neck was a necklace of shuriken. He wore no shirt, something Tamaki guiltily enjoyed for he had sculpted abs. The man wielded a giant feather of all things. I normally wouldn't bring murder or kidnapping as housewarming gifts, but I'm not caught up on wasp customs. The wasps got over their shock, the entire new wave focusing on the man that now stood between them and the Nico clan. Attacking before even giving your names. The man asked with a raised brow. How degenerate of you, I'll teach you some manners. The man slashed once with his feather through the air with a whoosh. Holding his arms open he watched with an amused smile as the wasps drew close. Tamaki-kun, we need to help the master. The female patron from earlier spoke. There won't be a need. Tamaki assured with ease. The master will take care of this with grace. As soon as the first wasp drew close the entire mob froze. In midair each lied suddenly still, they twitched and snapped their mandibles and yet made no attempt to get closer. Hatred blind us all, perhaps if you spent more time enjoying the beauty of this world you could have enjoyed it longer. Beautiful tapestry. Breathtaking net. Suddenly with a sheen thin strands of fabric were revealed wrapped tightly around the wasps. The man glanced around his home with a small frown. It seems you caused quite the ruckus before I arrived, I won't be able to spare you now. Beautiful climax. The strands all suddenly began to constrict before in an instant the strands cut through the group with ease. Within a mere instant he had slayed them all. Master, you saved us. Tamaki cried as she hugged her mentor tightly. Of course my beloved student, I couldn't let my beautiful Nico clan suffer when I have the power to prevent such. However I'm afraid we don't have time to celebrate, I'm my way to aid you. I saw the others being carried off. They took them alive so they need them for something, we'll gracefully track them and confront them on why. His piece said he turned and began marching into the distance as the clan cheered. Tamaki, stunned by him, blinked before racing to catch up to him. He had this aura that made it hard for her to talk to him. But all the same Tamaki felt the need to ask something, hopefully he wouldn't mind. Blay, Tamaki did not get to finish as the master gently touched her forehead with such speed she didn't even see him move. I told you to never speak that name. Tamaki nervously nodded but felt less nervous when he nodded with a beautiful smile and released her. Walking forward as if nothing had happened. Sorry master, but I can't help but wonder why you didn't save the ones being carried away. Tamaki asked earnestly. I wanted to find their home and ask why they would do such a thing. The master answered simply. But what if they kill them before we arrive? It would be unfortunate but we would avenge them. They would be happy knowing they contributed to the Nico clan even in death. The master answered with ease. Tamaki was glad she was behind her master as she followed his lead. It meant he didn't see the wide frown she held as they traveled. She had never thought the master was the type to risk the lives of their clan mates. Suzumbaki's Pav, Western River Plains of Erminsel, Terra. Afternoon. Suzumaki, Mishiro, and Lifuzu watched over the canyon observing the chakra anchor. The feeling of latent chakra in the air raised goosebumps on her skin and gave her a jittery feeling in her stomach. Even without the presence the anchor held, the mere sight of it was a spectacle of its own. The raw chakra orb seemed to suck chakra out of the very air and seemed to grow and shrink in even measure. The mass of chakra was so powerful streams of water and chunks of stone whirled around the chakra anchor. Yet it was the sight of the golems that caused her the most awe. The massive 10-feet stone creatures lumbered around the anchor seemingly mindlessly. Their roughly human-shaped bodies clashed with their bright chakra mass heads. The powerful and unique sight was all contained within a massive red barrier. This is the chakra anchor I spoke of. My love had theorized there may be physical link between worlds and I believe this may be that very link. The barrier you seal is my strongest barrier ninjutsu, unless I consider you an ally or you are able to rival my love it will not allow anything other than air inside. Mishiro explained. So these are the golems you spoke of? Suzumbaki said curiously. They do look intimidating but size isn't everything. Spoken like a woman who's never bedded someone hun, Lifuzu started but stopped as Mishiro swiped her on the back of her head. For attempting to speak so crassly you shall create our opening. Suzumbaki ensures you and the queen are watching. These golems may seem unremarkable but they are quite the threat, Mishiro ordered. Suzumbaki, having recently been betrayed by the two and being somewhat intimidated by Lifuzu, stayed silent. She was more than content to allow the psychotic woman to test it for them. Lifuzu cursed to herself and unsheathed her hatchets and marched forward. As Mishiro had told them the barrier allowed her through without issue. As she walked down the wall of the canyon and stepped on the floor Suzumbaki watched as she cracked her neck. Suddenly at a speed nearly as fast as Lee had been Lifuzu raced into the closest golem. Cackling as she drew close she hacked right for the head of the golem. Suzumbaki merely blinked, in that instant the golem reacted and spiked Lifuzu violently into the ground. It's fast. Suzumbaki flinched as she didn't get to finish the thought. The golem offered no mercy or consideration and kicked Lifazu as soon as he landed, sending him careening through the air. To her credit, somehow Lifazu twirled through the air and landed on her feet with a slide. However, she had just barely touched the ground before the golem attempted to finish her off. The golem's head glowed brightly before shooting a powerful beam of chakra directly at Lifazu. Lifazu cackled again, her back bent unnaturally but snapping back in place as she guarded as if to reflect the blast. The beam hit the woman and slowly began to force her back and burn her arms. However, Suzumaki felt her fear of Lifazu grow as the woman earnestly moaned before slashing through the beam. 7. This will be fun, Tilda. Lifazu declared as she raced forward to the crowd. The rest of the golems seemed to be done watching. The first was joined by the second and one swung low and the other high. Lifazu merely jumped the first and with a cleave of chakra cut the arm off the other. Lifazu chuckled as she landed past the two, catching the detached arm of one. However, the amusement was momentarily shattered as the remaining golems all prepared a beam. Perhaps desperate or genuinely insane, Lifazu hurled the arm past the group like a spear, leaving her wide open for the barrage of beams. Those golems are no joke. They managed to kill Lifazu, Suzumaki spoke in awe. No need to concern yourself. Lifazu is doubtlessly a fool but not an easily killed one. She substituted with the stone. Prepare yourself, our opening is soon. I need you to either stall or eliminate at least two. Mishiro informed her seriously. Suzumaki shifted to a more ready stance, knowing by hook or crook the queen would watch her back. However, she questioned what kind of opening Lifazu could create. Hellish bisection. Lifazu cried with glee as she managed to actually cut a golem vertically in half. Another swung for her head, but she managed to jump over it and with impressive strength kick another's blow away. However, a third appeared and kicked Lifazu back. Before the woman could move, two more appeared and began wild swinging of powerful blows. Each blow either smashed Lifazu toward the other or off the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bone-crushing blows hit the Uzumaki, who smashed into the ground bonelessly. Somehow the woman crawled up to her feet laughing, and Suzumaki froze as she saw why. Lifazu's stamina, speed, and strength had all seemed superhuman, but now Suzumaki knew it was her durability that was her focus. The golems had hit with such speed and strength large patches of skin had been bruised or eroded right off. However, instead of leaking a cover of crimson, the shiny still liquid blood stayed inside her body, almost seeming to act as a second layer of skin. However, unlike her, the golems seemed unimpressed and the remaining 7 all began to charge up beams at once. Just what we were waiting for. Lifazu cried out in glee. Suzumaki flinched as she realized Mishiro had moved. She was even faster than Lifazu. The woman landed above the group facing the golems as they charged their attacks. Lifazu weaved hand signs in sync with Mishiro's one-handed ones. The two finished and spoke in sync. Uzumaki style. Kanji of the Raging Sea. Uzumaki style. Kanji of the Raging Sea. 8. Lifazu clasped his hands together as in praying. A massive sprout of water floated up to Mishiro, who faced it with concentration and her katana facing it. She began to slash with incredible speed. Suzumaki could only watch in grim awe as she watched the two move. Each slash slowly shaped the massive orb of water, eventually creating the kanji for Raging Sea. Lifazu, do not let me down. Strike true. Mishiro called as she used her blade to shove the glowing kanji to Lifazu. Lifazu prepared a heavy slash for both hatchets glowing with chakra, and kanji filled the air with energy. Time to show these heathens a true attack. Lifazu cried in ecstasy as she swung her hatchets. Dozens of mini kanji of Raging Storm flew through the air. As each impacted, a massive explosion of water let loose. The golems, the ground beneath them, and anything else was obliterated. The first two were utterly reduced to smithereens as their bodies were torn asunder. The ones behind them were torn in two by the burst of water, leaving the final two to break apart into chunks. Suzumaki could only watch in awe as their attack was not done. Having blown past the golems, the kanji exploded into the canyon itself. The walls were blown out, sending countless debris flying into the air and raining on the ground surrounding the chakra anchor. The water in the canyon seemed to double and burst into the air, causing a misting all throughout the western river plains. Mishiro, unaffected, marched them both, pausing to offer her orders. I will personally examine the chakra anchor. You two can deal with what's left of the golems. But they're dead already, Lifazu asked with a raised brow. Foolish humans. The golems can repair themselves from nearly any kind of wound. The wasp snarled at them furiously. We must continue until they cannot. The group of them watched as the golem fragments formed themselves again, though their numbers were reduced to 5 now. Thank Kami. Those things know how to get down. I'll take 2, you two try not to die to the other 3. Lifazu cried with glee, racing off toward the 4. Suzumaki nodded and looked at her boss. Can I count on your aid in this battle, ma'am? Don't be a foolish human. The woman who has enslaved me ensured I must do such, and even if she had not, survival is more important than my grievance. Though make no mistake, if ever I found myself free, the first thing I will do is slay you, and feed you to my countless children. Suzumaki was thankful their conversation was interrupted as a golem appeared before the two and attempted to crush them. You dare! The queen cried, ferocious, striking out against the golem and deflecting and stumbling back with ease. Without hesitation, the queen slammed bodily into the golem, the two tumbling away. Suzumaki had attempted to race to aid her queen but narrowly ducked a kick by another golem. The stone golem was unfazed by its miss and charged up its head to blow her apart at close range. Suzumaki backflipped repeatedly to avoid the blast as it chased after her. She twirled around on the fifth one and launched two kunai with explosive tags. They exploded and sent the being crumbling to the ground, but she cursed as she watched it start to reform. But once again narrowly slid under a surprise attack the second golem. The being had learned from the previous one and unleashed a barrage of shockingly quick blows. Suzumaki leaned out of one, ducked another and fully dropped to dodge a third. However, the fourth grazed her, tearing some of the skin in her arm and sending her skidding away. She heard the hum of chakra as it prepared to blast her, but she flinched as she heard another hum behind her. Suzumbaki's eyes widely searched for help. Lifuzu was battering a golem with the arm of another. The queen was relentlessly smashing her opponent to dust as it attempted to reform all the while. Gritting her teeth, she jumped as both golem unleashed their blast. The two beams chased her up. She only barely managed to avoid them at her apex by doing a perfect mid-air split. However, Suzumbaki noticed they did not stop firing until their heads were hit, almost like it was their weak point. As the two golems exploded beside her, she screamed to be heard. Aim for their heads. If you destroy that, they'll stay dead. Suzumbaki called to the queen and Lifuzu. The queen howled in excitement as she stung the head of the half-formed golem before her. The creation spasmed from the sting, its head dispersed into the air as its body crumbled. Just as well, a fight's no fun if the opponent doesn't feel or stay dead. I should know, my opponents always complain about it. Lifuzu said with a nod, as she casually stepped out of the way of a wild swing from the now one-armed golem, unbalanced due to such it tumbling by. Lifuzu smirked as the second charged a beam. She waited for it to fully charge before throwing the limb of the first golem at the second's head. The beam exploded against the limb mere inches from its own head. The explosion destroyed its entire half, and unlike before, it did not attempt to come back. Well, shit, it worked. Suppose the Kamizuru aren't useless. Suppose fun's over then. Hellish skull split. Crouching low, Lifuzu seemed to disappear as a blur caused a boom through the air. Within a fraction of an instant, Lifuzu appeared before the one-armed golem. Seeming bored, she slashed both her hatchets into its head, splitting the chakra in four. She landed on its collapsing body, riding it to the floor. The queen and Suzumbaki both stared warily at the powerful soldier of Mishiro's. I see why you were powerless against her. Just who have you gotten me involved with? The queen nervously hissed at Suzumbaki. Suzumbaki sighed as the three walked to the anchor Mishiro was examining from all angles. The wrong crowd, she whispered back just as nervous. The three arrived at the now exposed chakra anchor. The attack of Mishiro and Lifuzu earlier had turned the canyon into a plateau. Leaving the anchor now exposed and surrounded by a mix of stone and large puddles of water. Mishiro was raised into the air by several chains. Kanji covered her entire body and glue and angry red. They glue the brightest on Mishiro's left hand. The hand in question was placed against the anchor. It was clear such was unsafe by the hissing of the kanji around her skin and the mist raced from her palm. Is that hurting you? You have a seal placed on yourself. Suzumbaki asked, confused. 9. The chakra from the chakra anchor is so powerful and dense the intensity from physical contact alone should slowly vaporize one's skin. Not to mention it's only partially tangible. For her not only to manage to touch it but maintain contact is insane. What is this human? The queen remarked, shocked. And Uzumaki, we are abominations of life. A particular pact of humans that have access to an absurd level of the most accursed shinobi art. Using Fuijutsu and our massive chakra reserves, there is little we can't achieve. Lifuzu explained. Despite what he said, he had no warmth in his voice, speaking of his own clan. Lifuzu, Suzumbaki, madam. Mishiro said with a strained voice. I believe using a mix of Fuijutsu and my sealing chains I can gain control of the chakra anchor, as was our main objective. Once we do so, we can take our leave. You never intended to uphold your end of the deal, Suzumbaki whispered in shock. We do not need to when dealing with a clan as low as yours. All the same, we did need the extra hands, as useless as they were, and you had something we wanted, Mishiro explained smugly even as she struggled against the anchor. My domineering sting, Suzumbaki realized. Yeep. When the boss man heard of that, he knew we needed to make a move. We were going to this place anyway and knew it would serve as perfect bait. Forget the Kamizuru or the stone, you belong to Ikem now. Lifuzu explained with a shrug. Well said, Lifuzu. That means you as well, Madam Queen. So listen to what I say. It will take me roughly 2 days to gain control of this anchor and another to recover from such an endeavor. The three of you and whatever allies Madam's children can dig up will be responsible for defending me. Mishiro explained. So we're stuck babysitting, Lifuzu complained. Couldn't you help her and speed up the process? Besides, surely even she can't keep that up for days. Suzumaki asked with a raised brow. She had known they hadn't intended to let her go easily, so she felt no panic. For now she had no choice but to follow their demands and attempt to escape when the opportunity provided itself. One don't underestimate the stamina of an Uzumaki. Even our children and elderly tend to be physically comparable to genin. A woman like that bitch. It's more than doable, Lifuzu answered snidely. Besides, I'm useless when it comes to fuijutsu. Touching the barrier to inject my chakra into it like Mishiro would just lead to me losing a limb. You're practically immortal, meaning your kami knows how old. You mean to tell me in all that time you never bothered to learn the craft of your people? Suzumaki asked angrily. She took great pride in her Kamizuru clan, even more so in wielding their infamous jutsu. The idea of not only hating and hunting one's own clan, but also disrespecting its ideals from ignorance was blasphemy to her. I've lived a couple hundred years due to my unique jutsu. Those years have honed my hatred of the Uzumaki into what you see now. I lived my life killing my family, drinking booze and napping, and screwing any man or woman worth my time. Learning the art of fuijutsu from my hated clan was far from something I intended to do in my long life. Lifuzu explained. 3 days, the Leaf Shinobi will surely run into this place before then. They may already be on their way, Suzumaki said with worry. Even if they are, we'll just kill them. Between you, the queen, and myself, some mere genin or chunin are no real concern. Hell, most junin aren't a true threat to me, Lifuzu said casually. Besides, don't forget her barrier, they won't even have a way in. Sasuke's paw, edge of western river plains of Erminsel, Terra. Evening. The wolves, tailing lasted most of the day. Although their targets were unaware of their tailing, they seemed cautious and jittery. During their travel, the group noticed that the wolves would backtrack, go in circles, and even hide from any living creature they encountered. It seemed the wolves had been ordered by their master to be careful when returning to their home. Through their diligent efforts, it took them quite a while to reach their destination. The wolves led them to a massive plateau that lay between the two sections of the eastern forest and western river plains. This location was covered in shiny crystal spires and beautiful pine trees. Even from a distance, the group could see dozens of wolves traveling through the plateau between the spires and trees. There was an occasional cave from which lights of fire shone. As much as Sasuke, and to his dismay, Naruto had been keen on launching an assault on the base right then and there. But it had been nearly dark by then, and if they did so, they risked causing a rampage of demon crawlers, leaving them trapped inside unfamiliar territory with an unknown amount of foes. Even Naruto, the fool, had concluded they would have to wait till the next day. Scanning eyes and crushing eagle had led them to one of the Taka clan outposts, located on top of a tree whose thick branches had been removed and used to form a shockingly soft giant nest on top, so high up that clouds drifted around them. His new familiar had assured him the demons would not sense them there and had informed him they needed to go for the night. They had to report their success to the Taka and get the official summoning scroll since they could not summon one. Sasuke had seen no problem with this and sent them off. High up as they were, the air was cold, and Naruto and Sasuke had to use their combined mastery over the nature of elements of wind and fire to warm up the nest since the dry wood would not allow them to light a fire. Naruto and Sasuke had unsealed some of the camping supplies Murray had prepared, allowing the group to rest on high-quality sleeping bags and light a gas lantern, giving the group limited lighting. Naruto and Murray had drawn the last and longest shift of the night, Yuno the middle, and Sasuke the beginning. Sasuke chose to watch over them at the top of a nearby tree. Using his limited sensing ability, Sasuke sensed several disturbing presences nearby. One he assumed would have to belong to the crawling demons, however, each was on the move and seemingly unaware of their presence. The night sky was fully bespectacled with countless stars, and the moon shone brilliantly. It was quite the sight, and with the quiet soundtrack of the forest around him, Sasuke could admit to feeling relaxed. Saving Yuno had been his priority, and such was mostly done now to rescue Hinata, Shino, and the others. Sasuke had always valued solitude. His mother was loving but openly supportive of their fall due to their betrayal. They never argued over this, but their relationship had always been quite the strain. Shisui was more supportive but also openly seemed to be vetting Sasuke. That left only 3 people Sasuke consistently found enjoyable to be around. Yuno was his blood and a fellow Uchiha who fully supported his aims even if she seemed unsure more often than not. It helped that she was intelligent and skilled as well, was one of the few not scared off by his intensity, and was very affectionate to him, which Sasuke would admit only himself he enjoyed. Hinata was different simply because he was the kindest person he had ever met. She was genuinely caring and emphatic, and despite that, she held a hidden strength that Sasuke respected. Not to mention, Hinata was the only teammate he had. Shino rounded out the group. The man was just as pessimistic and intuitive as Sasuke, focused on business and driven to succeed. He also, like Sasuke, could have been more social as well. Sasuke was surprised to find kinship with an Aburame, but with his loyalty, dry wit, and intelligence, he saw the man as a worthy companion. 10. So, the entire trip to Erminsel was one of tension for Sasuke. Not only were those he cared about in danger, but they were also those he felt he couldn't do without. The years and mystery regarding his clan had been hard on Sasuke, and they offered all too welcomed relief. All the same, Sasuke often fell back on old habits. It felt easier to relax without someone else around. Hence, Sasuke sighed as the sound of someone approaching broke through. Glancing beneath him, he saw Naruto approaching. Sasuke was surprised he was awake, but the Uchiha sensed the blonde wanted to talk to him alone. Naruto. He acknowledged simply. Hey there, Uchiha, Naruto said as he walked up to Sasuke's level and sat beside him on the branch. I was looking for you. I should have figured you would be off somewhere like this. A better vantage point for the watch. I suggest you do the same, Sasuke answered politely. He was tired and in for a couple more hours of boring watch. Despite that, he felt awkward around the blonde. In a year, he had gone from someone he despised to someone he begrudgingly respected. 11. I'm sure you know I didn't come up here for small talk. Subtlety has never been a strong suit of mine. I prefer to be upfront. Naruto started. So I'm just gonna speak what's on my mind. Your cousin Yuno and I discussed you, one where she asked me to look out for you. Forgive her. She's a worrier, Sasuke remarked casually. Maybe, Naruto said reluctantly. But she never seemed to be the type ask for help over nothing. If she asked me, she must have had some valid concerns. Sasuke grunted, looking into the sky, intent on ignoring the blonde. However, he could feel Naruto's eyes bore into the side of his head as he waited for an answer. A minute of silence turned to 2, 3, 4, and Sasuke felt Naruto staring and waiting. Suborn blonde, we need to work together, however, suppose some give and take is required. Have you heard of the old Uchiha co-op? Sasuke asked. Actually, don't answer. Of course, you have. The famed Uchiha clan of the Leaf is one of the founding clans. One of the world's most prestigious and feared clans that were only growing in power was allied and loyal to the strongest village. All the same, things were not all well. Due to our status, we originally ran the police force of the Leaf. But as time went on, discontent grew between the Leaf as a whole and the Uchiha clan. The Senju and Hyuga had always been less than ecstatic about us. We lacked positions of power despite our influence and infamy. Then the Kyuubi attacked. A random attack that cost us Minato Namikaze, largely considered the greatest Hokage to live. This is cool and all, but to understand why Yuno worries, you must understand my goal and motivations. To do that, you must have the full context. You can listen and attempt to keep to your word to aid me to my cousin or yap on, and I'll silence myself. Sasuke warned. Naruto sighed heavily, settling down on the branch and nodding for him to continue. The attack was devastating for our clans and the shinobi and civilian life. Millions of ryo in damage, countless shinobi and civilians lost, even our Hokage, but one question haunted the mind of the villagers. Why? Why was the Kyuubi freed on that day? Why did it attack the Leaf? And why did it take so long to stop it? Reports from that day claim that a man was seen supposedly controlling the Kyuubi. This feat can only be done by 3 types of people: Jinchuriki, Fuijutsu masters, or Uchiha. Jinchuriki and Fuijutsu masters were unlikely, both were rare and unlikely to be the culprit. So the blame had to fall on someone. The Uchiha clan was accused by a vocal minority. Most were wise enough to realize such was false, but due to these rumors, anti-Uchiha sentiment rose to an all-time high. So much so that a breaking point was only to be expected. 12. So the Uchiha rebelled. They felt underappreciated and represented and made a move to take over, Naruto mused. According to the official report, my father, Fubaki Uchiha, and my elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, slowly gained support and planned a coup. Leaf loyalists from within the clan reported such to the Hokage. With the full might of the village and spies within the Uchiha at his disposal, somehow, the Uchiha were crushed, and the majority either killed or imprisoned. But the full details were always blurry. The exact details of the coup, who discovered it and betrayed the Uchiha, and how one of the most powerful clans was destroyed in a night without most villagers unaware were never released. Regardless, however, most accepted the story given: the Uchiha were completely eradicated in a night. And with their apparent betrayal, they exposed their prestige and fame, which they had spent decades building and destroying. Sasuke explained. However, I am the heir of the Uchiha, the son of Fugaku Uchiha, and the future clan head of them. As such a man, how can I accept the status of our clan? How can I not question the lack of details and oddity of such a thing? No, I can't and won't. I intend to investigate this coup, to see why and how it happened and expose it finally to the public. Once I do so, I'll redeem us and show that we aren't the traitors we're painted out to be. Then I'll hunt down anyone found to set up the Uchiha and discover the fate of those traitorous Uchiha. Naruto frowned, obviously thinking deeply. But what if your clan were traitors? If the village and most people think so, don't you think chances are it's true? I recognize jumping to the conspiracy may seem impulsive. But I assure you I only seek the truth. If my clan did plan to betray the leaf, I would prove such to everyone and serve loyalty to make up for it. But I must know for certain, and if the story told was a lie, I must correct it. I care not for who stands in my way, how possible it is, or what I must do to achieve it. Sasuke declared boldly, glaring into the sky as anger trickled into him. Forget what Yuno said, I don't need anyone watching out for me. Nah. Excuse me, Sasuke asked incredulously. Can't do that, Yuno. Somehow, you are both friends, and I promised I'd watch out for you. Naruto answered simply. Sasuke growled. You may be strong, Naruto Uzumaki, but you are much too naive to help me in my quest. Naive. You have the guts to face any threat, the strength to stand opposed to them, and quite the backup in that beast inside you. But you lack the dedication to truly do anything to succeed. You would never quit but fail if it went against your morals and ideals. Such is the nativity of the highest order. Yuno thinks we are similar, and in many ways, she's right. But the difference is that I will never fail my goal regardless of what that takes. Sasuke explained, looking Naruto right in the eye. You're wrong. The blonde vehemently countered. Maybe I am naive, but I will not fail at my goal. I just refuse to achieve it unless it's the right way. People often betray who they are just to achieve something, but to me, that means you quit. It's not that I can't take the darker and harder path to achieve the goal. It's that I refuse to compromise. I want what I want the way I want it. And I know if I never give up and give it everything I have until death I can get it. The blonde stood and dropped from the branch, stopping himself just before he collided with the nest using wind nature. Besides, what's the point of achieving what I want only to be ashamed of how I did it? Naruto asked as he left Sasuke to ponder over the conversation. A's paw of Cloudless Plateau, Hidden Cloud Village. Morning. A marched through the sounds of pants, grunts of effort and pain, and in sync counting. A moved through them watching them all with a forced emotionless gaze. Instead, he allowed his attention to drift to one of his favorite places in this accursed world. The plateau he and his men stood on was one of great reverence to Cloud Village. While the exact record had been lost to time, a legend had been passed down on how this plateau had come to stand. Supposedly, the original A, the man that he and all Raikage are named after, had been responsible for it. The man had been called the Unrelenting A powerful man who had led a small grouping of clans that would one day from the Cloud Village. They had attempted to overpower Hashirama's Senju clan. The battle had been fought at this very spot. The leader of the Cloud had ambushed Hashirama and his guard, who were there to speak to them. The battle had been hard fought, and the two future Kage had obliterated the land around them in their struggle. The spot had once been home to a range of small mountains, they had left only one. Despite relentless A's power and tenacity, Hashirama slowly overwhelmed the man. Realizing he was destined to be defeated, he wildly unleashed his most powerful attack, a karate chop that could cleave mountains in two. Hashirama had managed to deflect the blow. But its destructive power had left its mark. The karate chop had been a variable storm of chakra, it had cut the mountain they stood on in two, burned away the plant life and even split the sky, even now the clouds mysteriously avoiding a narrow gash in the sky. 1. I barely believe in the tale however. Sure, the leader of their village had not been so weak as to fail. Furthermore, it was like shinobi to deceive and lead astray. With that in mind and the time that had passed, it was nearly impossible to be sure how true the tale was. But the area sold the idea well. The unnatural flat plateau had a smooth surface that shone in the morning. It is as if cut by a massive blade that was intense enough to melt stone. The land around them was flat and covered in thick trees. Anu wasn't a normal species of the land of lightning. Even the sky seemed scarred somehow. But realizing he had lost himself to thought, he snapped his attention back to his men. His eyes drifted to Darui, who stood in front of the massive crowd directing their workout. The normally laid-back and passive man was energetic and demanding as he barked orders. His ability to switch between both was why he used him as his right hand. He was powerful and intelligent enough to be useful but lazy enough to never be a threat. In truth, I often suspected if he ever died or retired he would be selected as his replacement. Such brought a small frown to A's face. His assistant Mabui followed behind him, mercilessly critiquing the form of his men as they went. In truth, he recognized that Mabui acted differently than she genuinely was around him. He knew she was not nearly so cold and detached, he believed she acted such a way around him as a shield. But he kept her around due to her impressive intelligence and utter loyalty. Her mind was helpful in his less necessary paperwork and politics, she had a body he loved to gaze at and was smart enough to know to follow his every whim. He saw resentment and fear in her eyes when she gazed at him. But neither was why she followed his orders without failure. More than anything, I suspected she realized just how necessary he was. Ran a tight ship in his village. While some seemed focused on economics or service, he knew the true purpose of a shinobi village. Shinobi were weapons for their country, human tools that adapted and overcame limits as needed and ordered. They followed their superiors' whim with absurd diligence and skill. They were not made to merely protect but to crush one's enemies. To conquer land and markets for their homeland. To make their country and home greater through conquest. They weren't some sort of heroes or mercenaries. They were a damn military. I preferred to run it as such. Every morning, an alarm sounded out as soon as the sun peeked over the skyline. It truly was not needed, but insurance would save from punishing those who had failed to listen otherwise. Once that sound was heard, his shinobi would dress in combat fatigues and gather at this spot. From genin, anbu, intelligence, and even clerical, anyone who worked under A was expected to be there. They would arrange into formation as if marching out to battle. The range specialist and his mechanic fire his particular chakra cannons in the back. In front of them was where the tactical and supportive manpower, and in front of them was a mix of their kenjutsu and taijutsu shinobi, rounded out by the vanguard. Led by Darui, it featured some of his strongest shinobi. With the assembled and positioned, Darui would lead them all through various physical drills. These were designed to be high intensity, detailed, specific, and endless. This drill was made to wake them up and test their mettle first thing in the morning, keeping them from getting soft. To ensure it was painful and challenging for all parties, it went on until every single person dropped and was required to echo the call made by Darui. Forcing growth and assuring loyalty was how he started his days. As his men worked diligently, A would march around seeking weakness or hesitation. This kept his men from slacking and allowed A to watch his forces. There would always be one with a weak mind or body or less than utterly loyal. Once he spotted them, he had a unique way of correcting them. Karui, Omoi, and a few others were currently enduring such a situation. His Anbu engaged them in merciless and hopeless combat. Each of them was outnumbered, isolated, and beaten thoroughly. Once they collapsed and could fight no more, healers moved forth and got them back into fighting shape. They would continue until the others would finish their own drill. The two genins failed him in the exams, but the others were no better. There was a merchant who still needed to raise the funds expected of him on his most recent trip. An Anbu who had hesitated to turn in his traitorous wife, even a homeless man who had failed to respect a Junin elite. Regardless of why they were punished, none of them were spared. I found this a better solution than killing or maiming them as he did in the past. It made them stronger and broke them down, making them all the more loyal. Besides, replacing manpower these days was no simple task. 2. Finally, his eyes drifted back to the working crowd and landed on a suitable target. An older man representing one of the founding clans. He worked tirelessly and almost flawlessly, but I noticed he hesitated before each call. The clans rarely suffered in these drills and were expected to be spared due to their status. Likely it was the sole reason the man dared to perform anything short of perfectly. It made A's blood boil. His decision made A narrowed his eyes. While it may cause some inter-village tension, A made it a point to knock the clans down to size on occasion. With their numbers and sway, having them anything less than absolutely loyal was a risk. A found occasionally catching them showed the clans they were not exempt or special. A lesson A found to be most important to be learned. He did not break his stride and slowly drifted toward the man in an inconspicuous manner. I enjoyed moments like this. It was the essence of a true leader. To crack down on one's men was to show them you cared. All the same, A made sure not to make his target aware of his attention, so drawn into the workout, the man did not notice him until he was on top of him. The man flinched as A made his attention and presence known. The timing of your calls is off, your posture is off, and I detect a lack of enthusiasm. A spoke emotionlessly. He did not allow the joy he felt at his soldiers' fear nor his intention to show, from the trembling as the man who continued the workout and calls even as addressed. It was the subtlety of this game I enjoyed. The absolute control over the man he wielded over him. The man was wiser than most. If he had stopped, I would have accelerated this. You may address me and pause the drill. The man collapsed, sputtered, and even dry heaved pathetically. A sense of resentment for him grew at his open show of weakness. The man struggled to catch his breath, but even then it did nothing for his nerves. My lord, I would never. In my growing age I lose my breath more easily, and my calls are off due to this. You think age is a proper excuse for this pathetic display? I could accept such if you were using your full ability. I am my lord, I assure you. I would not dare to offer you anything less during the morning drill. He cried out, terrified. So you suggest I am lying? I asked incredulously. Of course not, lord. Then am I mistaken? You. No, my lord, such is not possible. The man trailed off, having realized the folly of appealing to A. I inwardly smiled at the man cowering before him. This was what true power looked like. I allowed a brow to raise. Then you realize what you daring to do such means, the man cried out in fear and dropped into the lowest bow I had ever seen. His face in the dirt and utterly demeaning himself in an attempt to appeal for mercy. Please, Lord, I did not mean anything by it. Spare me. Spare you? I asked rhetorically. That would suggest I am sparing you from some form of punishment or suffering. I merely offer you to display the power within you. You should thank me for offering the chance to redeem your honor among your peers. Especially after such a shameful display. Thank you, my lord. The man said pitifully, tears streaming down his face. I finally remembered who the man was. Royama Yari is a veteran Junin and member of the Yari clan. A powerful clan of the cloud which wielded the unique static bloodline. Then you know what must be done. Stand and prepare yourself for this endeavor. I ordered with no empathy for the terrified man. The weak could not elicit such from him. If a man or woman choose to be weak, they had no right to complain when the strong did as they wished. As the man slowly and with shaky legs raised to his feet, I smiled openly. The drill was good, but this was why he indeed did it. A show of force was great for keeping his men in line. So, for those found failing, he had a particular exercise for them. A spar with their lord, one would ensure stayed with them and everyone watching. The man trembled as the others stopped working and formed around the two. Whenever a spar was necessary, they always had them pause and watch. All the better to ensure they received the lesson he taught the victim. The man nervously drew a kunai, his nerves causing him to drop it and clumsily pick it up from the ground. I cracked his neck, released his robe, and left it to fall to the ground. He removed his undershirt but kept his weights on. He wouldn't need the extra speed. I am ready, Royama. This sanctioned spar between us for the morning drill will now commence. A ordered silence filled the plateau at the decree. Royama flinched but did not move, fearfully staring at A. Lord, please, I surrender. I could not bring myself to. Royama could not finish his lie as A's fist buried itself into his ribs with an audible crack. I could feel at least 3 ribs shatter from the blow. Royama could only groan in pain as he collapsed against A's fist with his full weight. Enough with your bullshit. If you are man enough to fail these drills, you are man enough to face your lord earnestly. I told the man with a giant smile. I shoved Royama back quickly and backhanded him so hard he tumbled across the plateau in a ball, nearly careening over the edge from the blow. I appeared in his path before he could, kicking him in the back with such force he flew back to the center of the crowd. The crowd parted to avoid Royama flying through the air and slowly marching to him. Royama scrambled to his feet quickly and threw his kunai desperately for A's head. I caught it easily and spat at the man hatefully as he drew close. Blurring behind him, I stabbed the kunai into the back of the man's knee, dropping him to both with a scream from the man. Royama cried out in pain and shock as I calmly placed a hand on his shoulder. I find people who allow themselves to be weak like yourself can only learn from the best of teachers, pain. Remember this feeling and embarrassment today. The way it made you feel and the way your peers looked upon you. For whenever you fail as you did today, you subject the cloud as whole to the same. A lecture to the man. Royama shook violently either from pain, fear, or shock. Ryoma recovered with a gasp. His wild and fearful eyes met A's own. They were filled with desperation and fear. Despite how much he feared, he had submitted to him at this moment all the same. Now to ensure he was too fearful to ever go against him. Lord, I am sorry, please have mercy. He spat again to hide his smile. I offer you better. Redemption, Iron Claw. I closed his grip with his full strength. He felt his hand wrapped around his vertebrae. He felt the bone shatter as he used his full grip strength, and he felt his fingers punch through his skin like it was paper, blood coating his hand as he gripped. I had to stop his glee from showing on his face. Royama's scream of pain was more of a shriek. It died out, however, as the man succumbed to shock. His arm fell bonelessly at first, then the rest of him as he passed out. I stared down at the maimed man before he kicked him across the clearing toward the medical tent near the other punished. Heal him up and get him going with the others. It's clear he needs it. I marched back through the crowd as they continued as if nothing happened. They knew better than to speak out. Instead they continued on after thanking A, utter loyalty. A, Mabui, and his Anbu commander all walked over to the side out of earshot of the others. With that little display over the workout was good to continue without him. Whenever he did so brutally they always spent the next few days working extra zealously. I walked to the edge and stared off into the forest as the other two waited for his word. I feel prepared for the day. Let's discuss some matters. How have things progressed regarding our missing spies? The Anbu commander answered. They, as expected, never reported back. We decided to investigate the matter and sent several Anbu to do so secretly. They found evidence of disposed of bodies at the site the leaf had been during the exams. While it is impossible to be certain who they were, considering it was the last place we know they went, it is more than likely they were discovered and dealt with. A shame but not an unexpected outcome. I answered with a frown. The leaf had always been like that, a persistent thorn in his side that refused to be dealt with. He would ensure they paid. In fact, he already had. All the same, our next move will work despite that failure. Did the bounty offices approve of my request, Mabui? They sent back correspondence with the rest of the mail this morning. They initially resisted but relented upon giving them the bribe, as you had suggested. The noted participants from all 5 villages' details and rewards were given and received by them as you asked. Including one of our own. Mabui trailed off purposely. Smiled to himself at such. Likely, his captain had the same question when he had received the order, but he had been much too cowardly to raise it. Mabui, despite being weaker, had the gall to do so, without openly questioning him. Perfect. With those new bounties in effect, our enemies will be pressured now more than ever. And while I catch that you are unsure of our own being included, it is necessary. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Gaara of the Sand, Fu of the Waterfall, Kuritsuchi of the Stone, and more. These cooperative exams gave us one thing we can use, an extensive list of the most promising future prospects of the elemental nations. With bounties out on them, the villages must safeguard our concerns. And with me allowing Samui to be marked, they will never know who is responsible. Making a play without outing ourselves. Soon, the cloud will be what it was always meant to be. 3. Porame, Shikamaru's POV, hidden meeting place of KDA, Leaf Village. Evening. The life of councilman and the head of the Department of Shinobi, Civilian Relationships was a busy and often demanding one. Usually, Porame shamefully had to be a distant father to his kids and wife. Often on the clock, Porame spent his life serving the Leaf with dedication. A duty and task he was more than willing to fulfill. His father had worked hard to provide a meager living for his family, and Porame was determined to do better. The only problem is his lack of skill to serve as a shinobi and his lack of intelligence to be notable in a more clerical position. Luckily, Porame had one skill that proved invaluable to him. He was a people person. His smile was often described as disarming, his jokes broke tension with ease, and he had a knack for knowing just what to say. A skill that has proven valuable for his home. Shinobi were responsible for providing a sizable portion of funding in the entirety of military and intelligence work. However, civilians generated the overwhelming majority of market influence, public opinion, and population. The two needed to work in tandem to make the Leaf great, and Porame was skilled in helping with such. For years, he smoothed things over, calmed his heads, and even manipulated them if need be. All to ensure the relationship between shinobi and civilians is always maintained. And therefore their village was the best it could in all aspects. A job Porame had loved so much that he dedicated all his time to it. Until recently. As a man constantly racing between businesses and clans alike for all sorts of dealings, Porame had learned many things. He had learned the full extent of damage the Kyuubi had caused. The number of shinobi and civilians who live alike who were lost to the savage beast's attack. The physical, mental, and often it seemed spiritual scars that night had left. As well as the universal relief between both parties, when the Kyuubi had been stopped and slain that night. If nothing else, Porame and other villagers of the Hidden Leaf could rest with ease, knowing it would never happen again, or so they had been told. Porame had been there the day Hiruzen informed the entire village of Minato's sacrifice, and he had also been there the day that criminal Ikum exposed the truth. The Kyuubi had not been slain but sealed into a new vessel. Into a human boy, Naruto Uzumaki. Porame was somewhat aware of the nature of Jinchuriki, he even knew just how unlikely the beast escaping was. Yet one thing ate at his mind. The people, a sizable vocal portion of them, shinobi and civilian alike, were furious about such a thing. They didn't care if it was safe and guaranteed. The fact the beast that had caused them so much pain was alive and well in any way was an insult. It was terrible for the morale of the village as a whole. Porame knew something had needed to be done. Someone needed to stop this slow-forming rift through the village. And Porame knew he was the man to stop it. But he needed help. He had tested the waters with council members first. Hiro had been an easy choice. Porame had been aware of him skimming money from the village funds for years and had built quite a bit of wealth. Using that as blackmail had Hiro following his orders without failure. Fubuki had been a much simpler catch. The man was open with his hatred of the Jinchuriki, something Porame could understand given his construction position considering the damage to infrastructure from the attack, and with a mere mention of the idea of going at it, he had joined without hesitation. Jack, the head of agriculture, and Korni, the head of education, had been tempting targets but only pitched in if it seemed like a safe bet in most matters. He had attempted to use Usami, but she expressed sympathy for the beast. Sashi was not to be trusted. But Porame had been satisfied with political support he had gained all the same. Power was next. Finding shinobi with a bone to pick with the Kyuubi was easy. Finding powerful ones willing to bend the rules to get at him was nearly impossible. After weeks of testing, Porame hadn't found anyone influential and trustworthy enough to join his fold. Until he had met a certain Nara. A lifelong chunin in his 40s and long banished from his clan. Known for his intelligence and defiance, Nara was a pariah, but a useful one. Meeting with Shozu Nara had been a shockingly simple task. The man frequented bars with such frequency that it was as simple as checking each. Porame had not offered much before the Nara had understood his plan in its entirety. And to Porum's joy, convincing him over to his side had been easier still. For Shozu seemed to hate the Kyuubi more than even his own clan. Though Porome had never found out why Shozu was so dedicated. With everything in place, the two had formed the KDA, the Kyuubi Disposal Agency. A group of shinobi and civilians alike had united and sought to remove the Kyuubi from their homes, by any means necessary. Their current HQ was a building in development, donated by Fubuki. With the building in infinite development, it was assured no one would look into it, and with Hiro offering funding, they quickly discovered their potential. 5. With 3 council members' subtle support, it was easy to spread the word of Naruto and Kushina's status, with Porome drumming up support on the side even more accessible to win them over to the KDA's vision. Pamphlets highlighting the dangers of Jinchuriki, shinobi, and civilians bolstering hatred in public spaces were slowly turning over those in the middle and sympathizers alike. It was somewhat dishonest, but Porome slept well, knowing Kyuubi's fall would be the best for all. The progress was slow, but soon they intended to make a bold move. To use their combat force for the first time. For Shozu had discovered fascinating intel. Naruto Uzumaki was missing, supposedly in a strange distant land, leading an effort to save others. Worse yet, supposedly, the Leaf could not attempt to send aid. There was a chance the Blight would never return. Something the KDA enjoyed immensely. It would please Porome if they could ensure he didn't return, but Shozu had assured him such was impossible. However, Shozu had another plan he had suggested. With Naruto missing, Kushina was alone, and with the village in such a turbulent place, a move could be made. Hiro hired several of Fubuki's men to go on a drunken rampage near the south edge of the Konoha, which just so happened to be on the opposite side from the Uzumaki residence in the north. While the police force and patrolling shinobi alike were busy dealing with the crowd, they could strike without worry of interruption. From his intel, Kushina was a considerably powerful Junin who openly used the foul power from the Kyuubi, but a group of 10 experienced Chunin would surely be enough. Tonight, they would either ensure the Leaf was Kyuubi free or, at the very least, provide one's demise. Porome sat at the large desk at the back of the room. This was the meeting place for the leaders of the KDA, Hiro, Fubuki, Shozu, and of course Porome. Various volunteer shinobi and civilians worked on pamphlets and flyers spreading propaganda about the Kyuubi, Naruto, and Kushina Uzumaki in equal measure. The shinobi all were arming and preparing themselves for the ambush. Porome watched Shozu and lectured the group on strategies as they prepared. This plan was finally bearing fruit. Shozu was a decently powerful Nara who was rumored to be stronger than he let on. His buzzed, dyed blue hair left him not looking the part, and the oversized, puffy designer jacket he wore further enforced it. The man looked like a delinquent, unlike the Naras he shared blood with. The female Amuchi Yamanaka was with him, a member of the infamous Yamanaka clan who had once been a twin. Her brother had perished however during the attack of the Kyuubi. The woman was taller than most as her sibling had been and only had a single eye. She had lost the other when she had lost his sibling. His other most trusted ally was Chama Akamichi. He was more hesitant than the others, but as often displayed by the Akamichi followed the wisdom of Shozu as they did the Naras. Even by Akamichi standards, Chama was portly, and his chubby face made it look like he was always sweating and tired. An Ino Shika Cho formation, a retired Hyuga Junin, several Inazuka, and even an Aburame. A ragtag group Porome admitted, but they were the start of the end of the Kyuubi. The group of shinobi sat in the mostly cleared storage room. The large garage door intended for delivery served as the entrance. Once Shozu was done preparing them, it would open and the KDA's soldiers would race out into the night. Porome approached the shinobi with a bounce in his step. It always filled him with energy to see his career path in action. While it was for less than ethical reasons, he was watching the ideal of his department be actualized. Ah, it fills me with such joy watching our soldiers of the KDA prepare for battle. Porome complimented with a bow as Shozu turned to face him. I don't care if we're soldiers, whatever we are, we finally have the chance to make a move tonight. Shozu spat back fiercely. The distraction should be soon, right? If we move before then, we'll be stopped before we can kill her. Of course, Hiro had just sent me word over the radio. I merely came to inform you of that and wish you all luck. You won't have very long, maybe 5 minutes in total. Are you confident you'll be able to overpower her in time? Porome asked worriedly. That's what I'm worried about. Chama nervously spoke. I don't mind killing her, but word is she's no joke, and if she uses the beast. Don't worry about that. We have numbers on our side. Besides, I learned a special technique for her and her son should the need arise. Shozu assured, raising his now glowing hand. I bribed some members of intelligence to get some files on Jinchuriki. They are known to be absurdly powerful when using the beast chakra and tend to be even more durable than most shinobi. Normally, even with numbers, she'd be a bit much for 10 chunin. However, I discovered the seal they used to bind it. I'm no Fuijutsu expert, but apparently, they used the 4 elements seal to seal the Kyuubi. I don't quite understand it, but I did learn this little technique. the 5 elements seal, if it is placed on top of it, we can count on it weakening the bitch. Supposedly, it'll cut off her access to the beast entirely. Meaning the bitch will be every bit as human as us when we kill her. Amuchi chimed in. Exactly. Besides, I'm a Nara. We never just have one plan, Shozu said with humor. Should we start to lose, we'll retreat. While we would have been fighting the entire time, several genin under the KDA would have planted explosives around the whole block. Even if we can't kill her directly, we'll blow her sky high. She dies tonight, Shozu promised darkly. However, their conversation was interrupted as a grating sound cut through the building. The gathered shinobi tensed and flinched as they witnessed an odd sight. 2 normal-looking katana had somehow pierced the thick metal garage door. The group gasped as the katana began to slowly slice upwards. Both slowly but surely cutting a giant rectangle through the door. Upon meeting, the 2 katanas withdrew, and for a moment, there was silence. Shit! Shozu cried out. In a hurry he grabbed Amuchi, and threw her to run with him. He shoved Chama towards Porome, who gasped as the large man lifted him with ease. Bug out! The Nara whispered as the 3 raced to the back of the KDA's hideout. The other members were stunned and confused. Porome was as well. Why in Kami's dear name are we fleeing? Porome stopped in shock as a thunderous crash sounded, breaking the cut garage door down and creating a new door. The culprit seemed to be a large smoking hand that dispersed into the building, forming a large crowd of smoke around the entrance. Smoke. Is that Dez? Porome asked in shock. However, he was not answered immediately as Shozu forced a mask over Porume's face. He went still and he realized why. They were hiding his identity. No doubt, Shozu whispered back. Word is the police force is looking into us after my failed attack on the damn Kyubi. This is a raid. That it would be Yao's miserable bastards. A voice assured as Dez, chief of the police force, marched through the smoke. No need to proclaim your innocence. We've been watching this little powwow for a while. You're all officially under arrest by the authority of the police force. Don't attempt to weasel your way out. Hokage-sama already gave the okay for this little raid. It always helps to be patient. It makes it easy to build a case when they state their intent to commit crime so openly. Another lazier voice chimed in. A lazy-eyed young man and a young woman with twin buns in her hair followed Dez. Porome and Shozu flinched at once. Shikamaru Nara, the heir of the Nara clan, was present, as was his teammate Tenten. Both had been shown to be fairly strong. And with Nara looking into things, the KDA was in grave danger. Shozu audibly growled with hatred as he locked eyes with Shikamaru. What the hell is a Nara doing with the police force? He cried out. Well, it just so happens this KDA is targeting a good friend of mine. See, I'm close with Naruto Uzumaki, close enough to know for certain he'd be pretty broken up if Kushina was killed. Hell, I would be, too. So once I heard wind of you drumming up support for this little group, I decided to join my own organization to oppose you. You're looking at the newest lieutenant of the police force, Shikamaru Nara. Don't worry about that little distraction, by the way. Shizune and Sai will take care of that. 6. Fitting, Shozu said with forced calm. However, it's insulting that you think the 3 of you will be enough to stop us. We'll kill you and ensure they never find your bodies. You should have brought back up. Get them. With his cry, the 7 remaining Chunin hesitated before slowly marching forward. They surely did not wish to do this, but Shozu knew their fear of being outed would ensure they listened. Of course this goes pear-shaped. I was hoping to smash these creeps' heads. Tenten roared angrily as several weapons spun around her with an audible buzz. She raced forward, meeting the group of 3 Inuzuka for a spirited round of close combat. Can't leave a lady to do all the hard work. Dez cried out as he smashed into the Hyuga attempting to blindside Tenten, and spat a ball of smoke at an Inuzuka. Shozu watched as the young lady engaged with the Inuzuka, seemingly matching all 3. The Hyuga and one of the remaining Inuzuka attempted to double-team Dez. He was holding his own, spitting out smoke in belts. Shikamaru seemed to sigh as he dodged beetles and the wild slashes of the remaining Inuzuka. Even the civilians present picked up anything close by to attempt to attack the interlopers. Though noticeably were rightfully hesitant. Yes, the KDA stands strong. Porome called with glee. Yeah, well, I don't intend to risk it, Shozu said with finality. Porome watched in shock as he nodded to the other 2, and the 3 stepped out the back door as the others were fighting. We can't leave the others. Porome cried out in anguish. He had worked hard to assemble this force, who could allow it to be snuffed out? Yes, we can, Shozu countered. We can't afford for me or you to be caught, it'll be the end for the KDA. Furthermore, nothing there will actually lead to the other council members or anyone important. It'll work out in time if we make a clean getaway. He cried as the 4 raced out. However, they stopped as they saw a woman waiting for them at the front. Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 Sanins, stood guard. No fucking way. Amuchi cried out in fear. We're screwed. Chama agreed, dropping Porome stunned. Don't be so quick to count me out, Shozu declared as he stood with the two in front of Porome. I have a plan for her, too, we just need to buy some time. Porome watched in with a sinking feeling in his gut. Despite Shozu's words, he knew of Tsunade and her power. They stood no chance. Are you sure, Shozu? Amuchi asked hesitantly but noticeably calmer now that Shozu spoke. I mean if he has a plan. Shozu wouldn't lie to us. Chama agreed with ease. The Ino Shikacho can take anyone. To think the Nara found you all so quickly, Tsunade spoke congenitally as she approached the three shinobi and disguised council members. I didn't intend to get involved originally, but when Des mentioned a whole little company dedicated to this, I knew I had to. You see, you all are targeting Naruto, and he's someone I'm watching closely, I can't allow you little freaks to interfere. Besides, I happen to like Kushina, we need more women with attitudes in this world. Chama, go all out. Amuchi back him up. Give me one opening, and I'll take her down with one move. Shozu assured as his two friends raced forward. Porome watched in awe as Chama became larger than the building they had hidden in and launched a decisive jab at Tsunade. The woman casually flicked the attack away despite its side while dodging a kunai thrust from Amuchi, nearly beheading her before she just barely managed to dodge. Porum's spectating was broken, however, when he was snatched and carried off by Shozu as Chama and Amuchi fought a losing battle. Due to Shozu, the two landed on top of a roof and raced from rooftop to escape. Your friends. They stand no chance against Tsunade. Porome pointed out. We need to go back, perhaps if we use a sneak attack. They don't. Hell, with her attitude, they'll be lucky to survive at all. And even if I did somehow hit her with something, I know for a fact she'll just recover nearly instantly. Trust me, it's the only way for us to get away. We'll have to assume someone will be captured and squeal, meaning we, and the KDA as a whole, are officially on the run. Shozu informed the Porome. Porome felt dread becoming his being as he realized not only his career as councilman and head of a department was over but his life as a citizen of the Leaf. My life is over. No it's, well, maybe it is, or should be. Shozu drawled off as he stopped racing and dropped Porome roughly. Tsunade is no joke. Even together, Chama and Amuchi won't last long, and then she'll be on my trail. However, if there was a distraction that would delay a medic, perhaps a dying potential valuable prisoner, Shozu concluded darkly. Porome gasped as he realized Shozu's intention. He desperately began to crawl away. This Nara was insane. The Kyuubi wasn't worth this. But before he got anywhere, Porome was stopped by a crushing blow to his back. He heard his own bones snap from the blow, and he choked as he hacked up blood. Porome attempted to look up to Shozu but was forced face down, and he couldn't. Instead, the weight and pain increased as Shozu leaned into the foot jammed into his upper back. Now, don't worry, I won't kill ya, just maim you a bit. Need you alive to stop Tsunade from pursuing me. Shozu roughly ripped the mask from his face. A traitorous big fish like a councilman is quite the bait. More than enough for them to forget about some small-time shinobi. I'll tell everything when they interrogate me. Porome threatened and begged in equal measure. We're past that, sadly, old man. Shizo flippantly replied. Even if you didn't, Chama or Amuchi surely will. So, no skin off my neck. The only viable course is to start the KDA over. I'll make sure this isn't the end of our dream. But sadly this will likely be the end of you. Please, the village needs me. Porome begged, but it turned into a scream as he felt a searing pain surge into his arm. Whipping his head to the side, he saw Shozu wildly and violently slashing at his left arm with a kunai. The small blade was sharp but struggled to deal with bone. Porome screamed in agony as each slash cut through his skin and slowly worked its way through his bone. Porome cried and writhed, but Shozu proved too strong to escape or even free himself momentarily. The pain only increased as Porum's vision darkened. He felt distant. Unaware, he heard a thud as the pain in his arm changed. It was not lessened, but it now felt less searing and more icy. Shozu lifted his foot as Porome sobbed brokenly. He attempted to clutch his left hand, but something was off. He couldn't feel it. He opened his eyes and focused past the tears and saw the grisly sight of his arm being cut off shortly after the elbow. Blood squirting from the stump and sawed-off bone peeking out. Enjoy the torture, Tilda. Shozu taunted as he raced off, leaving the bleeding-out man to be discovered. Shikamaru's POV. Shikamaru dived under a desk as a swarm of insects swooped by quickly missing him from above. This offered no true rest for Shikamaru however as the Inuzuka suddenly appeared thrusting his foot through the desk and attempting to stomp in his face. Shikamaru cursed as he threw up his leg and managed to kick away the attack. He drew a kunai at the same time and attempted to whip it for his face. The Hyuga only smiled however as he began to twirl. But Shikamaru offered his own smile as he stopped his feint of throwing the kunai and made a hand sign. Right as the Hyuga activated Kaden, Shikamaru activated a substitution with a chair near the Aburame who had kept his distance. The shaky Aburame flinched, obviously not expecting the move. Shikamaru however had planned this from the start. Without missing a beat, Shikamaru lunged forward, slashing at the neck of the Aburame with the kunai. While these shinobi did not seem all that impressive, the Aburame managed to leap away from the attack. Shikamaru, however, had expected such. Recently, having cracked one-handed hand signs in training, he used his free hand to activate his shadow possession. In mid-air from the leap, the Aburame was helpless as Shikamaru's shadow enveloped his. The two froze and suddenly stood in matching posture. Shikamaru smiled as he positioned the Aburame in front of him. The Inuzuka drew close, once again baring his teeth, but Shikamaru lunged to the left, forcing the Aburame to do the same, and to the Inuzuka's dismay, leaving him wide open. The palm thrust was normally a clubbing blow, but the Inuzuka used their claws to make it a piercing one. His hand stabbed into the chest of the Aburame with a squelch and burst of blood. The now dead Aburame slumped to the ground in front of the Inuzuka, who seemed stunned. That left him wide open. Shadowy grasp jutsu. Shikamaru called. Suddenly hands burst from beneath the fallen Aburame and wrapped around the Hyuga. With a flick of his hand they proceeded to beat the man into unconsciousness. Shikamaru sighed tiredly as he checked out Tenten. A female Inuzuka attempted to use fang over fang to smash into Tenten. But his teammate surrounded herself with a metal dome and caused the woman to smash into it headfirst, knocking her out. Tenten released the shield and sent a volley of arrows flying for the other Inuzuka attempting to flank her, killing the man in the rain of arrows as the littered and pinned the man to the ground. The last attempted to blindside Tenten from behind, but two katana floating around Tenten blocked their kick and managed to deflect the blow to send the man stumbling back. Tenten smiled as she formed a massive club in her hands and swung it as she spun. The club smashed into the man's ribs with force, causing the man to careen through the entrance they made. Shikamaru was scarcely surprised. Tenten, ever since she had fought Naruto, she became a different person. More confident and powerful with her new power, she relished the chance for combat and even seemed protective over Naruto now. Dez handled himself seemingly worse. The man offered no offense as the Hyuga and Inuzuka worked in tandem to overwhelm him, seemingly dodging all, fleeing while spewing smoke from his mouth. However, Shikamaru raised a brow as he noticed both were slowing down. The dance of the two attempting to land a blow on Dez went for mere seconds, yet both were breathing heavily and moving sluggishly as it went on. Before long both could barely stand, leaving them defenseless as Dez gently knocked both out with chops the necks. Sorry boys, most can't handle the smokes I tote. Dez informed the group. Smoke style. Suffocating cloud. Shikamaru nodded at the group. The rest of the police force had arrived and were already detaining the violent civilians and defeated shinobi. Before he flinched as he realized who was missing. Where did Shozu go? He must have tried to escape out the front. Tenten assured. Meaning the poor bastard ran into Lady Tsunade. Let's go and see, Shikamaru said as the trio marched to the front. As they exited they saw a woman cursing wildly from the ground, though noticeably not moving. Tsunade was seated on top of a defeated Akamichi, resting as if bored. These two and two more attempted to escape. Tsunade informed the three. You let the other two go, boss? Dez asked quizzically. These two stayed behind to delay me. Besides, I sensed they should run into the other two teammates of Shikamaru. It seems Shizune and Sai made short work of the drunkards. Tsunade said flippantly. At her words, Shikamaru smiled as Shizune and Sai arrived with a chained-up man. Lady Tsunade, Shizune called with a bow. We stopped those men as requested, on the way, and found this man badly wounded and dying. Pretty sure he's related to the others. Sai agreed with a smile. To think Porame Rumi of the council would be involved. It seems our friend Naruto has some impressive enemies. So Shozu betrayed him then? Shikamaru asked with a raised brow. Such a damn drag. To think this raid on the KDA was this hard and we didn't even get them all. I have the feeling this isn't over yet by a long shot. 7. Ino's POV outside of Uzumaki residence, Hidden Leaf Village. Evening. Ino had always considered herself a bold person. Perhaps not the bravest, but certainly bold enough to make up for it. She was confident most of the time and pursued what she wanted in earnest. Or at least she had been until she met Naruto. Something about the man had her always questioning what she did. Yet she couldn't help but seek his approval. He had shown guts and determination that Ino only wished she had. Strength that she hadn't even known possible, all while being one of the most kind people she ever met. Naruto could be a bit of an idiot. The blonde was impulsive and a bit of a clown, yet the light-hearted joy he brought around him and the earnest care he had shown had won her over. Ino could admit she had been falling for Naruto longer than she had known. Her feelings had even been somewhat revealed both during her fight with Samui and conversations with Naruto, but he seemed to still be unaware. He even caught on to damn Samui's flirting but not her own. How was that even possible? Why did she have to fall for the one guy in his early 20s that wasn't obsessed with romance and woman? 8. But with her new training and found confidence she had decided to pursue Naruto in earnest. He had been summoned to an entirely different world. How was she gonna bewitch him if he wasn't even here? Worse yet, he was in danger and hadn't even brought his teammates as backup. Instead, arrange a team of Shino, Hinata, and Sasuke to back them up. Not only was Naruto once again diving headfirst into danger, but he yet again did it without his own team. She needed advice and an angle to convince Naruto to settle down with the life-risking missions and realize that he had a hot teammate he could be wooing. The concern of his safety and refusal to ask for help, and her determination to finally win Naruto's affection had led her to one choice. There was only one person who could understand Naruto as deeply if not more so than her and understand her perspective, as well as having enough influence to aid her in her conquest. Naruto's mother Kushina Uzumaki. Ino knew Kushina. She was practically a friend. She had been over to their house a ton of times over recently and even had shared drinks with the woman. She had even discovered them cuddling after their first night as drinking as a team. She seemed to like Ino and Ino loved her confidence and caring nature. Kushina obviously had been where Naruto had gotten most of his personality from, and yet Ino was certain his father had to do with his more intense quirks. So as she marched up the steps to the front door of the Uzumaki abode, she swallowed her hesitation and knocked on the door. She would ask for advice and help regarding Naruto's repeated habit of finding life-threatening danger. And less important, she intended to receive Kushina's blessing to pursue Naruto. A bit odd, she was aware the male usually did such, but as oblivious as Naruto seemed it might be best to be the aggressor here. Besides, she was aware plenty of people wouldn't like her with the demon, but Ino had swore to not let the opinions of others dictate her actions anymore. Despite her bravery and determination, she had reminded herself she had felt dread as she heard steps from within the home. A voice sounded out from within, slightly slurring and threatening in tone. I swear to Kami, if you're here to harass the demon, I'll remove you from this plane of existence. Kushina's fiery tone bound from within the home as she whipped open the door. With a blur of steel, Ino flinched as the tip of a katana in her face. Was this my best idea? Ino thought worriedly as she raised her hands in surrender. Ino, you beautiful gal you. I thought there would be more bastards. Come in. Kushina explained with jarring joy as she saw it was Ino. Declaring her a guest, Kushina turned and Ino marveled as the door seemed to shimmer. Kushina glanced back and noticed her hesitation. A barrier seal. With things so turbulent at home and with me being the protector of the home, I have no choice but to make preparations. As long as that barrier is up, anyone who isn't on my whitelist or audibly invited inside will find themselves consumed by flames. You'll be fine, you're on the whitelist, ya know. Gotta keep my son's beautiful teammate safe. Kushina joked before placing her katana on an ornamental sheath next to the door. And walked to the back where Ino could hear others talking excitedly. Great. I wanted the chance to talk one-on-one and managed to find her not only when she's tense and tipsy, but has guests. Ino inwardly complained as she stepped in. But I won't back down. Ino marched into the home, taken in the familiar surroundings as she gathered her remaining courage. The home of the Uzumaki was one Ino always found fashionable. It seemed Kushina had decorated and worked on it herself over the years as a single parent and had done well. The walls had recently been painted a pale red with black trim. There were several clan flags and pictures of Kushina Naruto at various ages. Even one capturing a little kid Naruto and Kushina. Both looked younger and more wild, but more than anything happy. It was the day of the first academy, a day Ino remembered having thought Naruto was a dork. How things had changed. My son was adorable as a runt, wasn't he? Kushina asked her, looking back and noticing her hesitation. She seemed to notice Ino's tension and had stopped and seemingly seemed almost sober and serious. Always so earnest and friendly, always chasing some grand dream and finding trouble, makes a mother worry, though it seems I'm not the only one. Ino froze, her eyes locking upon a familiar orange jumpsuit hung on a rung displayed within a glass case. It was one she recognized all too well. Naruto had often worn it in the early days of the academy. His mother must have saved it as memorabilia. Yeah, I am quite worried over Blondie. We don't even know where he is, or if he is safe or hurt. Ino admitted. It's part of the reason I'm here. Ino hesitated for a second as she considered Kushina's tone. Though I imagine it's the worst for you. Are you alright, Kushina? Kushina smiled warmly at her before snorting playfully. You really are a good girl, Ino. I'm glad you are on the same team as my son, even more so that you look after him. So I imagine you're here for girl talk then. Ino rolled her eyes at that. I'm not a little girl anymore. Of course not, but I'm a mother. Kushina agreed. I always see you a lot as children, even if you become old and gray. Besides, it's called girl talk for a reason, and not because it's childish or catty. She's right, princess. A familiar and similar tipsy voice called from the living room, causing Ino to freeze with fear and excitement in equal measure. Don't be a bitch. Believe it or not, we were talking about the blonde before you arrived. Ino looked back towards Kushina with a deadpan. Are you friends with Anko? Maybe I'll come back later when you're not busy. Nonsense. Kushina declared, appearing behind her and pushing her forward. As a mother and older woman, I find when it comes to advice and serious conversations, it helps to have a group of trusted confidants. I love Anko, but she's a known bitch. Ino cried as she drug her feet and arrived in the homely living room of Kushina's home. Who else is here? Yo. Sume Kiba's mother called with a wave. Makoto Sasuke's mother was there as well. Trust me, Ino, these ladies are more trustworthy than anyone I know. Kushina assured. Just don't take their words with a grain of salt. More like a cup. Ino cried as she was shoved into a love seat in the middle of the woman. The Uzumaki was a living room made to be comfortable. There was the love seat Naruto called his own. It was a red number with orange trim, which Ino suspected was why Naruto loved it. To its left was a small couch which Makoto sat as regally on as Kushina plopped herself down on the other side. Anko sat to her right sitting in a chair backwards bored as she seemed to chug a beer. Sume looked the most comfortable of all lounging on the floor as she sipped directly from a bottle of wine. Seems like you've all had plenty. Of course Kushina invited Makoto and myself over for drinks. Drinking and reminiscing is a great way to relax. Sume answered boredly. Our loved ones are in danger. Ino said feeling somewhat defensive about Sume's seeming nonplussed nature. Don't let her tone fool you. Makoto said with a roll with her eyes as she sipped a flute of wine. She's worried sick over her Kiba as well. Just remember we're veterans, wearing our emotions on our sleeves is beneath kunoichi like us. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. Anko and Kushina cried out happily before both downed their beers and seemed to procure another one from nowhere. Ino offered a small smile and bowed her head as the group burst out from laughter. She was being a bit of a downer and these women, minus Anko, were hurting as well. But she still felt frustrated. Why did the one time she went to talk to Kushina one-on-one she was partying? However her instincts flared, Ino's head snapped up and she snatched a projectile aimed for her face out of the air casually. Ino blinked as she looked down and discovered a bottle of beer. Trust me princess, when you're stuck at home desperately waiting for someone to come back. The game plan is distraction, even I can't do anything as a summoner. Anko assured Ino with a warm smile. Ino sighed but accepted her offer and cracked open the beer and sipped. However she flinched as one hand wrapped hers in the can trapping them both together, another clutched her face, and one more tiled the can all the way back. Ino almost choked as the beer was forced down her throat. With a gulp she managed to force it down and was freed as she did. She gasped for air and offered a glare for the three culprits to the forced chugging. Anko, Sume, and Kushina all smiled at her pleased with themselves and settled back down. Don't hold it against them. Makoto said with another roll of her eyes. They insist we all get drunk on these outings, and since you're seated here that'll include you. Besides, from what I saw during the exams you have plenty worthy of discussion for this grand meeting. Sume said with a shit-eating smirk. Just when I was planning to leave after my Kiba loss I saw your little match up with that bombshell. Samui. Ino growled to herself. Talk about a fight with some stakes. Makoto agreed, and the ending with you decreeing your friendship, so romantic. She has it bad for my son. Ino promise you'll never hurt him. Kushina cried now, apparently just a bit more drunk. Damn idiot always getting in trouble. Ignore her, she started early. Anko said with a roll of her eyes. Despite the loss princess I was almost impressed, you landed a tough cookie however. Worse yet she's competition, Sume added. A stacked bombshell with the skills to match. Remember when someone was contesting me for my future hubby? Scared the bitch right off. If you want I can show you a trick to break her arm, should be more than enough to scare off the bimbo. I don't need to scare her off, and Naruto and I are just friends. Ino contested to the group, however she flinched at the bored stares she received. Damn it she wasn't used to being on the back foot in conversations, she was a psychologically trained woman. Fine, I like Naruto a lot, and the whole thing is so damn frustrating. We finally cracked her, Anko whispered to Sume. They always crack eventually. Sume responded with a calm nod. Ino ignored both however as she felt a weight begin to lift from her shoulders as she began. First off I'm hot, not in the arrogant way either, but I've fought off suitors for years now. After all, I was head over heels for Sasuke originally. Ino flinched as she recognized the awkwardness of bringing up Makoto's son with her around. I take no offense, Makoto assured with an easy smile. I love my boy but I detest the fact that all my children inherited their father's serious nature. Would have been nice to have one lively child, thank Kami for I suppose. Well I finally get over him and manage to fall for a new guy and he doesn't even notice. Worse yet every time I turn around it's like he's attracted another pretty girl. And he has no manners, just impulsively doing whatever he pleases. He's always trying to make light of things even when things are so dire, it's like he's not even worried about himself. I mean he's the type to take a kunai for you and then ask you if you're okay. And I mean why does he seem to get involved with everyone's problems? I mean it's all so much and for some reason I like that about him. He's an amazing person, the kind of person anyone would be lucky to have. Naruto makes me look at myself and want to be better, to make him smile that goofy and warm smile at me as much as possible. But he just seems to attract trouble, and doesn't hesitate to face it alone. I just want to be there to help him, make him glow as brightly to others as he does to me. It's weird, I feel like his opinion matters so much more to me than anyone. The whole thing just confused the hell out of me. Ino looked back at the crowd to see them silently stunned. Holy shit she has it bad. Anko exclaimed in shock. My boy's gonna become a man. Kushina cried out in joy, embracing Makoto, who barely reacted. And here I thought you just had the hots for him. But apparently he's denser than cow shit. Sume concluded. That's part of the reason I'm here. During my training for the exams I grew not only in strength but as a person. Before I hesitated because I wasn't sure what I wanted or even if Naruto needed that. But now I realize I have to do something, I can't move on until I do, Ino declared. So that's why she came here. Not only for comfort, but to curry favor with Kushina. Makoto realized with a nod. Kushina let go of her and her eyes seemed to sharpen. I wouldn't say it like that, but yes. I decided I want to be with Naruto, and if I want to do that with that thick idiot I need to be upfront. So I wanted to make my intentions clear to you, to assure you I'm not some floozy but someone who really sees Naruto. I wanted your support and maybe even help, Ino trailed off hopefully. The room was silent as Kushina seemed to think over what she said. Anko and Sume began to snicker as she rose and marched over Ino. But she could not for the life of her think of what could be funny when Kushina's killing intent filled the room. The woman stopped over to her and loomed over the sitting Ino. Her hair seemed to levitate into the air and her eyes spoke of no mercy. You come to my home, drink my booze, and attempt to use me to seduce my son? Kushina asked, fury coating each syllable. Ino however met her eyes head on, and while she didn't stand she didn't back down either. Yes, I care about Naruto in a way I never cared about anyone. Anko taught me that a true kunoichi doesn't sit and wait, she gets whatever she wants however she can. And I am the kind of woman who does anything for the people I care about. Kushina's killing intent doubled and sweat instantly began to drip down Ino's brow. With each passing moment it seemed to increase, enough to where doubt began to trickle into Ino's mind, however as quickly as it came it went. Alright, sounds like a plan. I like your style Ino, and if a good woman like yourself wants to take good care of my son, who I am to stand in your way. Besides, I would love blonde grandbabies, Kushina said with a dreamy smile. I think she meant to think and not say the last part. Sume said with a snicker. But it seems the next topic has been chosen, and thankfully a fun one. Indeed, time for seducing 101. Anko agreed with a smile. If he hasn't been won over yet, a bit of advice from some great hotties like ourselves will have him eating from your palm. I know this trick with your tongue. Ino's face turned the brightest shade of pink it ever had in her life. And with the four feeding off each other's energy and offering more and more advice, some genuine, some just plain old, well interesting, it was that color the entire night. But with her having been so focused and serious as of late, it felt like she had been stressed out all the time. But as she drank and traded jokes and stories, most at her expense, she forgot her worries for the moment. And as she drew even closer to the woman who was her peers, she felt happy. And maybe that one trick Anko had described could be useful, one day.